Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 150th live stream from the Misfit Gamer Studios. I'm your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. Today is going to be a very special episode because we are talking about a topic very near and dear to my heart, and this stream, High Point. We're just going to be talking about a bit of the history of High Point, but the whole point of today is also to get myself prepared for a lot of gaming. I have a lot of gaming groups starting back up. I have both Vixie and Kage starting back up, which means just with those two players, I have 4 campaigns that are now rekindling. So I have a lot I have to do. And in preparation for that, I've been doing a lot of research, a lot of just a lot of going over my notes and recataloging everything. So what I want to do today is share what I've come up with and also just kind of want to help my creativity and get back into gaming as these games start to get set up. So I want this to be a very viewer-led discussion. So if you've ever want to know anything about High Point, if you have any questions about my process or any of the history of how I've gotten to develop what I have, let me know in chat. Otherwise, Kage is going to have to take over with the questions, and it's going to be mainly about his characters and what he wants to know. So please understand this is definitely a chat-led stream. If you have questions, anything about the lore, the back history of how I got here. I mean, I've done a whole 5-part series of High Point, the origins of High Point, where I talk more out of game and the influences, but this is going to be more about, characters, NPCs, PCs, in-game occurrences, in-game lore, anything you ever want to know about that, or just my process and how I get there. That's what today's going to be all about. So I hope you enjoy for today. I hope you enjoy the stream. A lot of it's going to be, again, like I said, it's going to be helping me and get ready for everything, but I want you to enjoy it. I want you to take something away. So again, ask questions in chat. There are no special needs for the XP or channel points. You guys can just ask questions as long as it's regarding High Point, and they will get answered today. To the best that I can, because certain things obviously are still off limits, or at least, need to be found when you game as a player. But I will answer as best I can with as much detail as I can. And I hope you were excited for this. This is
very much so. I just looking at the outline makes me a little giddy, and just hearing just a teensy bit pre-stream. About
we had to stop talking a little bit.
know,
so I didn't get too far into
too
it.
Excited, man, but whatever, it's fine.
What's going on, Red? Nice to see you here. I saw Hecate in chat. That's awesome. Thank you all for showing up.
Welcome,
hopefully Soul will get here. I know he's kind of fallen behind a little bit these days, but it's fine.
That's all right. Everyone.
I guess somebody else can take the command of number one fan.
Wild.
But yeah, so today, man, I have been doing so much. I am so excited. So it's funny, gaming here and there, but just due to life, I really haven't had a regular gaming schedule. I would say for the better part of 2 years. Yeah. In terms of like being able to sit down on a regular basis, hammer out real solid gaming sessions. I mean, done a lot of backgaming, done a lot of metagaming.
Sure.
We've done a lot of different styles, and we've even pushed, your conversations along and everything.
Yes.
Over the
Slowly
over the last
surely.
2 years, you've been in that same conversation, but that's kind of the whole point, right? That was kind of the whole purpose of that conversation, and then just life gets in the way.
Of course.
And same thing with Vixie and I. Just, we've kept the conversation going, but we're finally now, we've done our like 2 gaming sessions already. Just not only a note taking session, but actually in game
Doing things.
doing things, taking actions. She's gotten a lot of new discoveries, so I'm really excited about that. And again, when rekindling Davd is going to be a lot of fun. We're about to get into that when you have some time.
Yes.
And then moving forward, the more regular gaming with Hollow and Safia and the Old Gods campaign.
That is going to be a good time. Like, genuinely, it's for me, gaming is almost like you get to how some people have like a favorite car and they really enjoy like the feel of like driving that car.
Oh yeah.
But it'll take you a while to like get used to it again if it's been a while or whatever the case may be. Like, that's to me how it feels to like play a character. It's like you settle back into it, you feel them out, you're like, where are your corners, where are your edges? Let me remap this room again in my mind. that I can get back and sit down and like see who you are.
I can do that for the most part, but I would say that I fear that I can do Xena's just fine. But if I were to take the reins of like my very first character as they were, I know I would struggle with that one because it's not just, it's been a while. It's not just the, get back into their mindset. I was a completely different person when I played that character. And that character, while I know what the character was all about in game, that character represented an outlet during the time. Because again, D&D is that, right? Regardless of how you slice it, no matter what type of character you make, it is in some way a reflection of some slice of you. Not saying that if you make murder hobos, there's a part of you that secretly wants to hurt people and, go out and be a real life murder hobo. But there is a part of your brain that worked that into some form of entertainment. Like there is part of you that vibes with that thing, right? And so the more characters you create and the more you get like what we talk about, not just creating a character for the stat block, but when you get into characters, when you play a character and actually play through it and evolve with it, a lot of the times it just is a reflection of some kind of outlet of yours. Again, murder hobo could just mean that you're getting out, frustration that you can't in the real world. Doesn't mean you want to harm people, but it does mean that you have aggression that you need to get out in some way.
When you want to go into a video game and just blow stuff up sometimes. Like,
exactly. It feels good to just
an expression.
Be in, whether it's control, whether it's expression. And so that's my biggest thing is I don't know how easy it would be for me to step into the shoes of that character, mainly because I don't need that outlet anymore. Like, you know what I mean? I am so far beyond that outlet. I could play the character.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I could step into that character's shoes. You know what I mean? I could play it, but I couldn't be it. There are like, I can do most NPCs, but you know what I mean? Like my own characters.
Yes.
There are some characters I had back in the past where I'm like, I could play it, but I couldn't be the character anymore.
I will say that is one of like, I don't want to say the joys for me, but it's like one of those things where I feel like I am exercising my mind, being able to like fit back into a place that I once was, because I genuinely feel there is a huge value in being able to understand how somebody else thinks. And I think that's what this practice is for me, is it's truly being able to walk through a thought process that somebody in this position would have, is to truly understand, like, all right, what is this person going through? What are they experiencing? Like, and how are they going to feel in reaction? Like, what kind of tenderness are they going to have when they reach out and try and interact with the world and they get bit back, or whatever the case may be? Is like, how can I see this from your perspective? And like, I want to, that's kind of what I really enjoy about D&D, is being able to put that into practice in a scenario in which I can navigate and I can feel and I can look at the world from a very, very different perspective. So
exactly, I really like how you put that, because for me, that's what I mean by like it's an outlet, right? Because being able to, that doesn't necessarily mean literally believing in orcs and elves and dwarves and that you're saving, whole entire races from, annihilation. But the simple idea of having a conversation with someone who doesn't like you in game, they don't like your character. It's so much easier to have that be an outlet. Like, let's say in the real world, you're not as good at taking that kind of rejection. You find someone that doesn't like you and you don't know how to respond. You don't know if you should approach them. Maybe you don't know if you should speak up for yourself. Maybe you should just get over it. And maybe you don't know how to do that, or you're struggling with which road to take. But when you play D&D and you're playing a character that isn't you, that you don't have the personal investment, but you still have that personal connection to, they run into somebody who doesn't like them. You now get to play out one of those scenarios you've been fighting in your head. Maybe you aren't sure which one should work. So maybe in game you reach out and be like, what's the problem? What is my, and again, depending on how the DM does, works it's, you could see how that scenario would run through. It's not going to be a guarantee this is how it will happen in real life.
Sure.
But at least it's a soundboard. It's a chance for
Yes.
you to be like, would I be comfortable? Because you could play it in character. And again, if you are
And
in
even
one of
if you're
those
looking
groups,
to play out the worst case scenario, and like you go and you do it to somebody you know is probably gonna have a bad reaction, and you try and figure out how you want to walk through that, or figure out how to just exist.
and that's the thing is
very much
this can
so.
work for those that are on the acting side, because you can get into it emotionally and you can have your DM react back and see how that, but some people, if you're usually having probably like those kind of social situations, you may not be the acting type.
Sure.
But even talking it out, even just talking out, having approached someone and then having them be defensive or having them come back at you with actual criticism, maybe you can see, because you're listening to it, at least you can see how you as a person would react and go, oh, maybe I could handle that. I could handle someone being like, this is why I don't like you, as long as I know, because then maybe that's what you find out. Again, this isn't this isn't saying that D&D is therapy, but you could come to the core, to the conclusion that, oh, the reason why I don't want to approach them, or the reason why it's a problem for me, is simply because I don't know why they don't like me. I don't care if they don't like me, but maybe you learn it's just that you want to know why. So maybe that leads for you to decide, I don't care that they don't like me and I can move on. It's just going to bug me. I didn't know why. Or maybe that leads you, as in the real world, to go, hey, you don't like me. Can I just know why? And then maybe that's fine enough. Maybe you're like, oh, okay, cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you just like, and then you can just drop it. Like, that's all I'm saying is like, that's what I mean by D&D being an outlet. If you're in the right situation, and again, this is preferably on the side of D&D gamers that are the role-playing type, the RPG type, not actors, but the type that get into their character and develop, that connection, versus those that min-max. Creme Brulee, what is up? Welcome. Thank you for coming to the stream. So IRL, if I don't like somebody, they get cussed out. But if I had a D&D character who has patience and non-aggression, I can't do that in game. So of course you could. So that's the idea, right? Is you may normally cuss someone out in the real world, but in D&D, you may be playing a different type of character who would be much more reserved. And maybe there's going to be a gaming session where
You gotta
like it happens. No, like it happens. The conversation gets heated. Like everybody's just in on it, and everybody's in character, and it's all fun and games. But your character gets pushed to that situation, and you just go, you know what? That's not what my character would say. That's not what my character would say. And then you go through with what your character would say.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying that you have to take that as that's what I should do in real life. But somebody who is having an issue, say at work, with starting some shit, maybe enough of those D&D sessions where they get heated and have to calm themselves down to talk through their character, maybe one day that translates into I'm gonna get fired, I'm gonna act like my D&D character, act like my D&D character. You know what? It's okay, you don't like me, I don't like you either. But
Right.
Again, I'm not saying that that's what I say. It's a disclaimer of the D&D isn't intended to be therapy, but when I speak of D&D being an outlet, when you play the character that you've made and you evolve, you let that character evolve through their interactions, I believe it can be an outlet to learn about yourself.
Yes.
Whether or not you do anything with that knowledge, but learning about, like, again, in that situation, calming yourself because I'm just playing a game and I don't need to be reacting, my character does.
Sure.
That thing right there could be the first time you've ever stopped yourself from cussing somebody out. You know what I mean? Like maybe that was the first time that you were ever like, I didn't actually cuss you out. I wanted to, but I didn't. And maybe that's it, right? Maybe that's just that realization of, you know what? I could do that. I ain't gonna fuck those people, but I could. And that's what I mean. Outlet as in it allows you to actually test out variations of yourself and come to the conclusion on whether or not they're valuable. But it's still a way for you to explore without changing your personality or without having to fight against your instincts in the real world, right? You're gonna be how you're gonna be.
Sure.
But in D&D, you have enough time to think. In normal conversations, you don't sit there and think.
It's almost like talking to somebody on the phone versus texting them. When you get a text, you got time to you can say all the shit that you want initially when you get the text message, but when you respond, you have enough time to think, and I can like reword what I want to say. I can read over what I want to say. I can like articulate it more clearly.
And that's all I'm saying is this doesn't necessarily translate to a one-on-one of what you're going to change your abilities and your responses into, but it does show you how your mind can work differently under those situations if you give yourself time to think it through. It sounds a lot more like therapy. I mean, again, I'm not suggesting D&D is therapy. I'm just suggesting that it can
Be therapeutic.
Be there. Perfect.
Therapeutic.
Thank you so much. That's exactly
Yes.
what I mean. Oh, I'd cut you off while we were talking. The disrespect. How dare. So yeah, no, I think that's great. Like I said, I don't suggest that it is therapy. It can be therapeutic. When I think of when you play through a character's mindset, again, that character is a part of you. You created it, and while you may be playing a character that would not do what you would do, right?
Yeah.
You know for a fact, if I was in that situation, it's not what I would do. But
Bro, I'm telling you, the amount of times I've said that's not what I want to do, but it's what my character.
But at the same time, what your character is doing, who's coming up with that? Just because it's not what you would instinctually knee-jerk reaction do in the real world. Who's coming up with the alternative? It's not me as the DM. If I say, are you going to kick the door down? Or are you going to knock? And you're like, well, I mean, in the real world, I would totally knock. Like, I'm just respectful like that. But in this game, I'm an asshole barbarian. Fuck that door. But the point is I gave you the option, but who came up with that whole, part of the scenario, right? Of you like going all balls out and then just, you know what I mean? Like there's a point at which there is a part of you that wanted to explore that, whether you would ever do it. It's an exploration.
People IRL have intrusive thoughts and they don't act on them. This is your opportunity to act on them.
D&D, game of intrusive thoughts. I like that,
Absolutely
actually.
ridiculous.
I totally like
Absolutely.
that. I am actually kind of surprised we still haven't seen Soul. What a shame.
That's all right. They'll probably come join us when they get online.
It's just because you're not streaming. I mean, obviously.
Wild. Wild.
All right. Well,
So fun.
if they miss anything, they miss what they miss.
But they'll be able to rewatch it on YouTube afterwards.
Absolutely will. I know it is kind of funny. I have noticed the start of the year we started out really nice and strong, but there was a dip in our Friday streams. I feel like Mondays are still our top. I mean, who doesn't want to hear that? I mean, it's usually because you got the author and you got at least 3 or 4 other people who want to hear about it. But yeah, it's Fridays are starting to dip, but that's okay. That's on them. They're gonna miss out.
Fair enough.
And hey, it helps the YouTube channel.
Today, if you're missing today, I feel sorry for you, bro. Like, today is the day. We get it today.
I hope so. I hope today. I mean, I'm really excited about today because this is going to be. Today's going to be great for me because, again, anytime I talk about High Point, goes into the database, and the database is just more note taking for me. So the more I say, the more I actually have access to. So I am absolutely fine with just doing this to an empty audience. It's kind of like the old days. Almost 2 years ago. It's been 150 episodes. We did the very first year we started streaming. We only got 6 months in before the end of the year, right? Because we started 2023, April, I think, or no, March.
Yeah, it was March.
It's March. Yeah, no, Cinco de Mayo, and we had the very first D&D discussion, Cinco de Mayo, 2023, and we got 50 episodes that year. I remember we ended on 50, and then we got to start 2023 or 2024 on 51.
Yeah.
And we got to 100, I think, right? Or 147.
No. Let me look.
I think it was 147 because we've done 3 so far. We've done 2 reviews and a Friday stream. So that would have made 46. See, I'm all messed up. I know we got close, but we fell just short of.
We did.
We fell just short, obviously. But yeah, it's just crazy to think like 150 episodes of this, and it's like it's just so part of the schedule that it doesn't feel like we've been doing this forever. Like it just kind of just it is, you know what I mean? It's like we just do this, but it's hard to remember that it's like it has been weekly, like
Yeah,
pretty much for over a year now. It's been twice a week, every week, minus a handful of sick days,
sure,
vacation,
sure.
whatever. Sounds like a job at this point.
Lightweight,
Um,
lightweight.
like I remember back when we started and you started joining the stream, back when I was still calling you a special guest.
Yeah, because
And and I
first,
remember,
like, what, 5, 10 streams? Like, I wasn't even around.
yeah, I think you were on number 6. I think it was 6 streams, and then you came
Okay.
on. And then I remember we started joking about you being a co-host, but even off stream, there was a point at which it was just until I can, bro. I'll be here as long as I can. You know what I mean? Like it was literally you were willing to show up only because your schedule at the time was perfectly aligned
Yeah.
with it. But at any point, we both knew it was like, if my schedule changes, I'm out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I remember thinking like, okay, it was nice to have you around, but I always had to like keep in mind,
It's
you know,
might not be forever.
I gotta like always be ready to take over. And then after a while, it was just well, you ain't going nowhere. And you started being so useful in so many ways. I'm just like, I don't know if I could do this now by myself. like legit. I'm at that point to where, you always like listen to people who have like good businesses or good groups, and they always say you just need a good team, right? Like you need
Yeah.
a good team around you. And it's like, that's what this is like starting out to be. You know what I mean? Just finding the right people
Agreed.
that vibe, that understand the goal, that want to,
Yes.
even if they don't agree with like, I obviously have more invested in this than you do. But,
Sure.
But parts of it still align with you enough that we're heading in the same direction.
Exactly.
And then again, it just happened to align that the skill sets you're building also happen to be perfectly aligned with things that I need in the background done. So you're practicing for your own skill sets
Yep.
also happens to benefit me.
Very much so.
But
And
it
it's
gives
an
you real
opportu-
stuff to
Yes.
actually practice
tangible
with.
things to actually functionally touch and do things, and it's very, very. I figured some shit out that I was trying to figure out for so fucking long, for so godforsakenly long. On my last stream that I did.
I'm
And
really glad
I
that's
was-
working out for you too.
I was so excited. I was like, I finally got the backgrounds to change color when I print to
Hey.
PDF. I'm like, God bless America. Oh my
We're getting
gosh.
there one
So,
step at a
it's-
time.
I gotta finish figuring out how to remove all the margins, but we'll get there.
Yeah. So that's it's just one of those things that I've learned over the last years. Like the first, this first 50 episodes, they were fun. It was a hobby. I wanted something to do on my off time that I felt was productive. And I knew if I was ever going to be able to stream, the only thing I could yap about non-stop was D&D. Like it's
Facts.
the only thing
Facts.
that my brain
Big
could
facts.
absolutely never get tired of speaking of and always have something to say on. And I guess I've proven that, you know what I mean? Like 150 episodes in, and we have no shortage of topics and ideas.
100%. 100%.
You
And
know,
even when we do just the random talk, like we don't run out of stuff to talk about.
we always
like-
think it's like, oh, I got like a 45-minute conversation.
No.
3 hours later, we're shutting ourselves up.
We got the
because we
SpongeBob
gotta cut
hours
it off.
later. Yep.
So, it's been a trip. It's been a really wild
Wild,
ride.
definitely.
But over the last year, it's definitely reoriented my mindset on what I want to do with it. I mean, not trying to get serious again. It's still not it's not going to be a salary replacement. It's not replacing my full-time job,
Sure.
but I have realigned my ideas for the brand. I mean, obviously, like, the expansion of the emotes, deciding the emotes to be our avatars.
Yes.
I think that was a really great move. I think, moving forward,
Absolutely.
like we might be able to develop
Absolutely.
some sort of like a mascot, but in general, I think having those is like just the right branding move over
Yeah.
time. Getting, the new logo developed.
That's gonna be
I think it's
cool.
going to be really,
That's
really
gonna be very
interesting.
awesome.
And those are
I
the
want
things like,
stickers, man.
yeah,
Little
stickers,
if I
got to
just
do
put it on my laptop or some
stickers,
shit.
stickers,
Oh,
batches.
I can put it right here, and it could look like the Apple logo, except it'll be just like you and me back to back.
Yeah.
Little stickers.
I've actually thought about that one as the next emote set is I wanted to get us with like our arms crossed, but like facing the side.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I wanted to have them build it to where one of us is right centered and the other one's left centered. So if you were to put them back to if you were to like post them side by side, they go back to back.
Oh, that's sick.
So I was thinking about doing that to
That
where
would
it's
be
like, so
sick.
mine would be like from my left side doing this, and then
Uh-huh.
yours would be from your right side doing that. But your emote would be adjusted left, mine would be adjusted right. So if you do mine, yours, or back to back.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it just looks like us just doing this, right? So it's a cool emote alone, but if you do them together, it's kind of like a like synergistic kind of like look.
That would be sick.
I even thought about like once we get one of like the more minimalistic graphics or logos, being able to then get larger versions of our emotes and then put them back to back on either side of the emote or the logo.
Oh yeah.
So it's like your emote, my emote.
Yeah, almost like bookends or something.
Exactly.
That would be sick shit.
So
that would be sick shit.
Plushie or a gigantic T would be mad clutch. I have legit always wanted a plushie.
Yes.
Like plushies are dope. I don't know how we would do them for our avatars, but you know,
we can get some mock-ups.
I mean, a graphic tee. I mean, definitely we'll be doing some graphics. Like I definitely would love some Misfit Gamer Studios graphics. When we finally get a graphic artist, in chat, maybe we'll work some magic. Same thing with editors, by the way. Anybody who knows editors or who wants to be an editor, who is looking to start out and build a portfolio. We aren't monetized right now, so we can't pay. But if anyone wants to build a portfolio with real content and work on their editing skills, if you know anybody, send them to the Discord, send them our way, send them to the chat. We are looking for anybody who is a video editor, both long form and short form, and shorts form. So, long form as in we need editors that will take our live stream and just cut out all the BS, all the dead space, and just make a 4-hour live stream a palatable 2-hour, podcast.
Right. Cut out some of the
maybe cut out some of the tangents, anything that's not on topic, most of the dead space, and just bring it into making it sound really nice.
Sure.
Like that kind of long form. Short form as in being able to take a 4-hour and find a tangent or find just a snippet that can be 10 to 30 minutes of video by itself without it having to be, part of the live stream. And then shorts, just someone to just watch our shit and be like, I could use that for a short, and then mock it up. And like, those are the 3 levels I would love to get, whether that's one person that can do it all, which that would be so much. Or if I just get people who are like, hey, I want to work on shorts. Like all they want to do is work on shorts. Cool. Just here's our catalog. I'll send you a video. If, whichever video you want to do, I can send it to them, and they can just watch it, make all the shorts out of it they can. And then same thing with the long and short form. Just anybody, it would basically just be, they could pick the video that they think. Obviously, it's like when you're starting out, you're probably going to at least want to edit something that you're somewhat interested in.
Sure.
So kind of let them choose the videos at this point. Like which topic sounds good enough, because obviously at some point you'll do it just for the money. But when there's no money involved, I'd rather you also kind of enjoy it. Sure. If you're going to have to listen to it, it might as well be something that, you don't
You're
hate.
like, oh, I remember this episode. I like this episode. Let me do this one.
So that's kind of what we're looking for. So yeah, again, if you know anybody, if you are that kind of person, hit us up in our Discord or hit us up here and let us know. We would love to work with you and get something running. Once we start getting monetized, obviously those deals will change.
Sure.
If people are still with us editing and they want to continue editing long term, I definitely wouldn't mind looking into like a profit share, kind of the idea of if we're going to start monetizing the video, just percentage of it goes to the editor. Kind of
Sure.
So that's going to be something I want to work on this year. If we can get a graphic artist who wants to work on things like graphic tees for us, again, send them our way. This is the year. Like, I know it's not going to happen soon. I know it's not going to be like next month, but by the end of the year, I wouldn't mind starting out with a little bit of merch.
I don't think it's impossible.
And then getting a real editor or someone who wants to at least start editing. I don't think that would be a hard stretch by the end.
Just being like, hey, I want to review this episode. One of his reviews. Hey, I wanna review this episode.
Hey, if a Cosmic wants to edit, like, let him. I don't care who it is.
Man.
If someone wants to edit for us for free, man, let's get it cooked. But yeah, so I think that's all that was just the big plug I wanted to make real quick for the stream.
No, fire, absolutely fire.
But 45 minutes in, still no soul. That's fine. All right, well, let us begin with today's topic, because I want to get into this. Again, chat, this is going to be primarily led by you. So if you guys want to know anything about High Point, the lore, or how I do things, today is the day to ask. Oh, my drink's out.
Rip.
Now my drink is out. It was a nice little margarita, though. Little tasty margarita. All right. So, I did some note corroboration. Yeah, I made some deals and I worked with my notes. No, I
Yes.
did some note aggregation.
Yes.
And I went through because I was telling you this before stream. So we've been doing this for 150 episodes, almost two. I forget, how did we say this? Because it's like we've been streaming for nearly 2 consecutive years.
Oh yeah.
But we've actually now officially been streaming 3 calendar years. Because we started in 2023,
Yes.
streamed all of 2024.
Yes.
Now we're streaming in 2025, but we've still technically not streamed a full 2 years. We've just 3 calendar
We're close
years.
to it.
Yeah.
We're close to it.
Yeah. So May. And then we'll be at our 2-year mark. But yeah, so 2 years, but 3 calendar years. It's a very
That's so
weird
wild.
transition.
I'm here for it though. I'm definitely here for it.
But one thing that I've been thinking a lot of is I've been really excited about kicking off High Point again, and gaming and DMing and getting all of my campaigns. But of course, every now and again, happens to the best of us, imposter syndrome can set in a lot, especially if you're a DM. And after 150 episodes, as good as we're getting as being hosts, as being podcasters, and as our topics are getting better, there's always been something that kind of nagged me, because as long as we've been streaming, we really haven't had a consistent gaming schedule, like we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
And there's part of me that's just been kind of questioning, just every now and again, I'm just like, what does chat, or like, what does the audience like really view this as? Because while I believe that we cover great content, we cover, a lot of good history ofs, and I know a lot of people enjoy the homebrew review. And we've talked a lot about the different various games and campaigns and characters that we've either run or come across. But
Sure.
because we don't game, right? Because we've never officially gamed on stream. And I have posted a little bit of like the old gods content.
Yeah.
But there is just part of me that just questions like, I don't really have anything to show off like much of like, my DM so far. Only what I've said, right? Talked about High
Sure.
Point, talked about how long I've been doing it. But it's never really been represented. So there's always that like imposter syndrome that
Sure.
sets in sometimes, where I'm like, how do I, it's like what is the audience's like, trust that
What I'll say
I can
is
actually like, hold my own.
I believe, regardless of its depth, which it has, but the content that you provide on this D&D discussions, like the depth of your consistency and everything that you describe in the ability to articulate. You did all of the High Point histories a while back, like just all the aspects that you lay out regularly. That in and of itself, from my perspective, is a very quality representation of what it looks like to be a player.
Which I totally agree with you, obviously, but of course, the devil's advocate in my brain
Sure.
just says that yes, while all of that is true, it's also difficult to not see that as a potential way to just say, it's like, so that just means I'm a good author. You know what I mean? That just means I'm a good storyteller. But anyway, I digress. Away from the self-deprecation.
Sure.
This thought does happen quite a bit, where
course.
I'm just like, am I really like just a D&D fanatic who just knows a lot about D&D and just likes to talk about it? Or, do I really deserve like being able to speak from the perspective of a DM, right? So again, to kind of quench that and to kind of like actually be able to answer to myself, like, what has my history been outside of all of the history of High Point? Like, what is just my history of a DM?
Okay.
And so I wanted to put all of that together, and I did that for myself. I went through all of my notes, and I have finally put together a comprehensive, complete list of every storyline, what most people would call a campaign, but we'll get into why that's not true.
Sure.
We've already mentioned why it's not true in other episodes, but again, we'll do that again in this episode. But I've gone through how many campaigns or storylines, how many players, real life players, and how many characters are running in Hypo over the 10, 12-ish years I've had it working. So that's where we're going to start. And then we'll just kind of go from there. But that's where I really wanted to start this whole stream was I finally put together all of the campaigns. I put together all of the chapter titles. This is the way that I organize the gaming sessions. And again, they're not chapter titles per gaming session. They're chapter titles that are basically blocks of time that also kind of sort of would correlate with probably more often than not when XP was given.
Fair enough. Okay.
Because I feel that. These are essentially the blocks of time that I usually correlate as, yeah, when it's time to give you guys XP, I take all of this into account for one chunk of XP. Now, maybe you didn't get XP after each of these chunks, but these are the chunks that I use to build usually like the XP amounts that you guys get along the way. Which again is usually substantial when you get XP. Because it usually takes into account more than just the last session. It's usually like, okay, since the 8 sessions ago, here's all the shit you've done.
Truly, this is like the greatest merge of milestone and XP because it's not milestone in the sense that everybody just levels up when you say we level up, but at these certain milestones, you gain XP based upon everything you've specifically done, right? And like you can go over that with a lot of this information and just basically point by point say, okay, this experience that you had as a whole, now that I can see it from a bird's eye view because it's already happened, I can tell you that it's going to net you probably about X amount of XP.
Right.
And then you can do that point by point by point by point all the way through. And then you feel like you earned that XP. It's not just like, oh, I just happened to level up because, it's level up time. But like,
exactly.
I feel like that's how I got it.
And that's why I like to split XP between, if there's a party, the party XP. Just overall, here's what the party accomplished.
Yes.
But then there's the next level of, okay, so that's what the party got. Everyone's going to divide that equally. So if I say, the party of 5 got 10,000 XP, everyone divides that equally with 2,000 because that's that one concept. But then it's that next level of, okay, now here's the personal XP. Here's the things that you did above and beyond that individually that you were going to gain certain XP. Maybe you had a great conversation. Maybe you asked all the clutch questions. Maybe you're the one that noticed something. Not just good dice rolls, but maybe you figured out a clue that was really clutch. Maybe you just acted in your character so good that you just improved everyone's gaming experience.
Right.
Like, no matter what, I will find a way to figure out why you deserve a little bit of personal XP. And again, those are never equal. It's always, those are kind of like the general XP is getting everyone a base equal, but the personal XP is more of
how much did you add to what we're doing here?
Yeah, and it's not usually divvied out in a first, second, third position. It's literally 2 people could get 500 personal XP. It's just that, did you do enough to earn
to warrant that? Yeah.
It could be things like you did, some really good, death blows instead of just, not just rewarding the person who killed the most, but did you actually, if you're the one that's supposed to do all the damage, I'm not going to reward you for killing them.
Just for killing stuff.
But if you do it in such a way, or if it's in such a moment that is, again, outside your character or clutch for the team, it's going to add, right?
Sure.
And then there is sometimes a little bit of bonuses for like treasure or other types of milestones that aren't necessarily part of either of those base levels. But those are usually also given out in different ways.
Sure.
That sometimes can be XP, but more often than not, those are usually like specialty favors or specialty things that they'll get. But it can also come in the form of XP.
I'm confident I've seen you in moments give XP like in the moment for something specifically. Be like, hey, this is gonna net you this much XP.
Yeah, and a lot of the times that's just because I'm not gonna remember this very specific thing, and I want to reward it.
Right.
So in 3 gaming sessions, when I do this bulk XP, I may not net you this one thing for your personal, so I just guaranteed one of like let's get that.
You get this right here.
Yeah. So yeah. So with that, trying to go through all of the campaigns, all of the characters, all of the players, both in person and in Discord. I put together basically a map of my DM history. Not my DM's history, my DMing history. And honestly, it immediately cleared up my imposter syndrome. Like, I gotta admit, like, for the longest time, I kind of forgot how much I've done because most of my memory is about the world itself.
Sure.
That, oh, hey, Lepa, how's it going?
Welcome
to Germany.
Lepa.
But yeah, after a while, I'm just like, you forget how much you've truly done. And so when I sat down and mapped it all out, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I kind of fucking deserve to have like the attitude I do, you know, about being a DM, about like knowing what, you know, again, opinion, but about knowing what, like being able to have the confidence of what I believe makes a good game. I have every right to have that knowledge, right? Like it's like, you know, I told you like not last stream, but last week, on like one of the history episodes, on stream, we talked about how, you know, I've had those moments where I've questioned why am I still in second edition? Like, is it really like, is it just stubbornness? Yeah. Do I, you know, like I question it. And then I was telling you, like, we do these histories and we go deep. It was when I was talking about that YouTube video that I posted in Discord.
Yeah.
And it's like, I learned those things about the history of D&D and where it was, where it's come, and how it was played before, how it's played now. And it just kind of reinvigorated me to realize, like, no, I'm doing exactly what I should be doing. I'm playing the game I want to play. You know what I mean? And that's the whole point of D&D. It's not about the old game no one ever plays anymore. The game is more about playing what you want to play. You know what I mean? So going through this has also kind of washed away that doubt of whether or not I actually have that, like, you know, title of DM. And I'm like, no, I do. I'm totally confident that I may not have had the most players and I may not have ran the most storylines, but in the way that I do it and the fact that most of this is in person, I'm going to say that it's impressive enough for me to be like, I deserve like the DM title and I deserve to have my ideas the way that I do. You know what I mean? Like, I shouldn't be apologetic for the way I view this game. Like you said, like, I should just be good enough to be like, I'm consistent and I have a great story. That should be enough. But unfortunately for me, it takes me really like diving into this shit to make me feel better. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it because I want to say no to Vortex. That's okay. Maybe I don't deserve it.
Likes to be confrontational.
Maybe I don't deserve it in Germany. Okay. Maybe I only deserve it here. That's fine.
So wild.
I won't DM in Germany. How about that, Hoylepa?
That's funny.
All right. So yeah, I went through this. So I kind of want to give you all a snapshot of high point over the years. So here it is. So, one less worry in Germany. Thanks. Okay, so a high point over the years. Now I'm going to call these storylines, and I want to define this real quick. What I call storyline, most people would call campaign, because most DMs, when I hear someone running a campaign, I think of like a modular campaign, a start to end.
Sure.
Whether this is a one shot or, you know, one shot, I think of one shots as in anywhere from one session to like 3 or 4.
Sure.
But like a package deal. You start with a certain like character and you have an end goal and that's the game, right? So I think of those as kind of campaigns, modules, one shots, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
And then there are, of course, other people who do more of the West Marches type style, which is more akin to what I do, which is you build a character and you go till it dies. And you just game and it keeps gaming.
You explore until...
Not necessarily open world.
Sure.
But West Marches isn't necessarily an open world as it is a continuous story until your character is no more, or until you cap out at 20 and start with a new character, right? But the West Marches is more of it's about your character going all the way and less about get to A to B and do the goal, right?
Yeah.
And then of course there's my style, which is the open world West Marches style, where you create a character in this world and you game as a player until you're done with that character. And that's it.
Yeah.
Like, it's up to the player. If you want to make 10 characters in my realm, it's not going to be fun for me, but sure, I'll do it until I get bored, you know? But if you want to just create a character and run with it, and after a couple levels, you're like, I really want to try something else, cool. This guy will just live somewhere, and if you ever want to pick him back up, they'll be there. You know what I mean? Like, it's very fluid like that. So I call mine more of an open world. Some people would call it a sandbox. I don't like the term sandbox. It's funny. Today I don't like the term sandbox. Similar in a way to the old me not liking the term homebrew. Because again, like back in my day, when you said homebrew, it was more of a derogatory thing of, oh, not D&D, which again was kind of counter to the idea of everything about D&D is about creation. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not playing outside the book, doesn't mean you're not playing D&D. But again, that's why I originally didn't like homebrew. And same thing with the concept of sandbox, right? When I think of sandbox, because again, a video game term, when I think of sandbox, I think of something like Boneworks, the VR game, where you can basically, it is a sandbox game. There is no objective. You just spawn in and you can choose a terrain, and then you can spawn stuff in and do whatever you want to it. But nothing happens. Like, you can spawn in dummies, you can give them weapons, and then you can, you know.
Would you consider Minecraft a sandbox?
See, no, because Minecraft has a story, it has progression, and it has built-in things to do, right? Like, you actually can go from point A to point C through point B, right? There's a step-by-step. Boneworks, on the other hand, is a game where you just spawn shit in and make up your own fun. Like, you spawn 10 guys in, give them all guns, and then you have a sword, and you just act like you're a ninja going through, right? But it doesn't, there's no points, there's no reward. You have to build all of the fun. So you have to, again, when I think of sandbox, I think of a game that has nothing without you. You can put whatever you want into it, but it doesn't have anything
for you. It's just a basically a lightweight blank canvas with different brushes at your disposal.
Exactly. Whereas an open world is different, because for me, an open world like GTA 5 has plenty of storylines. Whether you call it the main story,
yes,
or you call it side quests, or you say that you could do side missions.
Do whatever you want in that game.
Yes, you could drop a mission whenever you want. You can start a mission whenever you want. You can go help random strangers. You could just drive the fuck around and live and act like, you know, anything. But the difference is, unlike a sandbox where you add stuff in to interact with, this is a living world that reacts to you. To me, a sandbox is something that doesn't react to you. You have to react to yourself. You have to put in a dummy, and then you have to go kill it in whatever way that makes it fun for you. Right. Whereas in my game, you show up in the character you want to show up as, and there are NPCs already here. And they're all having lives, and they're all doing stuff. And they're going to ignore you unless you interact with them. But then once you interact with them, you've now fundamentally changed their life. You have now stopped them doing what they were going to do. And if you take them out, or if you knock them out, or if you do whatever, you fundamentally change what they were going to do and the other NPCs around you. And that is going to change your experience. And that can grow, and it can manifest into changes that change other people's experience. Such as when Crow, Lucifer's character, fucked around with diseases in cattle in the kingdom's cattle country, and has now permanently fucked most of the cattle trade in the kingdom that he did that in. Literally, other parties have already gone to places and seen the devastation of towns that are now losing people because they can't be fed, because the cattle industry is literally devastated for this entire kingdom. It's not like dead, but like the majority of the cattle were in this one area, and he started a little disease farm that spread to the entire thing. So now that's just a thing that happens. Like, that's gonna forever just now
starting plagues.
That's gonna forever be an issue. Like the diseases were mostly contained, but the effect of the loss of cattle and the effect of the loss of the meat trade and just the general loss of meat. There are now towns that just are scarce on meat. And that's it. That's just a thing now in High Point. Just in this entire kingdom, that's the kingdom of Latrice now has a meat problem in most of its northern area because of one of my players and just the shit they wanted to do. But to me, that's why I don't call it a sandbox, because a sandbox would never do that. A sandbox is you load in and you have all of your environment and you do whatever you want with it.
Make it whatever you want.
And this person loads in and they do whatever they want with it, but your environments wouldn't interact with each other. To me, that's not what a sandbox is. Or that's what a sandbox is. For me, if you can do something and that will affect somebody else, that's an open world. And that's what I like to think that I run is. That's why, again, I take it more like when someone tries to call my world sandbox, it's like, no, just because I'm not telling you once you begin, here's what you have to do, doesn't make it a sandbox. Because I think that's where a lot of people get that idea is, if there's not a goal, it's a sandbox.
I hear what you're saying. I just have never heard sandbox described that way. Or at least when people have used the term sandbox, I didn't see what they were talking about from that perspective.
Yeah. And again, maybe I'm wrong. It's just when I hear someone say, oh, so you run a sandbox. No.
Yes.
Because a sandbox to me, when you say that, it implies your actions don't matter.
Yeah.
And it only matters when you no, my world is living, breathing, and constantly evolving based on the decisions, not just the decisions that you guys make.
Why does it make me think of what's that fucking cartoon from forever ago? Osmosis Jones.
Yeah.
You're living in this like body, and like stuff you do will like have like vital effects in that body and like cause them to cough, to get the chicken pox, whatever the case may be.
But Minecraft is absolutely a post-apocalyptic zombie, or a zombie apocalypse.
I can't unsee it now.
You have walking skeletons and zombies in it, and there's an entire hell with pigmen. Guess what? There are villages that are all primal, but there are also stone buildings and technology.
So
I'm just saying, you put enough of the pieces together.
I mean, wait. I bet money there's ruins in there somewhere or something.
There's ruins, there's power plants based on the mods you play. I'm just saying, it's absolutely there. So again, we're gonna do a lot of tangents because describing High Point's a lot of that. But again, that's how I describe High Point, right? It's an open world. When you make a character in High Point, you are entering something that other players and characters have already been in and are currently still in and are currently still walking around doing shit, and you could affect them, they could affect you. You may be walking in one of their wakes and you don't even know it. And so when I talk about the games that I run, the gaming sessions, I consider them more storylines to differentiate them from linear modular campaigns.
Right.
The idea that when I start to go through this idea of how many storylines I've done, these are all individual character story arcs that have really nothing to do with anything other than the player and the character they made, and the potential entire future that character has, like the infinite potential that character has, right? All of these aren't just, again, they had a start and end goal. These are all ones that started and have just done whatever they wanted. And not only have I run, their game, but it's also building them into the world. So that means all of them have got backstories, and the backstories are actually implemented. They're not just there for their details. All of them actually have function in the game.
They have depth. Yeah.
And up until the point that they've gamed, I've always had to have, at least like I've talked about before, I'll have multiple future storylines kind of pre-planned out depending on their decisions, at least to kind of help myself and the idea of what they could actually do to hide. I did the same with rumors. So again, I'm just trying to I want to preface this because for me it matters in terms of when I say storyline, that it's much more than, it's kind of like if you ever played GTA Online.
Yes.
You have GTA, the video game, which is very open world, but if you go GTA Online, you could run into other people. So imagine logging into a server one day And
That's the
there's
one where you can
already
have, like, a job like as a police officer and stuff like that.
yeah, if you do one of the role play ones, right?
Okay.
But that's the idea. Imagine logging into that to like play, like you want to go play a police officer, but instead of a sandbox game where you just start as a SWAT, in GTA Online, you'd go there and you'd be like, oh, well, I got to go drive to the police department. And there'd already be 3 people there, like 3 real people. They'd be like, oh, so you want to join the police force? You got to do the training first. And you're like, I just wanted to like act like a cop. And they're like, you got to do it again. And it's like,
you got to run through the missions in order to be able to.
It's more like that than it is I'm just going to give myself SWAT gear and jump on it, right? So again, you could jump in and there could already be stuff happening. They could tell you stories of someone they've already pulled over and you're like, I just got here and the game's already been being played.
Yes.
And if you log out now, you know the game is still going to get played, right?
Yeah.
So that's much more about how I treat High Point is it really is a living, breathing world that fully reacts to the players. So with all of that being said, and enough of ego stroking for me. High Point over the years, storylines. High Point, I have DM'd, or I have or am currently, because out of all of these, only a handful, like not even a handful, only 3 people have ever actually died, like permanent lost characters. Only permanently lost 3 characters, but storylines that I have DM'd in High Point over the last, say, 10, 11 years, 16. And again, this isn't just I ran one-shots, I ran a, here to there campaign. These are 16 storylines that exist in High Point, backstories, current gaming sessions, and potential futures. And I have all of that still here for the last 10 years. And again, I'm like, it doesn't sound like a lot. I'm sure there are tons of people who be like, I've ran 30, Discord campaigns last year. And I'm like, again, different severity. While that's an impressive number, if you run a Discord server for a month from a start to finish, great. I'm not gonna say that that's anything less. But considering the last 10 years, these are 16 stories that I still know and that are still affecting High Point.
Listen,
I find that pretty okay. Like I find that pretty damn good.
It is tremendously impressive. The simple fact that everything that we're going to go through all exists in the same place, potentially at different times, but all exists in the same place.
I think about that too. I have to keep track of time frames,
right? Like that's the whole, like it's like basically creating like this holodeck program and understanding and knowing where all the pieces are and exist at any given moment in time. And if you don't like literally know in that instant, you can calculate out what that does look like. And so like that is a very specific, basically like program that you have the ability to run instantaneously at any point in time.
Yeah.
Right. And it'll take some time to process whatever the case, but like that's phenomenal.
I try.
Like,
it's literally the only thing my brain does well. It's the thing that makes my autism happen. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all I can say is it's the one thing that has never faded. It's the one thing that has never failed me. And no matter like I may miss like some small conversation or detail, but for the most part, I remember every one of these 16 campaigns. You know what I mean? Like I was able to like from very few notes, I was able to pull most of these and then just remember most of the gaming sessions. It's like
for me, that's
it just floods.
It's like
back.
there are certain key things that are triggers. It's like, okay, now,
I call it the domino effect.
Yes,
like it's just domino memory. Once you get that thing, once it may take a while, but once you get the first domino down,
and
everything is figured out.
You got to get really good and meticulous at setting those dominoes up, and then be like, boom, now it'll always be reset this way. Always be reset this way, and that's like a permanent link. I fucking love that shit. It's awesome.
So here's the funny part. So these numbers are going to sound a little bit weird. They're going to sound obvious, but they're not, and I'll show you guys why here in a second. So I have 16 storylines in High Point. We're just going to say 16 active storylines because again, they all actively affect High Point at any given time. Okay. From those 16, 11 specifically 11 of those storylines are solo storylines, as in they are the storylines of a single character.
Okay, right. Makes sense. Whether they run into other people or not,
regardless of whether they're part of a gaming group, a solo group, whatever, just storyline wise, 11 of those 16 storylines are individuals, are solo characters.
Sure.
5 of them are specifically group based storylines. So a group can have a storyline, and then a character within it can have an individual storyline, right?
Sure.
So this is going to sound a little bit funny though, because I have 16 storylines, 11 solo, 5 group. Now, why this sounds funny is because when I break down the players, it's going to sound very, very obvious, but it's not. And I'll show you guys why. It's easier to show you. But players that I've had in Hype over the last 11 years had 16 players, unique individual players. And if I break those out, 11 of them have played a one-on-one solo game with me at least once. And 5 have only ever played as part of a group and do not play one-on-one gaming with me. Now, funny enough, it sounds like, well, that's obvious. You have 16, 16, 11, 11, 5, and 5. But it's not a one-to-one comparison. The 11 that have solo campaigns aren't necessarily the 11 solo players. And the 5 and 5.
Aren't there some people who have multiple solo games?
So some players have multiple characters. Some of those characters have like Vixie has 3 characters. 1 or 2 of them are solo characters. So she is 2 of the 11. She is 1 of the 11 solo players, but 2 of the 11 solo storylines.
Yes.
She's also 1 of the 16 players, but she's also 1 of the 5 gaming groups. So she's in all the things. Exactly. So you see what I mean is these aren't intuitive.
Yeah.
So as a quick little reference guide, I actually made a little chart for myself. It's probably not going to make much sense to most people, but we're going to share. So if I pull this up here, if we look at, here are the 16 players that I've had. I include, this is 17 because I include myself because I have 3 player characters. Granted, I know I run all the NPCs and everything, but I do officially run 3 playing characters in my own realm.
Sure.
Officially. Okay. These are characters that I do not give preference to. I play from the perspective as a player, no metagaming, and I DM it as if that were somebody else's character. So I have 3 of my own. But I blocked it out in terms of, here are the 16 different campaigns at the top. Okay. They're abbreviated, but those are 16 individual the 16 storylines that I'm currently running. And here are my 16 players that have all been in High Point. And you'll see, like for instance, Vixie. Green means solo. Okay. Orange means group.
Okay.
So you'll see just for Vixie alone, she has 2 solo campaigns that she runs. So 2 solo characters. And then she's in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gaming groups.
All 5 gaming groups.
So if you think about it, so she's in every single one of the gaming groups that I've ran. So again, when you look at the numbers of 11 solo players and 5 players that only gamed in groups, but when I said there's 11 individual storylines and 5 group storylines, she's in all of the 5 group storylines, but also has 2 of the solo storylines. So that's what I said. It sounds intuitive. It sounds like they're all one-to-one.
Sure.
It sounds like I had 11 people who have only ever gamed a single character with me one-on-one and 5 people who gamed in groups. But that's not what happened. It's literally this jumble of she has 2 of the individual storylines and 3 of the individual players or characters, but she's also been in every single one of the groups. You, on the other hand, have 1 solo storyline.
Yes.
But you have technically been in 3 different groups. You've been a part of 3 different groups. And what's also funny about that is in one of the groups, you were your solo player.
Yes.
So you were part of the group. You played with the group, but you didn't play a different character. So again, it's this whole jumble. You technically only have 2 characters.
Correct.
But you've been in 1, 2, 3, 4 gaming groups with one, or technically 3 gaming groups with one character and 1 gaming group with the other character.
Yes.
So this is why it's
That's so wild.
very, very, very interesting how this all gets set up. So I have, Lucifer is in 2 different gaming groups and has technically a solo campaign.
Okay.
Aki also has their solo campaign, but is part of a gaming group. So again, that's not 2 separate ones. They have their individual story arc, but they also are part of a group that has they're a group story arc. Because what I like to do is not every gaming group, each character has their own story arc. Some gaming groups only are part of the gaming group.
Mm-hmm.
But for you could be part of a group, but Dovd has his own story arc, even if he's doing his own thing.
Yes.
Right? So you could join one of these groups and work with their goal, but you also have your own goals. Whereas Olo doesn't have his own goals. It's the Old Gods campaign. You and Safia are a group. You have one solid goal. I'm not treating you as you both have a goal, but then you each have separate goals. You basically
we're
are
not
a
gonna go
group.
off on our own and start adventuring. Like, this is what we are.
Exactly. So that's it. Yeah. And then I have a couple people who are in 2 different gaming groups. These 3 are only in 1 gaming group. So, as you can see, this is like the 1 gaming group. So they were only in that one. This individual was just in 1 gaming group. This one has 2 different individual characters, solo characters. They have technically been part. I could have said that they technically could have been part of this group, but it was literally for 1 gaming session. It was just a pop in. So
just hang out for a second.
Yeah, it wasn't quite really a full gaming group. These 2 were part of the gaming group with Vixie. They're in red because they're 2 of the characters that they're officially no longer.
Oh.
So these 2 storylines, while they affect High Point, like their history and up until the point that this happened, those 2 characters are no longer alive. Like their storylines have finally died. Or have finally died. Their storylines are done.
Finally ended.
This one's on hold and has been since the dawn of High Point. This is also an extinct character. And not only did their character die, but these 3 read out individuals also basically no longer play. Lost contact, we don't game anymore. So basically gamer and characters are ceased in storyline. But I still have to remember what they've done because it affects the
still
history.
lives in the game.
And then these 2 down here having their own individual campaigns. So again, it's kind of not intuitive when you hear the numbers of 16, 11, 5, 16, 11, 5 players and campaigns, but it's this jumbled mess of people.
So wild.
But it also shows you again, like how much overlap. Like I would say about 80%, if not 90%, no, probably 90% of the players on this list and their characters have interacted with other players and characters at some point in their history. Like they've intertwined. Like Vixie, she has a character, in this gaming group right here. Like she has a solid character in that gaming group, but one of her characters has met Dovd, has met her other character. Like 2 of her characters have met in person, like in game.
Yeah.
And she's met this gaming group. Like she ended up meeting like that gaming group temporarily. So it's like it's like all of the groups have somehow interacted and crossed paths at some point. Like Dovd, you've met one of Vixie's characters. You've met.
I started gaming with another one of Vixie's characters.
Yes. Oh yeah. Oh my god, I totally forgot. Oh, these numbers are off. Holy shit. Vixie. Okay, storyline. Hold on. That means that is 17, 12, 16.
Is it?
12. Total PCs 32, 29, 19 with 11 players. Yes, I totally didn't count Nadia at all. I completely forgot about Nadia. Holy shit. So that's going to be another one of Vixie's solo characters that also fucks around with Dovd. Holy fuck. So yeah, all of those numbers just completely, they just completely went up by 1. So yeah, again, like I said, this is why I'm okay and much more confident in doing what we do, because I may not play D&D like the average person. I may not do modules and one shots,
Sure.
and I may not have those kind of, I may not be great at the battle sim and min-maxing. But what I am good at is this shit. What I am good at is letting almost 24 people individually run individual storylines, and they can all crisscross, and I got it. That's where I'm okay to call myself a DM and say, I know what I'm talking about.
For sure.
High Point sponsored by Pixie. So I wanted to share that to get kind of like a better understanding of what I'm talking about when I say that, you know, at this point now, so again, 17 storylines, 12 of which are solo, 5 of which are group only. 16 players, 12 solo, or I guess no, because that wouldn't really change, because 16 players, 11 of which run solo campaigns, because again, that's still the players. So now the numbers look better. So it's 17 with 12 solo, 5 groups, 16 players with 11 solo, 5 groups, 32 total PCs in my game, playing characters, 29 of which are player characters, because I have 3 of my own.
Sure.
19 PCs. Okay, so that's the total players. The total player PCs in my realm are 29. These are all ongoing solo adventures except for the 3 that I mentioned that no longer play and characters have died. Everything else is an ongoing. So when I say there are 17.
The only ones that aren't ongoing are the red.
Yeah, so 17. Well, they can't see that anymore. But out of 17 storylines, 12 that ran solo and 5 in groups, only 2 of those storylines are dead or no longer active.
Right.
So I have technically 15 active storylines running in High Point right now. Now, out of the 29 player PCs, player characters in High Point all running around right now, 19 of those PCs I've DM'd in person across 11 players. I have in-person DM'd 11 human beings, 11 players across 19 player characters in all of those sessions.
Real quickly, how many characters did you say that I have?
You have 2.
Technically, shouldn't I have 3? Oh, Venla.
You do have 3. Holy fuck. Oh, but I did put you. Yes.
I was about to say, I knew I was in those
you're
other
right.
groups.
You're right. You
wasn't the same character.
you're in there. I always forget that you were in the Discord. But yeah, so I did count Venla. Venla's in this count.
Okay.
I just didn't say that verbally, but you are absolutely correct. Yes, you have 3 characters. So that means so 10 PCs in person through 11 through 11 different players. Which there's your overlap. 11 people, but 19 player characters. That's how many of you have multiple characters, most of which from fucking Vixie, because she has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players. She has 6 characters.
What about the one on the end? Is that not a different one? The green
Oh,
one?
7. She has 7 characters because this one is is her other character that popped into this group. Her character here, this character came from this group.
Did you put the character's initial in the box? That way you can see the difference.
Probably. No, that's. That is. I forget her character's name in the faction 5.
Oh.
I forget her character's name. I forget most of their names because we haven't played that one in the longest time. But it is a different name there. And then these are her Discord one. And then this one was where SO came from. No, this one is where SY came from. And that's that one. So this one would be Davd, Alo, Dov, Venla.
Bang. Wild. I do that more.
Then I don't remember what that one was called. That was also D1. It wasn't in D2. This one was correct. So yeah, so it'd be kind of like looking like that. Everyone else had like just basically individual names. But
So
let chat kind of see what we're talking about. We kind of just filled in like again. So Vixie has the most characters.
what would you call when the group that fought the Buffalo Goats?
That was okay. So that group was not an official group.
See,
That is what happens when your storylines come together and you travel together. You all learn a group. That is not an official party.
that was a meetup.
Yes, because that was primarily Ness's
Interesting.
campaign, but you all intersected. You all can game together for a while,
Sure.
but you all don't join up for the purpose, right? So again, you, Dov, were not part of the Faction 5, but the Faction 5 was a solidified group that you joined in for several gaming, so you left. Dov isn't part of the Faction 5, but you did touch that group,
Yeah.
which is why I count that on here of where you've been. But there's a difference in you being part of that group, which is why you and Ness, even though you've gamed together, you were still individual storylines. You don't have a combined storyline. The Faction 5 has a combined storyline.
Who was it that Dov was traveling with at the end, just when he started having his conversation?
That was Nadia.
That was not you.
And again, two different storylines for different reasons.
Yes, that just happened to collide.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
So yeah, so with that, 10, so with 19 PCs DM'd in person over 11 different players, that means that 10 different PCs, player characters, were DM'd in Discord across 5 different players, across 2 different servers that I ran.
Yeah.
So to me, and then so again, I'm just trying to I'm not really trying to boast. It's just more of these are my credentials. If no one I've talked about High Point, I've talked about all this stuff, but if you want numbers, these are my credentials. If we want to talk about what I've actually done,
imagine you're putting together a resume, right? People want to know what you've done. People want to see like what your history is for whatever reason. That's what this is. It's just we're finalizing what that looks like.
And again, too, it's like a lot of people this may not be a lot of individual numbers, right? Like you think about it, this may not be a crap ton of numbers that a lot of people can beat in Discord. However, you think with Old Gods, I ran the numbers. Old Gods is over 150 hours. Gaming, actual in-game real time. We put over 100 easily. I don't know how much officially, but just averaging out our gaming sessions are once a week, because we were doing it once a week for 8 months, and we were averaging 6 hours a session. So I just ran that number already over 140 hours, and there were some that went much longer than that, and only a handful that went shorter than that. So just think about that campaign alone.
Yeah.
And we only got barely to season 2. We didn't even start officially season 2 yet.
We finna.
But you know what I mean? 140 hours just to get through season 1. So I'm saying not, a lot of these weren't just a handful of gaming sessions. I mean, again, Nessa's campaign, Vixie's campaign, 9 years going, and we're still going. You know what I mean? We're just now picked that back up. So again, I'm just I'm okay. I'm okay feeling like I'm not an imposter. I know what I'm doing.
And it'd be like that because a lot of the times you will have to take a pause, take a break, and pick it back up. But that's the thing is being able to go from hey, I haven't done this in a while, and coming back. That's a part where I still struggle so hard with. As you know, my history is nowhere near as vast, but I've done small little groups here. I started off with 2 players, just hanging out in their backyard. Actually no, before that art that I put in the chat where all of one of my players took a like actually art drew all of the characters in
Yeah.
the very first campaign. Like it that is to me like the birthplace of the Cineverse, right? Like that's where it all started, because a bunch of kids was like, "Yo, let's play D&D." I'm like, bro, I just barely learned about what this game even is,
Right.
and
That was pretty, because that was really early on when we were gaming, and you were like, "Hey, they want me to do this."
There's no way I can learn all of the second edition stuff that you do, and I'm like, how am I supposed to run it in fifth edition? Like most of these people are always talking about fifth edition, and that's what was popular at the time. And I'm like,
Made it a lot easier for your kids too.
Learn a whole new edition now. Like I don't know anything about fifth like at all. Like,
Yeah, that was probably not very easy. Is gaming with me and then actually playing a real edition was probably a little bit different.
And that's why out the jump I was like, listen, y'all, I don't know enough about this game to be able to run like an official game. So out the jump, I always told them we're playing ghetto D&D.
Ghetto D&D.
Ghetto D&D. All right, it's nothing official. It's nothing crazy. We're just doing some shit, and we're gonna see what the fuck happens. All right. Like we ended up in space,
right?
Like in like futuristic times. It was literally what was the movie we're talking about? Where like Taco Bell's like a 5-star restaurant.
Oh, Demolition Man.
Yes, they were literally in like that area, like that
era,
dystopia,
like yeah,
dystopia. Like it was so wild. They actually went into that Taco Bell.
It's all right. DMing's not for everybody. That's totally fine. What do you mean, Hoylepa? Are you talking about which campaign Vixie's in, or are you talking about like what did I title her campaign? I wasn't sure if that was a question. But a couple more real quick of my credentials too. I did a couple other ones. I don't remember. I know I've done like at least a 10-hour gaming session. I know I've hosted a 10-hour gaming session at least. I may have gone longer.
I swear.
I know we've gone fucking long before. But I do know that my largest in-person game consisted of 7 players and 8 PCs, because I ran one in that particular game.
Oh, wow.
Which is equally matched by my largest Discord game that I ran with 7 players and 8 PCs.
Wild.
So at single set in any given session, that was my largest any given session.
Was that the one with Fang, the second Discord?
No, it would have been I think it was the second Discord that had the most people in it.
Okay.
Technically. But yeah, it's technically, yeah, those are I've my because I know, some people like there is a cap to how many is too many players. But I've been able to successfully do 7.
I literally just had one of my players ask if they could bring another person to the group, and that's my biggest group. Like that's at 8 right now.
Wow,
Like,
that's gonna topple what I can do.
Like,
I've never done 8.
And they're asking to bring a 9th, and I'm like, but here's the thing. Because of how I run these games, not everyone shows up every time, so I'm not always DMing 8 people, but there are 8 active storylines happening.
That's impressive, man. Congrats.
It's
so I wouldn't mind. I would like to get to 10 one day, and I might be able to do that because again,
That's
not only
true.
rekindling all of this, but I got some friends who have never tried D&D. They may want to dip their toe into it. I've already got that started up, so we're gonna do the intro, the scenario.
okay.
And if they like it, I'll talk to them about.
I know you can't record, but you gotta let me know when you do this.
Yeah.
I need.
I will let you know because I know Vixie wants to be there too. But we'll see. We'll see how that
It is a
goes. We'll see if
privilege.
they
You
want
guys
to.
don't understand. It is a privilege to get to watch the scenario. Okay, like if the second you go through it, watch future ones. You can't say nothing, but you can watch. All right, like
You can listen.
Watch.
Everybody does. Everybody wants to listen about it.
If anyone can get further than you, if anyone can see more than you.
And what's funny is because I remember when Vixie first went through it, and again, it's only a one-time, just an intro.
Future shot.
And I remember her first thing was she was like, "I'm getting like literally as soon as it was over." And she was officially like introduced to High Point. It's like, okay, we're gaming. The first thing out of her mouth, the very first declaration of High Point ever was, I'm gonna get back there, or I'm gonna find my way back there.
Because
She was just so like, and it was like the most Like,
Because you said that is a real place in High Point.
it has to be, doesn't it? Nothing exists for no reason. And that's the thing, is because again, my players know that words matter, and I will twist words. And my players have learned to do that against me. Because I say, here's the intro, and it is part of High Point. Like, they know that, right? Instinctually, it is part of High Point. But my players also know that I've said that technically everything is accessible, even if it's not intended to be.
So the question then is this: who are the people that you are? Like, that is because here's the thing: if everything exists, who are those people? How are they showing up? What are their name? Where is their history? Where do they go? Okay, if I end up showing up at this place and I just sit here and watch for long enough, am I just gonna see somebody apparate in a cave and then like it's crazy. It's
And the thing is, I love it because I have things in High Point, and I have my own personal rules because, again, I have explanations for things. I have things that have happened. I have NPCs. I have areas. I have events. I have locations. I have things like this that exist a lot of the time just to help explain other things for my own world building. But again, my players have understood how my language works in my game, and if I can do it, they can do it, and vice versa. So when I say that words matter, when they know something exists, even if I say it was only meant to be a one-time deal and that's it, no one ever goes back, she wasn't having none of that. She was like, no, I'm getting back there. Like, it exists. I will find my way. I will tear High Point
the
apart.
way I look at that is you only get to do the scenario once. Any other time you find that place, it's not going to be the scenario anymore.
Somebody's been listening.
Just saying.
Yeah, so yeah, those were my credentials. My longest running campaign, like I mentioned before, was Vixie's campaign, the Heart Scale Pendant campaign. 9 out of game years. In game, so 3 years. It's a little bit misleading because there may have been a time jump.
Still, that's a long time.
Oh, it's about time, Soul. What were you were you waiting for Kage to go live and realize that he was going to be over here today?
Wild, so aggressive. You are welcome, Soul.
It's all right. I'm not going to let him live that down.
Listen. He was probably in your chat too.
He was. That's why I'm just fucking with them. Well, I'm glad you made it, Soul. Thank you so much. We're doing High Point Histories. We've gone through some crazy tangents. We've actually just went through my credentials, actually. Lepo also waited for you.
Wild.
But yeah, we just finished off with some of my hard numbers as a DM. Yeah, so I'm no longer worried about my place in this community, and I'm not worried anymore about belonging here. You know what I mean? Like, where we are right now, I think these numbers speak for themselves, that while it may not be the most impressive, especially for people who maybe have been gaming as long as I have, or who are much more hardcore at it, but again, for the complexity of what High Point is, and for, again, what my players, not me, have said, is for the level of consistency that I have been able to create across every campaign, every character, every timeline, mind you. I mean, again, consider that several of these characters have done time jumps, not just because we go from, gaming session and then we move forward in time, but they literally have shifted time in game. And Dov's character alone has done it the most. He doesn't even know. His character doesn't even know.
Oh, his character
how
has
much.
no idea what's going on.
But in that simple case, keeping that consistency is like a badge of honor for me. Like, being able to have my players, like, again, I told you this, I think I've mentioned this one time, where at one point we did some note review with Vixie and I on Nessa's character, and we were just kind of going through, and where she had notated time frames that I gave her, we were trying to fill in the gaps. So we figured out where she when she started on the calendar and when she left her hometown, and based on her notes, all of the time frames that I gave her via the notes, I was able to, based off my memory, fill in any additional time frames. And by the time, and it just on the spot, wasn't like at the end of it. It was just in the moment. I was like, oh, well, you guys probably would have been traveling for about 3 weeks. because I remember she told me 2 locations. I checked my map and be like, oh,
Sure.
would take me about
That's
3
about how
weeks.
far away it
This
is.
would have been taking about 4 days. Oh, you probably would have stayed at this town for 2 days. Like, I'm literally just going narratively what made sense. And at the end of this, like 3 hours, we're doing this for like 3 straight hours. She's like, okay, it was this temperature and this weather you said. So I'm like, okay, that puts you in this, month. And then we blocked it out. She was like, you said we traveled for 3 weeks and then we did this. And I'm like, that would have taken you a week. And then you said we traveled for a week and then we did this. And I would be like, that took you 2 days. And we built that out. After 3 hours, I was like speechless, because as I'm sitting there calculating it out, she gives me the final note of, okay, well then you said it was also 2 weeks after this, and then you said that the weather changed, and that was the cue where I'm like, wait, what? And then I look at all of the notes and I calculate the time frame. She had, and because she went back home, she basically left home for her large campaign and then finally came back home. We calculated it out. She had left and come back 1 year in game time to the week, because we didn't do exact days every time, but still, to the same week.
Impressive.
And
that's very impressive.
Keep in mind, everyone, High Point, the planet that she's on, does not run on the normal Gregorian calendar. Their calendar has an 18-month year.
So in 3 years IRL, but
no, this is not this isn't the 3 years IRL. This is just this one time a couple years ago when we just did like her main campaign when she left home.
Oh,
she
right.
She came back home. This is before her current state. But I'm just like commenting on the consistencies.
Yes.
We were able to corroborate her notes, and based off my memory alone, we ran the numbers, and she literally gamed in game time exactly 18 months to the week and returned home. And it was just so beautiful for the story, right? I could have said that. I could have just said it's been exactly a year. But the fact that it happened that way, because there was one point where we stopped taking notes about time frames, but I mentioned weather. So I was able in the moment to be like, oh, well, if it was this weather and then changed that weather, it would have been this long, because this is how long the seasons are.
Like just that small little piece of information right there. Like, me originally as a player would never think to take notes about that.
But she
I would
did.
never think to even pay attention to what the weather, unless like I'm a wizard or a bard or a druid that wants to like cast some spell that has to do with the weather. I might ask you, hey, what's the weather right now? But I'm not gonna think like, what are the seasons, like any of that extra stuff. Like,
and she was good enough. And again, it was just those notes that was able to keep me on track with how long things happened, and again, just the consistency of my maps and how far things are. And it was just, it was beautiful. Narratively, it was beautiful. We did that whole thing. She went back home after a year, and then more stuff happened. And now it's 2 years later, as part of the shenanigans she got part of. But it was just like, and that was like after 6 years of real gaming. So it took 6 years of IRL gaming for her to basically to do a full 1 year campaign in
1 year cycle.
And it was beautiful. It was so wonderful that we were able to put all that together. And yeah, it was great. The campaign I ran, time worked the same way it does in Doctor Who. Simply said, it doesn't.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
I mean, that's one of the main ways that I'm able to. I mean, I know it sounds weird, but literally Doctor Who and how the way that they've represented time is exactly what allows me to run multiple timelines in High Point, because I literally treat it just like Doctor Who.
Yeah. And as contrary to popular belief, it does have a reason and a rhyme to it, even though it's wibbly wobbly.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. And the fun, and you can do fun things that my players haven't necessarily seen yet, or they maybe have seen something but haven't recognized it yet.
Put the pieces together.
But it is sometimes fun that when you can play with time in ways that your players aren't aware of until some point they make the connection and they're like, wait a minute.
Bet money Dobbs fucked with some shit. They're seeing some shit and not knowing it.
So yeah, so Soul, if you're interested in those hard numbers, you probably want to skip the first like 45 minutes of the stream because that was just us BSing. And then about the 45-minute mark, we went over. I think that's when we started. Well, no, it was.
Yeah.
I think we went on another tangent after that. I don't know how
Did we?
long. I don't know how long it took. Yeah, you'll just have to rewind
It'll be in there.
and talk and see some of the numbers. But okay, so let's talk about some of these campaigns. That's kind of where I wanted to go. So now that we have more viewers, y'all, I kind of just wanted to talk about these campaigns. I mean, it's already been 2 hours. I don't know where 2 hours went from. But I want to just kind of talk about these campaigns, but this was supposed to be a chat led. So again, I want to talk about High Point histories, get some things on the book, get myself prepared for more gaming sessions, but this is your chance. There is the channel point redemption for XP to ask anything you want about High Point, but this is going to be your open stream to basically ask questions about High Point lore, High Point NPCs, or how I do things in the background with High Point. This is kind of the free to ask stream.
This is
where
your one
we
shot,
yeah
one
where
opportunity.
so you don't have to spend anything. In a campaign where the party was quite literally jumped through dimensions, they visited one that was populated primarily by dragonborns, one where there was floating islands in a void that led to a pizza monster truck attack, and one that was a royal palace. I mean, those all sound pretty fun.
That's wild.
All right, so let's start. I guess I'll just run through Vixie's real quick. Just because it's going to be more highlights of the chapter titles.
Sure.
And just kind of giving you guys some ideas, and then we'll get to Dov. So I know that that's what you were more excited about, and we can ask some questions.
Very excited for that.
So we'll go with Vixie's main character, Ness, and I've titled. So again, this is more or less what I do to help organize myself. This isn't necessarily something I always share with my players. So in fact, Kage's probably never heard most of these. Most of the chapters are 100% just something that I use. The campaign titles are sometimes things that I share with the players, but it's more because I want it to be more about the character. I rarely ever use a like session title because like again, Faction 5, that's a gaming group designed for that group, right? They are there to game that group and not split up. So I'm okay calling it the Faction 5, right? That's kind of a catchy name. But otherwise, I try to keep the titles away so I don't bias my players. Right. You know what I mean? You don't want to say it's like, the toppling of a kingdom. You don't want to be like, wait, we're here to like kill the king.
Wait, what about a kingdom toppling?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
you don't want to give the wrong perception. So these are more or less just my titles. But yeah, it'll be kind of fun to go over these. Soul wants to know about the characters. Love hearing about the characters. Well, we'll be talking about the characters. Quailupa has a question. How many active regions do I have in a High Point? And can we see a world map if possible? You can see one of my maps, but that's a very loaded question.
There are some things that must be kept secret, sadly. But if it's the map that I'm thinking of, I'm curious if it's the multi-part map or if it's all together.
Easily available because y'all have a map that I think Vixie should have access to.
I believe so. Promise you I would not have. Wait, is that Old Gods that we have a map?
I think I might have it down there because I'm on a big system.
Interesting. Map. I've seen this map. I love this map. It is hard to. It's the way it's put together. It's perfect. It's in these little hexes. Is it hex or is it squares? I'm pretty sure it's hexes. Yeah. It is. Maybe I'm tripping. But no, it's very precise. But yeah, especially because my primary character Dobbs, he's been to so many of these different places, and again, he doesn't realize the breadth of a lot of what has originally happened for him. But a lot of what ends up happening is he's going from place to place, again, following his father's journal and just seeing completely different aspects of the world and not real. Like, I, as a player, get to recognize, oh my gosh, he came from here all the way over here, and now he's dealing with these people and interacting. Like when I joined up with Faction 5, I don't remember where, uh, I don't remember where it was, like what the city was. We'll probably eventually get to that, but he didn't mean to get there. He get put there. Like he's been trying to find like his path and whatnot, and so he just has to see where it's like water flowing down a mountain, and he's looking for the path of least resistance, and he's like actively seeking out the path of least resistance, which is wild because a lot of the times path of least resistance is a very passive thing, but it's a very interesting concept that he's got going on. Just trying to figure out how he's going to go about going through life. But when we start talking about him, like he's definitely figuring it out. So I'm excited for what's going on.
I cannot find the Old Gods map. So the Old Gods map is mainly a couple islands that you guys are on. So that's not really an amazing map, but it is a handful of islands, pretty large ones. But I just don't know what that one is. I don't. It's in all of this shit.
Is it possible that
somewhere
Vixie has it?
All her stuff's here. That's why
okay.
it's in here somewhere. I
Fair enough.
I gotta go through all my stuff this weekend. Again, that's one of the things I've been doing is going through all this stuff. But if you guys want to see one of the most comprehensive maps of High Point right now, so I don't have a lot of High Point mapped out so far. The only things I map out are what players have touched, right? So most of my players have been in the same region, except for the discords that took place in the future.
Yes.
Most everybody has taken place, at least started or found their way through a similar region, minus the Discord and minus Old Gods.
Okay.
Old Gods is very, very, very off in a distant land somewhere else, and the Discord servers were in the future. Everything else,
I do remember. Yeah.
But everything else is basically made up on this map. It'll be hard for you guys to see, but this is essentially a map of High Point, or at least one section of High Point.
This one is my favorite.
It's hard to see, hard to represent, but actually, can I go to...
Oh, that's very interesting.
Okay. So if I do that,
Say my pantheon.
Hey.
I have a primary pantheon in my in the Cineverse. But I have like all kinds of what I would call lesser gods. One of which is the Toast Lord, which was created by one of my characters. So I'm always looking for inspiration for my divinity and my divine pantheon and demonic pantheon, because gods are not just good, they are also evil.
Okay.
And so, some of them have devils instead of angels.
all right. So this might be a little bit easier to show everybody. What High Point?
Oh, very nice.
Looks
I like that.
I think a little bit easier. So if you guys want to see, this is the biggest map that I ever have. Now, the question was, how big, like how many regions do I have? Well, High Point is an entire, like I've said before, High Point encompasses an entire crystal sphere the size of a galaxy. So I have already mapped out multiple planets, the anomaly, mainly because of the anomaly. So I've had to figure out multiple planets. I have, like, again, physical maps. This is the only one I have, but region wise, this planet has multiple. I have a couple, like I have 2 moons for the planet. I have a couple other planets in this particular solar system, and then more beyond that if necessary for other types of campaigns.
Sure.
But then on this map alone, or just, on this planet alone, there's, more than enough. In this particular map, though, if you guys want to understand something, so I'll kind of zoom in some areas that people have gamed in. So we have this area here. Greystone Cistern is where one of the campaigns began. They followed some of these trade routes and went all the way up here to Cross River. My phone keeps turning. So we've had a couple campaigns come up here to Cross River. Below Cross River is the official Valley of the Four Seasons, which down here is the official Kingdom of Latrice, the actual kingdom headquarters. No one's actually gone there yet. From Cross River, you go north, and you get to Septim's Tier, which is pretty much one of the major locations that have taken place in most of the major campaigns.
Yes, I know, I've been to Septim's Tier.
Above that, you have a place called Pocket Watch, a little bit north of there. And then from right of Pocket Watch, this is kind of the path that Ness. So Ness started out in Septim's Tier. Another one of her characters started out down here.
Is that where I met Ness for the very first time? Was that in Septim's Tier?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So from Septim's Tier, she went to the docks, took a ride all the way up here to Pocket Watch. Went through the mountains. This is where y'all went inside the mountains. You guys went to that haunted church, that closed down haunted church that was all derelict.
Okay, yeah, I remember that.
Y'all went there to Hillsdale. Y'all traveled all the way out this way to Fallenholm. That's when you guys were with Crow, and Fallenholm is also right outside of Fallenholm is what happened where you guys had the incident with the Hellhound. I don't know if you were there for that.
I was there for that.
Okay, so that was with the Hellhound, and that's after when you guys split. You went your other way, and they went their other way. Nets continued north, all the way following this trade route, all the way up here to Therengold. Therengold has a map, but that was done on a whiteboard, but I have the pictures for that.
Fair enough.
This entire thing is a 2-walled city. So this is the outer wall, that's the inner wall. Ness spent plenty of time in there. This is another area that Ness has spent time in. She came here after a while, but this is the Red Oak Forest, and that's Port Ironwood, just outside of Therengold, just above the Darkwood Forest. Way up that direction, if you just keep going north that way, you'll run into the Kingdom of the Four Nations, where Dov is from.
Yes.
Obvious connections there. This is where Dov started. He came from the Four Nations. He traveled all the way south. This is where he began his journey at Tiger's Bend. He started his journey here. He traveled. He traveled towards the river, went all the way to here, and right when he got to that little town, he had a little vision, or he had your spirit walk, which transported him from here all the way. So he went from up there all the way down here to Cross River, where he met Faction 5.
That's right. That's when I guess that's what I was talking to everybody about earlier. My first journey where I got sucked out.
Because you went to wait, did you go to Faction 5 or Ness first?
I'm pretty sure.
No, you went to Ness first. You went from there to Ness, hung out with her to Pocket Watch, and then once you left Fallenholm, then you went to Faction 5.
Was it?
Because remember, from Faction 5 is when you met Mab, and then it was shortly after Mab that you got her offer to go back to Crater Lake.
I ran into her twice. The first time I ran into her was
with
with
the Faction 5. And then it was after that incident that she gave you the
returned
call to
me.
action.
Yes.
So first you were up here. Then you went to Septim's Tier, went all the way to Pocket Watch with Ness, all the way over to Fallen Home, and then eventually from there you got transported to Cross River. What he doesn't know is all of these were time jumps. His character in-game, Dov does not know that each time he traveled, he's gone across time as well as space. So he's going past and futures of his what he thought was present time. He went from Cross River, messed with them for a bit, and then met Mab the first time, almost fell into a deal, but then got out of it. And then later when that started becoming an issue, you met her again, she gave you an opportunity, and that teleported you all the way up north of Septim's Tier. Northeast of Septim's Tier.
Didn't I fall onto
So right about there where that X is.
bed in some building?
That was when you met the Faction 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was when you met them. And then when you left, Mab just teleported you and then you ended up in the field. That's where you met Nadia. And because of your the prophecy in your notebook, you met Nadia, wanted to figure out where you had to go. You knew you had to go north to Crater Lake, and that's where you currently are.
Yes.
That's where Dov is currently at Crater Lake. Fair. Ness has traveled from Septim's Tier to Theron Gold, back to Septim's Tier, back to Red Oak, and now she is back at Septim's Tier. Her other characters started down here with some other characters, went to Cross River, and that's where the Faction 5 still is. Another one of her characters went from Cross River to Septim's Tier to Pocket Watch to Theron Gold, back to Pocket Watch, and is now off doing their own thing. And then the vast majority of other people either were Septim's Tier or Cross River. The vast majority of everybody else has pretty much been in this region right here. So I know this looks at 90 degrees, if it makes more sense. My bad, guys. No, because see.
Oh, no, that was right.
Oh.
I think.
No, because it's technically, I'm talking about it like this. So maybe that would have been easier. Yeah, I don't know why it wants me to. Yeah, I can't really turn it. But hopefully that's making sense to everybody is all that. So I also want to point out that this may not look like, you know, a very comprehensive map with not a lot of detail. But please note my legend. And that is accurate. I do map it all out accurately.
25 miles.
Every
one of those
square is 25 miles. So when I say that Theron Gold is a two-walled city.
That's wild.
Those are 25-mile blocks, and both of those are full-on scaled walls.
Yeah.
So it's not that there is a 25-mile thick wall. That is one wall, and then 25 miles in is another wall.
It reminds me of what's the game with the Titans? With the anime. The Attack on Titan.
Yeah, exactly.
It reminds me, because they have different layers in their city, and they got an internal wall and different lock-offs and whatnot.
Considering that we've been going over this, and you're saying that, you know, it's like, oh, they went from here to here. That's not very far, but also consider that this main river, this Cross River, consider that when, like, at this dock, that's over 25 miles wide.
Yeah.
And I've actually done the research too. That isn't necessarily like very fantastical. At its height, the I think it's either the Nile or one of the ones that feed the Nile River flood every year during monsoon season, becomes 25 miles long.
Long or wide?
Or wide.
Oh, wide.
So technically there are 25-mile wide rivers on Earth at some points. So it isn't necessarily that big of a deal. But again, I don't know what that means, Hoilepa. But yeah, so when you guys are looking at this map, consider that every square you see is 25 miles by 25 miles. And I have it all in my head. Like, this town, like these dots, right? These bordered lines are like vague borders, right? They're not the absolute borders.
Right.
But everything within these circles is Septim's Tier. Everything within these circles is considered Septim's Tier's dock, right? Like Crater Lake is damn near its own mini sea. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that thing's huge.
Considering, you know, just again, that's like almost 100 miles at its widest. And definitely 100 or at least 75 to 100 miles long. You know, just in this lake.
So crazy.
So that is the biggest gamed region of High Point. Like I said, players have come to Septim's Tier, Cross River, Greystone Cistern, Fallen Home. We have Hillsdale. We have Crater Lake, Tiger's Bend. We have Pine Points. Yeah, Pine Points over there. Darkwood Forest, Red Oak. We have Port Ironwood, and of course, you know, Ironwood Fort, but no one's gone there yet. We have Therongold, which I do have pictures of on my phone. There's a giant desert over here. There's an Arctic region if you keep going down that way, and then there's just more stuff still yet to be discovered. So that is that's the answer to Hoylepa's question. Oh, it's the German part of the Japanese of the Attack on Titan song. Gotcha.
Wild. That's awesome.
They are the food and we are the hunters. Ooh, I don't like that. All right, so that is hopefully that answers your question about how big my regions are and can you see a world map?
Yeah.
At least that's one of the maps.
That was 100% my favorite map, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that's you can see how like it's seen better days, but at the same time, I need to like laminate that or some shit. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I really need to protect that and take care of it. That thing's been being built for over 10 years. I've been drawing that thing. I've been just updating it little by little. Whenever someone discovers something, I'm like, let me make that mark. Like I could fully draw it out, right? But to me, it's like having a full drawn out map is just more like it's so much waste. I don't want to say wasted effort, but it's so much that no one's going to look into. I'd much rather people have a map that they can explore and unlock.
Yeah.
It feels more rewarding than just seeing a full built out map and then being like, oh, well, there's a castle over there. There's a castle over there. There's a castle over there. They're just castles. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Whereas if it's unknown, it's like, you go figure it out. And then as you figure it out and unlock the map, you're like, I did that. I made that mark on the map. You know what I mean? You could see where Dov has been because you know the names.
Yes.
You're like Tiger's Bend is only on there because of Dov.
Yeah.
Like you can look on that map and be like, I made that addition. I added that to the I knew it was there, but it didn't show until someone interacted. Soul had a question. Want to know how we can get NPCs in High Point? I have been considering making if anything, I might make a really ridiculous channel point redemption for it, like an absolutely absurd, like 100,000 or something like that. Just absolute insanity. Or I'm probably going to end up doing it as like a reward, you know, maybe if we get to like, you know, a milestone of episodes or we do start gaming with chat or something, like it'll either be a reward for something, either a milestone or, you know, maybe like a donation reward or something, or it'll just be like a channel point redemption. I haven't decided how I'm going to do it yet.
Listen,
You're a tenth of the way there.
if you do at all make it possible with XP, that's the only thing I'm gonna spend on XP. Just the
Even though you're you're in High Point more so than an NPC.
I don't care. I want it would be so fire. Just to see how it's done.
You could create a village in High Point. I might have chat like name some things. It'd be interesting. Again, chat, you got to realize like things can't just be because they are. I have to have reasons.
Yes. So as long as we can get there, then we can make it work. But
yeah.
So the job is getting there.
All right. So until I get another question in chat, let me go over Vixie's campaign so far. I'm not going to go into a lot of details because that's up to her to discuss, like the major details and plot points. But I do want to just discuss her 9-year campaign and the chapter titles that I've come up with. Just again, more for intrigue. And if Vixie's listening, she hasn't heard this yet.
Of course.
Well, I guess I did send her to her earlier. I did send, just like I sent you yours.
Oh,
But again, normally I don't share these with people. Normally these are just behind the scenes stuff. So Vixie's main character, Ness, her main storyline I call the heart skill. And that's just, she knows what that
true
means.
that.
So starting at chapter 1, and again, these are just infinite chapters, but these are just the blocks of chunks that she's done. So this is how many that I've come up with for her, because, and most of hers are like the biggest chunks, but it works. So her first one was called Lingering Lure. And this has to go with, again, this is always, they all start with their character initiation. So this encompasses the backstory, the gaming session origin. 0, as well as the first gaming session or 2, until basically the first initial plot shift.
This is genuinely what I would call like a character's like origin story.
Exactly.
Right? It's like Superman finally getting into and becoming, the first iteration of whoever he was. Batman doing the same thing. So I feel that. Okay.
So then after she starts making actual pivotal decisions, we move into emotional evolution. This is a big part of her development as a character, as well as a player, dealing with the harsh realities of D&D, having some fun with great decisions, but also having to deal with consequences, and really starting to get her feet wet with the idea of like a West Marches type campaign where, it's an ongoing long-term thing, getting really dedicated to her character.
Sure.
We have another one called Beginnings and Ends. That's her next chapter.
Okay.
This one is more to do with her character development, essentially recognizing her place, because her character is a child. She started her adventure when she was 9. So during this year, that she's been traveling, this chapter indicates kind of her character's realization that, while children her age around this time can start to decide their careers, whether they're going to go, do the family business, go learn a trade, go be a merchant, go, travel somewhere, go be an apprentice with somebody. Like, all of the choices out there are usually made around this age. And even adventuring, while rare, still does happen at this age. More often than not, it starts with like, hey, let me go, help this merchant go through the forest or something, right? But this was a big part of her learning that, she's apart from the norm. She's the exception, not the rule.
Right.
Her next chapter, Rise to Riches.
Rise to Riches.
This is a big part of her development where she becomes insanely rich on her own absolute accord, and starts her, I guess, her career setup, as you could say it. Like, from one perspective, you could call it like setting up her career, but this entire chapter or story arc of hers revolves around her development in Theron Gold and the things that she was able to accomplish there.
Wild, absolutely wild.
Then that goes into Corrupt Collapse. Some pretty major world events happen at Theron Gold. So beforehand, Theron Gold was essentially the quintessential like imagine, we kind of joke about like, the billionaires islands and whatnot, but imagine if there was like a billionaire, like an official public billionaires island made by billionaires for billionaires, but not just for rich people. It was like, imagine a place that was made for the best of the best. Like every, you know how like they always say there's always someone better. What happens when there isn't? What happens when you are on top?
There was this weird haunted movie on Netflix, part of the Hill House series, and there was this storyline about this really, really rich family, and all they were to each other was their business, or like what you brought to the family type deal. And the youngest son, he had this idea for like a nightclub. It sounds like exactly what you're talking about, but it's like just this genuinely a place for the top of the top, the like you have to be the most of what whatever it is that you are.
And that's what this entire place was.
So wild.
It is an entire It is an entire, basically, it's basically a kingdom within a kingdom. It full
Okay.
on is 100% sustainable. It needs no outside influence whatsoever. The whole point is the inner city is a haven for the best of the best. If you are the best at what you can do and you can prove it, you're allowed. You're allowed here. It's not necessarily the richest. You can't just pay your way in. You have to have talent. You have to have an ability that nobody else can do. That's the whole point. Is it's kind
So
of
if
that.
somebody shows up and can beat you at your own game, then you get kicked out lightweight?
Essentially, yeah. If someone can prove that they're better than you, you have to be able to either alter or adjust or leave. Like, the idea is that if you're here, and that's kind of the whole thing, right? It's the honor system of everybody needs to trust that everybody here is the best at what they do, right? And it's not necessarily for self-sustaining. You can have your business and be the best at what you do and have other business, but the point is being here, you have the best equipment, like a blacksmith, right? You could be the best at making long swords and making them, magical or whatever, or just perfect. But you also want to be in a place where there's the best, metal forgers and metal like urgists that turn the ore into metal that you can use.
Right.
And now you have the best people who do that to give you the absolute best material for you to make the absolute best tool. It is literally, the whole design was, if we all are the best, what can we do together? And that's what the society was built upon. Now, granted, that of course made it insanely rich, made it insanely valuable, became completely, self-sustaining, and that's what it was. So her character was able to get in. She found her way in through one way or another.
Does that mean that she was the best at something?
You'll have to ask her. But anyway, they got in. She established herself. She got very wealthy there. And essentially during one of their annual tournaments. So Darren Gold hosts an annual tournament. More or less, it's become more of a show off. It's become a, let's invite the public. And by public, they mean, it's kind of like, again, if this is the best of the best, now we're allowing the billionaires to step foot inside for this festival kind of thing. So they put on this annual competition.
Would members like this be allowed to have like bodyguards?
Very few and very vetted, but yes. But the idea is that it's public opening, but you're not getting in if you're just some schmo.
Some Joe.
Schmo. Yeah. It's still a very guarded place. So it's still the, like, when they say it's open to the public, it's open to the creme de la creme of society.
Yeah.
But even they is a privilege to come here. Like, kings have the privilege to come here to watch the tournament. You know what I mean? Just because you're a king doesn't mean you just get access here. So it was one of these major tournaments. It's become more or less a way for them to show off because they do a lot of, like, their own things. They have their own, like, garrison and whatnot. But it is an actual competition that they hold. Traditionally, this is how they would vet people in. You would have to best either the people that were there or show a talent that isn't currently used. So this was always known as your best way in. If you didn't know someone in Theron Gold that could basically give you, a voucher and prove yourself, this was the only way you were going to do it, is get in the tournament and prove your worth somehow. So this tournament happened. Vixie's character's Ness was in it. A lot of the primary NPCs were in it. And a bunch of stuff happened. It was a really cool event. Vixie actually got to win a couple she rolled very, very well. Won, I think, the archery and the fencing contest. So yeah, that was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
And then a buddy that she was trying to get in, one of her NPC buddies that she met outside the wall, who was always dreamt of being inside, who was a martial arts trainer. She actually was trying to help him out. He was in the tournament, ended up winning his voucher. And then so she helped basically be a sponsor to help him get set up.
Wild.
So she got someone else in. But during that tournament,
That means you owe me, bro.
pretty much. But during that tournament, there was basically an infiltration. So again, the most secure, hardcore, like, location, like, again, the kingdom within a kingdom. It is always been known as, again, like the bunker of all bunkers.
Mm-hmm.
Not only did it get sieged, like in this just like surprise attack, it got sieged from within. The actual tournament, which is held inside the inner city, so inside both walls, inside the military garrison. So it basically, they turn their entire military keep into kind of like, you know, how they like think about basketball turns into a soccer field kind of thing, like, and they could just move everything. That's kind of how their whole thing. So this entire thing has like hundreds of thousands of people, and there's just rooms and areas and arenas all over the place with competitors and all of this, and literally like just at like a switch of the light, there was just an instantaneous infiltration, obviously through magical means, but the entire place just got flooded and it went chaos. Just
real quick,
just absolute
energy change,
utter chaos. And yeah, that so like to the point to where it fundamentally has now changed Theric. Like, even though, like, you know, it was contained, it was, you know, they saved the day, everything's fine, the simple fact that it happened,
people don't exist in that place like they used to anymore.
Like, people have already left. It's all, I mean, and just notoriety. Like, again, this was the best of the best. This was the most secure. Like, if you knew about this place, it was the most secure place you've ever heard about. And
did she discover who it was that?
She thinks. She doesn't know exactly who was responsible, but she knows a lot more than most. Because she happened to stumble across some things that she wasn't supposed to see or hear. But again, that's what happens to curious players who don't follow the what the obvious linear path is, and they want to go see what's behind the curtain.
I'm gonna go touch some shit. Do-da.
Exactly. So shit hit the fan there, which is why the corrupt collapse. That's basically it's gonna have knock-on effects because, again, just the fact that they're in gold, like the fact that it happened is one thing. The fact that it happened on their biggest event and it was public just means that their entire, like the entirety of that entire kingdom within the kingdom's notoriety has been tainted. And think about just how bad it's going to spread. The more there's no damage control after that.
Yeah.
So while it's still Theringold and while it still holds its prestige, it's now tainted. And it's now, it's just always in question of, are you actually as secure as you are? Like, you can't claim that anymore. It was always the securest. It was always the nothing can penetrate.
You might not have the best anymore. You might have the best that's willing to come here, but you might not have the best.
So again, these are those big things where it's like, these are the things that I love about that living world, right? This, again, why I don't like the term sandbox and why I prefer like an actual open world, because that shit doesn't happen in the sandbox. That is a forever change. That is, I have built Theringold up for 10 years as this thing. And it just so happens that this is where the story led. And it's like, I knew this would lead up to this, but it's like, it's also one of those things where it wasn't like, oh, I built Theringold to go down.
This. Yeah.
It's just that the story has led here, and it's like, this is what makes the most sense. And the roles worked where this is the time and place. And I've kind of fucked myself, right?
Things happen as they will.
And these things, again, while I could, you know, I could say it's like, you're the DM, you didn't have to do that, or it's, of course, it's your choice. And I'm like, but again, here's the thing. Yes, that's very true. All of the story is in my head, and I didn't have to make it happen that time, right? Whatever reason I want. But again, I didn't create Theringold with the intent from the very beginning to be destroyed this way, right? Because that's what some people would do, right? They would make a campaign, and they would say, this place is going to get destroyed by this event. For me, I knew that this place was the target. It just so happens that in a different campaign, one that happened right before the Faction 5, and so there was a campaign with a couple people that I used to know, two of the ones that are no longer gaming with me and their characters died. They set off a chain of events. The accumulation of their gaming, of their campaign accumulated with essentially like a terrorist attack. They didn't know it. They were just doing a favor for somebody to get some, you know, free stuff.
Sure.
And it turned out that they were basically planting the equivalent of a magical bomb. So, that was part of their gaming session, and they continued on. That activation of that magical bomb was the kickoff incident to the Faction 5. So while that gaming group had a gaming group, so that was the gaming group that started in Greystone Cistern. They traveled to Cross River, met an NPC who wanted them to do something and offered them a magical item. They did this thing and then left, and the place exploded, or, you know, the bomb went off. They ended up getting betrayed by some locals who didn't like them. Basically, just, you know, they didn't play their cards right and didn't have good charisma. Pissed off a local group of basically like town, like not quite town mercenaries, but kind of like the town, thieving guild, kind of like the local thieving guild. So they basically got turned in and blamed for it. And it didn't help that one of Vixie's characters was also part of that gaming group, and she had been buddied up with another NPC who kind of saw what was going on, and so the NPC in the middle of the night went to her and been like, "You probably want to leave." And I'm happen to be leaving right now. I got room on my horse. And it was kind of, and she was like, "Fuck it, I don't have any, like, I don't give a shit about these people." So the fact that she left, and that, so basically it was like, your witnesses just left, and you're being blamed by locals, and you're not locals, and this terrorist attack just happened. So they ended up not, they again, after a while, they stopped gaming with us. So
Yeah.
their characters went off to trial, and
Rip.
whoop. But again, so that's like some of the inner wave, right? One gaming group goes out, causes an explosion, but that explosion was literally the first gaming session. Like the session 1 of Faction 5 was them waking up in the middle of the night to the explosion. And them all gathering up and being like, "What happened?" And they find out that they're called the Faction 5, but there's only 4 of them. Like there's only 4 PCs. Their buddy was in, they come to find out the house that, it didn't really technically explode, it disappeared, and there was a giant crater, and there were signs of an implosion. So essentially magical bomb, aka the entire house, got taken. Like a giant orb appeared and just took that plus a giant piece of the ground. So it got teleported away, but magic bomb, it sounds bad. But
still accurate.
They all got there and found out that the place that was taken, that, you know, by the magical bomb, was the place that their 5th buddy worked at. That would just started working, like, as a part-time job. And he had been like kind of freaking out over, like, there's something weird about this house. And the other people who were gaming, and again, one of Vixie's characters, saw what was going on in the house. And what was going, and basically we call it the dark house. So in that gaming session, they were like, you know, infiltrating. The one dude had a job. They actually met the guy, and it was like their trainer. But basically they were trying to like hire some people as basic servants, right? The house was constantly hiring servants, and they, long story short, found out that all the servants were being given this very, very specific task. You have these very specific silver platters with an assortment of food, and they were basically being hired to very, very, very strictly take this food, like 10 people at once, take these trays of silver into a room that was completely pitch black, and their only orders were walk in, you walk along the wall, you do not get anywhere off the wall. You walk along the wall to the end, you put the plate down at your feet, and then you walk out exactly how you walked in. That was their only rules. And he was like, something's fucking weird about this. So number 5 started doing some investigating. The other group came in, and because they wanted to infiltrate to figure out how to drop the bomb off and everything. So they learned about all this stuff. So that's all that they really learned, is that there's these, and then they found out that there was basically like creatures in this dark room. And the only thing keeping them at bay were the silver trays, blah, blah, blah. So long story short, again, for people who, you know, think, well, I didn't have to have the infiltration, it's like what they did at that house, that was part of the kickoff. So that house was one of the original experimentation grounds for the creatures that were used to attack Theron.
Interesting.
And it was funny is another area that Vixie found out later through Ness, I mentioned it before, the Red Oak village that was in the forest. While no one had been there yet, after Darkwood, when Darkwood happened, when the Dark House happened, and they were experimenting on it, and then, you know, the terrorist attack thing happened and all of that. That was actually someone trying to stop it all, by the way. But because of those actions and because of what happened with that experiment was moved. But that experiment was moved to Red Oak after that, and Red Oak was the staging area. So when Vixie and her character went to Red Oak, she had gone there years after the events of the infiltration. And all she found was a town still recovering, like barely any population, a bunch of ruins and everything. Because what had happened is the people were using that. Some of their buildings basically were turned into dark houses, and they were basically gathering their forces, and that was the launching point. The same day as the attack on Therongold, the entire town got annihilated because they released all of the, you know, the creatures to do the infiltration. So it's like, again, all of the pieces were there for all of my gamers to see, but it depends on what their interests were.
You're at, like how deep you want to dig.
And they all had the choice. They all had choices to figure out what was going on, but they all chose different paths. So again, it's like that. I love that aspect where it's like I didn't build Theringold to do that. It just worked out that Theringold turned out over time to be the target, and then everybody just played their part, and the story it worked.
So wild.
So yeah, so that's why it's like, again, all of those interplays. I love this kind of storytelling, right? I would much rather have this than 100 different individual storylines that don't even take place in the same location.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want 50 different castles with 50 different gaming groups all doing different things that, like, I love this so much more. I love being able to have you do something and then go tell someone else about what you did, but have it not be about you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just have this whole attack happen. And even though it happened to Ness at Theringold, played by Vixie, Vixie's other character is part of the reason that started all of it, or at least was involved in the early seed planting of it. So it's that whole thing of like, she as a player is getting to see all the connections, even though there's such a separation in her characters. So that's where the corrupt collapse happens. After that, we have a chapter called Hunted at Home. This is when she went back the first time, and just due to the larger scale of things happening, not with the attack on Theringold, but with other things that are happening in her campaign, she's also being hunted by people. So they went to her home, and she's now questioning whether or not she should stay there. Then some shenanigans happened, maybe involved in a time jump, but we have another chapter called Time After Time.
Of course.
Basically, she ran into a situation that they ran into before, thought they could have utilized it to their benefit, and didn't work out that way.
Not so much.
And then
does it always end up that way?
We are now currently on Dire Discoveries, is the current chapter she's in. That's been the couple gaming sessions we've been doing, is she's been catching up and getting more detailed information about the world. And then there will be more chapters to come from her.
Of course.
So let's talk about Dovd.
Dovd, indeed.
So with Dovd, we have, I call Dovd's story arc or storyline so far is the Journal's Journey, is what I call Dovd's story.
Especially seeing where he's been thus far.
Yes, and that's, again, mostly designed. Most of these campaign titles are designed based off of what initiated the interest, right? Like Old Gods was named because you wanted a very specific type of gaming campaign specific to like Greek and Roman gods, and I just so happened to have a location that fit that perfect need. Right, so that's why it's different than where, from like Septimus Tier and everything, because none of that would have fit in Septimus Tier. So you had to go somewhere that made sense. Again, kind of a question or another answer to Hoylepa's question about like different regions, right? So the Septimus Tier, everything we've talked about with the map and everything, all of that is your traditional D&D archaic, high fantasy, but archaic old school, right? That's all what you would expect, but it's still in High Point, still within the timeline, just in a completely different region. Again, islands essentially. Dovd and Olo and Safia are essentially in a completely Roman setting with Roman gods.
Yeah, and
not at all similar to similar, but not like, it's more like, again, classic Rome versus like medieval, medieval England.
Rome versus Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, completely different fields.
Yeah.
But still in the same general place, right?
Yeah.
So again, I have plenty of different regions that anything like, if you want something in High Point, there is somewhere that I have it planned out. Whether or not I have it drawn out or done yet is another question. But Kage literally
before, but how hard would it be for Dovd to run into Olo?
Right now, very. In the future, more depends on Olo. But highly unlikely right now. Almost impossible. But that things have already happened that make it more possible than it ever was. But yeah, so that's the thing. It's like when Kage came to me and said, I want a second character. I love Dovd, but I want a second character. I want a very specific campaign. And he was like, I want like Greek god, Roman god themed. I want this like,
I had just recently, I don't know if it was a podcast or what that I had watched, but it was very
Othello, right? Or no, Orpheus.
yes.
It was the story of
Yes.
Orpheus, I believe, the musician who went to hell, got his wife back,
but then at the last second
turned around, turned her to stone.
But it was so I don't know what it was about who told the story, but it was
I think you
so
sent me
beautiful.
the it was like a thing on YouTube. I think it was like a, it was
yeah,
like
that's
a,
probably
yeah.
right.
I remember you
That's
sending
probably
it to me, and yeah, he was just like, "Look, I just watched this. I want a campaign to basically be this dude," and I'm
This
like,
would
"I
be
got you."
Such a cool campaign.
And
This
again,
would be-
instead of making like a module where I could have just ran you through that storyline,
sure.
I'm like, nah, I got you. I'm gonna find a place in High Point that fits that description, and I'm gonna be able to let you build a character that will fit that. And I had it that was perfect. You know what I mean? Like tied it in, nice and neat. So yeah, so we have Dovd now though.
Yeah. Still talking about Dodge.
With the journal's journey, which again is based, so the old gods was based off of you wanting that kind of a scenario with the more traditional god set. This was about Dovd, your backstory about having your dad's journal and wanting to get to know your dad more because but he's not around right now.
Yeah.
And you wanted to kind of figure out what happened. And
I think that kind of articulates pretty well the difference between solo gaming and group gaming.
yes,
Right? Because like when you're building like around a story, like you're probably gonna have like a group of people, but when you're building around like a character and their backstory and who they are and what they're seeking after, it's like, even in a group, like ideally with my characters, I want to have everyone has their own personal reason for being there, but at the same time you also have a reason to travel together.
I 100% agree. That's what I
Right.
normally do, which is why it's rare that I have groups that are only group oriented, but it's easier on Discord. Those are only Discord related. Well, except
Yes.
for old gods, but that's again very
That's
unique situation.
Very unique, exactly.
It's a brother and sister situation, so it makes more sense that you two would align. Whereas most other gaming groups, I want each character to have their own agenda
Yes.
because it gets them their own motivation. You know what I mean? Like, like Faction 5. Faction 5 is one of those gaming groups that it was more of a group of friends that wanted to game together. It wasn't more about any one particular storyline. So I put them together where it made sense to have a group of friends who would stick
Exactly.
together. A missing friend out of the group, of course they're going to stick together to find it, right? It made it easy to plot that in, but at the same time, that's more of an exception, not the norm. Because I would much prefer to dive into each individual character. Now, that particular gaming group didn't work as well because not everybody was really invested in an individual storyline. They were just there to hang out.
Sure.
But still, on a greater scale, I 100% agree with you. That's why I push people, even in a gaming group, to have your own agenda, have your own secrets, have your own desires. We will work on the side about how to get your character to achieve those while still maintaining presence in the group.
Yeah.
So I'm 100% in agreement with that. But yeah, when it comes to, like you were saying, solo gaming versus group gaming, the priorities and the story shifts are definitely a vastly different approach.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mind's Eye, hey, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid.
Welcome.
Hello, raiders. I hope you guys are enjoying your night. Mind's Eye, how was the stream tonight? Gosh, such a big rated alert. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Well, how was your stream, Mine? What'd you guys end up doing today?
Do a
Any
little
progress?
gaming, probably.
I'm assuming some amazing narrative gameplay over there. But hopefully you had some fun. Hopefully you got a lot done in your session. We're just kind of going over some High Point histories. Previously went over my my numbers, my proof of DMing, as you would say.
DMing history.
We were spelunking in a sewer. Ooh,
Wild.
that's always
I
fun. Like
it.
a more modern twist on dungeons. Like it's fine. What is a High Point history and how are you guys doing? We are doing fantastic. We're chilling. High Point history. So High Point's my setting. It's my overall my setting, my campaign, my open world that all my players get to game in. And we're just talking about the history of it, gaming sessions. I went over my stats as a DM previously, and now we're actually going over. We just started, but we're going over one of Kage's characters, his storyline essentially. I've broken out all of I put a bunch of my notes together, figured out how many characters, how many players I've had, how many characters they've made, how many campaigns individually I've run, and now we're kind of going over how I break down those campaigns. So we're talking about Kage's character Dovd. And we just started talking about, like, I've named his campaign The Journal's Journey. Now, these are normally names that I don't tell my players because there's just ways that I kind of like organize my thoughts. But yeah, so his is called The Journal's Journey. And we were literally just talking about, when you rated us, we were mainly talking about the difference between setting up like how you essentially prep for a solo gamer's agenda and story arc versus like when you set up a party and their story arc. So, you know, I try to always make sure that each individual character has their own story arc, has their own agenda, even if they're part of a party, because then that way they'll have a reason to be with the party, but they also have their own motivations to do things in character and, you know, do things the way that, you know, they see fit to make sense. But with that, again, when Dovd was created, that was basically you were going to play a solo character. Like, we weren't really going to be in a gaming group. So
yeah, it wasn't created with that intent. Sure. Yeah,
so using your backstory to kind of create this overarching storyline was kind of my biggest motivation. Instead of creating, you know, a need for your character now, I wanted to kind of pull from your backstory. So one thing that you had mentioned was, you know, at some point you got your dad's journal sent to you, and it just talked about all his exploits, and you would just mention that that's what started your gaming session. Your backstory started because you were living just life, you were kind of bored, your dad sent you his journal, and you were like, well, where'd he go? What happened? You know what? I'm going to follow in his footsteps. Page 1. Let's go.
Yeah.
And that's where we kind of started. So that's why we call his campaign the Journal's Journey. It all started with him just wanting to figure out what happened to his dad, where his dad went, get to know him a little bit more, and experience that walk, you know, that walk of life.
Yeah.
So that's where we start. And so chapter 1, like most chapters, start with the character's backstory all the way up until like the first gaming session or 2. Again, what I like to call like their first plot point decision, like the first pivotal decision that changes the direction. So your first chapter, I like to call Father's Footsteps. Again, between your backstory and how we got to the game, your first gaming session or 2 was all about figuring out, you know, where your dad went and kind of wanted to walk that path. That took you all the way up until you reached Tiger's Bend, which we went to the next chapter, which I call Self-Reflection. This is when you went to Tiger's Bend, met one of the NPCs that your father had met. Your father had mentioned that he did a spirit walk with this individual, and so you sought him out to do the very same thing. Through that spirit walk, you obviously, it was meant, you were told that the spirit walk was designed to be a self-reflection. It was designed to show you parts of yourself that you didn't understand yet. And that's why it's self-reflection. There was also the whole thing where you had to go into the water. He dunked you underwater, and then you fell out of a water barrel, you know, somewhere else.
I'm curious if the friend that I left, if he was just like, where'd he go? I didn't mean that happen.
Well, I mean, that's the whole, I mean, he knew what was going to happen. He knew that you were about to literally go on a walk. Like, he was not surprised that you disappeared. You have a question in chat.
Oh.
I gotta go get more water. I'll be right back. I gotta get more water while you talk to mine.
All right. Oh, yes. I am so slowly but surely. If you check us out in our Discord, I have a little channel in there. Whenever I go live learning about stuff, I'll try and make sure I ping you directly next time I go live. But I am slowly understanding how to do different things. Like, most recently, I had been working on creating a CSS file to like change how it looks when I go about printing to PDF and doing different things, so that we can create nice branded information for us to share on stream with you guys. So I'm super excited to see how that goes together, and see if we can't get some, what do you call it, templates, first drafts, whatever you want to call it, for us to see some new and fresh high point branded excuse me, high point branded stuff in our for like homebrew review and like all of the content that we're building and putting together. I'm super excited to see what that ends up looking like. I'd love to see your input and hear what else you got going on. if you have anything for me. I haven't learned anything new, but I've been focusing on writing and transcribing into Obsidian. Yes, actually, I will share with you if you're interested. I just recently found a what's it called? A Chrome add-in that allows you to basically take a clip of whatever page you're on and input it directly into your Obsidian. And it gives
Nice.
a little blurb about it. It tells you the exact web page it comes from. It
Ooh.
categorizes it automatically for you. So it's pretty cool. So if you'd like to use that to help your system, I'll send that over to you.
Nice. Nice. All right. So we started off, or we left off with self-reflection was your spirit walk. This is when you get sent to Septim's Tier to meet one of Vixie's characters. You also met Vixie's character, Lucifer's character. You kind of just joined their little. It wasn't even really a party. They just all individually ended up in the same place to kind of like to just walk together a bit. So this is one of the non-parties. This isn't technically a party, but it is a gaming group of several solo gamers.
Wasn't there like a lion folk with us?
Yes, there was a were individual. There was a werewolf with you.
That's
one of the other gamers that characters died and also don't game. So one of the three.
Got you.
So yes, you gamed with that individual too. So self-reflection was you joining them, all the way kind of, again, learning about yourself in terms of hooking up with strangers. You know, you kind of been traveling alone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you tried going with strangers. They're obviously a little bit more spicy than you're used to. But again, this is kind of like you on a learning path.
This is like my Rumspringer or whatever.
Exactly.
It's like my journey out to like see what the world is like, because
Yeah, trying to figure out all of those feels and all those understandings were definitely different.
Yeah.
So after you went with them, all the way up to the Hellhound incident outside of Fallen Home, that's when you kind of split off. You had another opportunity. I forget how this one happened, but I think because I think you were just kind of starting to feel like, what's the next stage? I feel like I'm not like, I don't need. You kind of just in generally felt like you didn't need to go with them anymore, and that's when you
remember there was something that happened either IRL or in game, but there was definitely a reason that like you said,
it was just like you were feeling. I always interpret it like Dov was feeling aimless at this point. It was like okay,
I did my thing.
I've learned what I need to learn here, and you kind of felt like your journey was at an end. But instead of going back to Tiger's Bend, which you kind of expected, at this point you had another instance where I believe you either fell or something happened, and that's when you got.
It also happened with water. I remember that because I remember each one of these scenarios. Like it had to either do with the body of water or some sort of like one time I literally got like water splashed in my face or something like that. Like,
I think that may have been it, because there was another. You might need to turn your mic a little bit. I think you're.
Is that not?
I think they were saying you're cutting out a little bit.
Oh,
so
gotcha.
it's just that whole thing. Remember, of just making sure you go in and not over. I think that's
Sure.
that. Hopefully that'll fix it. But yeah, so that's why it was all about the inner insights, and then from there, from that gaming group, you were then transitioned to Cross River at another different time frame to meet up with the Faction 5 for a short bit.
Cross River is where I met them.
Yes, that was all in Cross River.
That's when I ended up falling on the couch. Like I feel like I fell through a floor. Like or the ceiling or something like that, and I like landed on the couch.
Exactly. That's where you met with, because you ended up in their hideout, and then they were all just like, "Who the fuck are you?"
Yeah.
But luckily, they were basically being told that they would be sent help soon by their NPC, and then you show up, and you're just like, "I don't know what I'm doing here," and they were all basically just told like you'd be there. So, so Kage's been part of multiple groups. So yeah, so Kage has Dovd, which is his primary solo campaign. Dovd has interacted with several other individual solo gamers as well as gaming groups.
Yes.
And in this particular case, Dovd is actively being sent to another actual gaming group. So Dovd, solo gamer, is currently in this particular chapter with the Faction 5, which is a dedicated gaming group. They do not have individual story arcs. The Faction 5 is one of the dedicated gaming groups that they only got together just to game as a group. There's only a handful I have of those. I don't have a lot of. I have what did I say here? I technically only have 5 dedicated gaming groups that only game as a group. Everybody else, the other 11, are all individual gaming storylines. So I call the one that when you went from, so you did self-reflection with Ness and her character and all of them. Then when you went to go join the Faction 5, I called this one Inner Insights.
Okay.
Because this is where you found religion. You became a follower of Zenith.
I did.
And if you think about it, this was when you followed Zenith, your whole like him helping you figure out who you were, and finding your design for your TP for the religion and everything.
Yes.
You also discovered that a lot of what you were learning about yourself and what your TP said about you was also in some weird way related to the very people you were traveling with.
Yes.
And people that you have met. And you kind of put the pieces together of this is like you started to realize what this journey was all about. Is you're learning that you're not here for these people are here for you. You know what I mean? And you started to learn more about yourself based on who these individuals were.
Yes.
And that's why I say it's about inner insights, is all of these people taught you more about, like, because at first you saw your pattern and you were like, oh, these represent all these individuals, but then it started representing aspects of yourself.
Yeah.
And then even Zenith kind of helped build that bigger picture of what you see in the world is just a kind of a reflection of you. Kind of in a long way, he was kind of teaching you like everything's a mirror.
Yes. Very much so.
So that's where Inner Insights. That's why I called that one that. Remember, I come up with these titles after chunks of time have passed to help me understand what happened. So when I say
around
Inner
the time
Insights,
you would give XP is after you've been able to actually look at the whole thing.
Exactly. So Inner Insights makes perfect sense because it tells me what you were doing, and it perfectly encapsulates like the biggest story arc of what happened.
For sure.
The next one after that, so this is basically you gamed with Faction 5. You ended up meeting Queen Mab at one point during that encounter.
That was during Faction 5.
Yes, you met her during Section 5. Almost had you almost made a deal with her, but they saved you, and because you did not know at all who you were dealing with.
I had no idea. Just a nice lady.
So the Faction 5 helped you out of that, but shortly after the Faction 5, yet again, fate intervenes, and while you were still fine continuing with them, there was another point later, a couple gaming sessions later, where you found an opportunity. You were basically given an opportunity. Queen Mab made herself present once more. This time, much different than last, and in a much different context. Possibly even a different version of her, by the way she spoke.
It did feel very weird.
Yeah, it was definitely, as far as you could tell, it didn't feel like the same individual. But this individual gave you, essentially in a dream, gave you an opportunity. Basically, a once in a lifetime opportunity to save or change the world, as it were. She kind of put it in a perspective of this isn't a requirement, and you do what you want, but if you truly want to make a difference, you have the opportunity to choose now, and you chose to take it. Again, more about
like
learning about Dovd and realizing that you never stay put. So she pointed out that in all of the time and all of the amount of times that you have read that through that journal book, or cover to cover, every page you've near memorized. The path that your dad took. In that conversation, she points out that there's a page that you never knew about in your journal,
which is
that you've read 100 times.
Literally not possible, but apparently was true regardless.
And said page contained part of a prophecy. Now, that's the funny part, is now Dovd has the fun idea, now that he understands what prophecies are. Was this prophecy meant for him, or is the reason he couldn't find it because it wasn't meant for him, and the only reason why you know about it now is because it was pointed out to you? Just the way that she didn't know it was a prophecy, she just knew that there was something missing in your book.
Yeah.
She could sense that there was something missing, and you couldn't, and that's when you found the missing page that had a prophecy that you don't know what your involvement is. Were you just the courier? Does it matter that you now know it? Like, that's the beautiful thing about prophecies is it's kind of like, I always point prophecies to that moment in Matrix when the Oracle warns Neo not to worry about breaking the vase, and then he breaks it. It's that whole question of, well, would you have broken it if I didn't say anything?
Yeah.
That's what I love about the way that I implement the prophecies is there's always a question of, because of the way they work, did you only know about it now because you were supposed to know about it right now? Or did you not know about it because it wasn't yours? And now are you about to involve yourself in something that has nothing to do with you? Or are you doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing? That's the beautiful thing about what I like about implementing the prophecy into my game, is that everybody can interpret it differently. And everybody can interpret what it means, not only what it means, but also their involvement, whether that's, and so, yeah, it's always one of those nice little aspects that you can add in to just give people like that moment of, what am I supposed to do with this? And then you just shrug emoji them and you're like,
do with it as you will.
Exactly.
What would that character do? That's always what the question should be coming down to. It's like, get into the mind, understand what they've been through, understand what they're looking at, understand what they're seeing.
Yeah.
And be like, what would you do?
Oh, I love that. I absolutely love my none of my prophecies are clear. They are all usually vague poems and odd references. And each and every one is not only, here's a deep cut of High Point. Each and individual prophecy that anyone's ever read is in and of itself a prophecy. Like, when people talk about the prophecy, it's like, you had your bit, right? You read your bit. Ness has read a bit. Other people have talked about bits of like their prophecy. Like, everyone just assumes that the prophecy they get is theirs. Kind of like in Fates, the Oracle gives everybody one answer. So everyone assumes that all of these things are individual, but there are some who believe that it is all one.
All of the prophecies
are just
pieces of
one. One story, one prophecy, one prediction, one. Some have predicted the prophecy is a manifestation of the metatext after Ogham tried to become it. Remember that whole aspect? Or not? I think it was Ogham who tried to become it and got lost. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, there's a lot of different speculations on what the prophecy is and whether or not prophecies connect, because some people have found connections between prophecies. Some people have read prophecies side by side and they sound like one sentence. And then other people have just seen prophecies overlap. And then other people are like, these prophecies have nothing to do with each other. So
based on the puzzle pieces that you have so far.
Yeah. So I love having prophecies. They are a lot of fun to give to people, especially if they don't know they're the ones who are supposed to have it. You know what I mean? Like, what does this mean? What do you do with it? So anyway, you decide, you get up to that point. So from the point that you get that offer, which you accept,
yes,
to the point of learning about the prophecy and learning that you need to go to Crater Lake, or at least you assume that you need to go to Crater Lake, we call that chapter, excuse me, I call that chapter Higher Calling.
Okay.
Because that was essentially her giving you the change the world moment. This is your chance to change the world, and you don't even know what you're doing. But you took that chance. Also, considering that, you became religious, so there's more representation, more authority here.
Was when I made that, was when she warped me into the beginning of the Higher Calling. Was that when I met up with Nadia?
So this is all part of it, because you met Nadia right after you took the offer, and then on your way to Crater Lake. You found her on the way to Crater, or she found you on the way to Crater Lake. We're not determined who right, we're determined who left. I don't know if that's much of a prophecy, more as that's just like an unfortunate fact, or like a fortune cookie. That's war not determine who right, war determine who left.
Wow. Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, you have a 3 prophecy campaign, or a three-part prophecy for the campaign? That's cool. Kind of making another 7 at least. Nice. Yeah, prophecies are... There's a couple different ways you can go about them. You can kind of like create them and solve them kind of like modularly. You know, you can create them to have solutions. When you create them for over long-term campaigns and create them for things that may or may not happen, it gets more messy. And trying to keep them all in my mind, like trying to keep them all in order is a fucking nightmare. Like when oh yeah, just the overlap of shit that you all still don't even know that's happening between gaming sessions.
It's too beautiful.
Yeah. So you had the higher calling. So basically from higher calling up until you got to Crater Lake and figured out what to do there. That's higher calling. Once you got to Crater Lake and got to where you are now, to the conversation.
Figured out what to do.
Yeah, the discussion. This chapter is called Poetic Prophecies. And I really like this one because A, you know, the prophecy is a poem / lullaby. So I kind of like, you know, prophetic prophecies, but also I find it really like poetic that who you're meeting with and the character they represent is also a poet in phase.
Yes.
So when I say poetic prophecies, it's
very layered,
multiple layers of why I'm like, no, this is gonna encompass everything I need. Again, these titles are there to tell me and give me it's the domino
points.
Yeah, it's if I hear poetic prophecies, I know everything involved with what I meant that chapter to be involved with. You know what I mean? Like the titles aren't just there for fun. Hey, have a good night, Minds. I'm so glad you showed up. Glad you had a good stream. Thank you for the raid again. We'll see you soon. Take care. Oh, gotta be at the airport in 5 hours. Yeah, you go take care. Take it easy.
100%.
So yeah, so that's what we call it, poetic prophecies, and that's where you currently are.
Slay. Absolutely fire.
You want to hear about Old Gods?
Of course.
That's a solo campaign I would love. A Stone Age prophet leaving behind cave drawings to help future party. That'd be interesting.
Wild.
That'd be actually kind of dope.
I could totally see that.
I had just like pinched myself, chat. Like in between my chair and my desk, I just pinched.
I totally thought that
so
was
it's
like
like
a spider bite or something.
No, it's like it just happened. I got this like bruise right here just instantly. I'm just like, oh, that kind of hurt. It's like, why does my hand hurt or my arm hurt so much? So you want to hear any more about what I have for the Old Gods?
Of course.
So Old Gods, obviously that's the title of the campaign. This is for Olo and Safia. Like we talked about, you wanted to run a very particular type of campaign. So we have your first one, again, your backstory up until basically session 1. We call that Curtain Call.
Okay.
Just because, again, it's the idea of everyone shows up, everyone in position, you know, what are your lines? It's essentially everyone's here right before the play, before the audience shows up, figuring out, hey, are we going to do this? So that's why I kind of like that, right? It's a nice little setup, and it also plays well to the whole backstory of you two being famous and going around your island, and you being, you know, flamboyant and boisterous and basically, you know, like a rock star, and Safia being, you know, your, you know, anal retentive manager sister who's just like, just play the music man. Don't talk to people. Just do your money making.
Shut up and do your job. Okay.
So that's why I like Curtain Call, because again, it's also like playing up your two positions up until this point, because that's really all you guys were doing. And then up until that point, right around the time you make the discovery, right around the time where you start to notice things during your lull period, right? Up until between the part you make these discoveries and decide, I need to follow this and I'm going here. And she's just like, wait, what the fuck? You're doing what? You're not going alone. I can't let you know what I mean? Like that chapter up until you go to the Oracle is Ominous Omens. That's that chapter.
Ominous Omens is when I made the discovery?
Yeah, from when you made the discovery to when you guys got to the Field of Flowers, basically.
Got it.
Getting through the Field of Flowers, talking to the prophet or the Oracle, aka Andre, and kind of getting everything from there all the way to where you guys go to the docks to actually set out. That chapter is set the stage.
Okay.
Because this is where you get the 3 trials. This is where you two kind of learn your future and decide this is now what you have to do. You have the time limit before, you want to get this done before Gaia rises.
Right.
The 100-year event. So yeah, set the stage. Basically, this is what you need to do. This is how long you got. This is where you need to go. Get it done.
Was that when we had to go through? Was that the time period where we had to go through all 3 islands?
This is before you're getting to the docks to where you can travel.
Oh, getting to the docks. That's
Yeah.
right. That's right.
So that's between Andre and the docks to set the stage. Then we had Act 1, which was the Isle of Light. So basically everything that took place in the Isle of Light was all
Right.
Act 1. And you guys are currently on Act 2. End of Act 1, you're in the intermission between the acts because you're finding your transport.
Sure,
But
sure.
we're about to begin Act 2, which is the Isle of Darkness.
Oh, that's right.
And then, of course,
That's
following that
right.
will be Act 3, the Sea of Eternity.
Ooh,
Because that's the third
okay.
trial.
That's right. That's right.
To invoke
Slay.
the trial of Trinity.
Like, we fucking getting it out here.
Right? But you can tell, too, there's a very big, obvious difference between the amount of time and the amount of things that have happened just based off the amount of chapters. Like,
Right.
unfortunately, Vixie's character, Ness, probably should have, like, at least 5 more chapters with the amount that they've done. But so much just happened in large chunks that it doesn't really make sense to break those chunks up any differently. So while she has the most, she technically deserves more. But again, you can tell like Old Gods only has like 4 chapters compared to like you who has 7 and her who has like 10.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you can tell where the meat and potatoes came from.
Fair enough.
So yeah, this is like, again, this is a lot of fun. So I have all of the other ones. I don't want to go through every single one because they're just, not really relatable. Like, I mean, there's only, I can talk about like different like aspects of these campaigns, but yeah, I can at least go through some of the names. Let's see. So we have Old Gods. The campaign for Vixie's other character, I call Veiled Beauty because of her backstory and part of a secret that her character holds.
Is this Nadia? Or is this a
No,
different
this
one?
is another one of her characters.
Okay.
Nadia's campaign title is Chaotic Connections is her.
Very nice.
Yeah. And then we have Faction 5, the Discords, Raiders of the Lost Orc, and Delvin Home Diaries.
Raiders of the Lost Orc. I love it.
Yeah,
I love
those were the 2 titles for that one. Lucifer's character Crow, his campaign's called The Demon Within.
Oh, very nice.
Aki's character, her storyline is called Problems Fade Away, and Fade is spelled FAE''D. So like as in
Wild.
Fae, like
Yeah,
Feywild or
yeah.
Fairy. So
Classy.
Problems Fade Away is her title. The 2 characters the 2 players that no longer game here and whose 2 characters, that campaign was called The Rascals.
The Rascals. Okay.
And that was basically because he was like traveling, like he was a bard, but he was like a traveling like jester. So like he was just already mischief maker and just like crazy. So the Rascals was just kind of like, again, they went to town and then immediately got like at odds with the locals. So
Right.
made sense for them. I have one for an old buddy of mine. This is actually I think officially the first player to ever game in High Point. This is before Vixie. This was like when I this was again before the first Great War. This was like when I just first had the ideas of DMing. He was like the first player to ever like actually like be my player as a DM when I was first starting out. So I called his Random Encounters because that was just a nickname we used to give him, was Random. So
I like that.
just Random Encounters was kind of fun. And again, random being I didn't really know what I was doing.
Yeah.
So it just
Experimenting, seeing what's happening.
exactly. One of our buddies who games with us, you've gamed with at least one of his characters before. I don't know what his handle is, so I don't want to say his name out loud,
Fair.
but I don't know what his handle is. But he has two characters. He has the assaulted assistant, which is like a side character that he gets to pick up every now and again. It's like a character I can drop
Okay.
into like different areas. But he also has his
Oh.
main character that he has as his like main his solo character is called Righteousness Reactivated is his storyline,
Wild.
because he wanted to make a
Okay.
character who used to be like in the army, like a veteran in the army who's retired but kind of is getting called back into the life.
Is that the one that traveled around with us with Crow and them for a little bit?
No, that was the assaulted assistant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this one is the one that Ness met in Red Oak. That's where his character started. He
Got
was
it.
basically trying to do a retired life there, and then
Got it.
the events have brought him out of
Out of
retirement.
retirement.
So yeah, Righteousness
He's too old for
Reactivated
this.
is just kind of that whole.
No, I
His
like
character is
that.
very much about doing the right thing, so he's like, I can't just sit back and let this happen. So it's like, let's go. Let's see. I had the werewolf character that you remember earlier, the third one that is no longer
Yes.
active or alive. Their campaign was called Call of the Wild because they were a werewolf.
Okay.
Makes
Was
sense.
that a solo campaign or was that a part of?
It was their solo storyline, but they originally started gaming with Vixie, kind of like a duo, but
Got you.
then
Sure.
didn't work out. Another solo gamer that I had for a very few gaming sessions, but you know, the storyline still applies, and their character is still actively doing stuff because until they come back, I needed to. If
Yeah.
someone doesn't game for a while, but I need to advance time, and it would be too difficult to like come back to that spot, I just advance them in a way that makes sense, and that would keep them at pace, but not just like you're sitting there doing nothing.
Yeah.
So they were called the Mischief Maker. That was their campaign because all
Okay.
they wanted to do was cause problems.
Of course. Like you do.
I had another one who barely started out, super basic, but it was probably one of my more,
I think I remember their scenario.
yeah, was very, I don't know, definitely not someone I think that was extremely well versed in D&D. So I called their campaign Dazed and Confused because it was just definitely a very touch and go, don't know
Okay.
how I feel about it, you know, kind of thing.
Testing the waters type of deal.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so that was all of the different campaigns, and some of them have, you know, chapter titles. Other of them, like I don't have chapter titles for the
Some of the short
Discords,
ones, yeah.
like because they're just, you know, the Discord ones are their own thing, and it's all in there. I can just go to Discord and just figure
Yeah.
it out. So these are all like the, you know, the major ones that helped me just kind of track it all. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is how it works for
Love
me.
it, man. I love it.
Yeah, it's always been fascinating to me just how, again, I spent so long building the story that I'm not surprised I have all of this information and all of this, like, you know, enriched world. But like I said in the beginning of the stream, it's like sometimes you just wonder, like, am I really like a DM or am I just a really good storyteller? And then again, I look at how many
What
characters,
is-
how many
What is
NPCs.
D&D again? Like we've said it a bunch. Like it's not about winning. It's about telling a really good story.
Right,
And
but
if
but
you-
again, like I don't want to be just some guy who's like played 3 games and like, let me tell you how I like to play. Because again, it's one thing to just say I have an opinion about D&D, but to come out here for, again, 150 episodes, 2 years, and be like,
But that's to say,
we honestly, like, these are hardcore opinions, and not just be randos who are like, that's how I like to play, but like
Sure.
honestly have
But
the, like, you know,
I'll
the
put
background
it this way.
for it.
I'll put it this way. Somebody who's never played D&D or never DM'd D&D, and they start a game, and they've only ever played this one game with this one group of people, but they have such an adventure, and they do such a good job. And it's, I would say, like, what their experience isn't any, you know, less valid or deserves any less deserving of sitting at the table like you would say you
I
deserve
agree.
to sit at the table.
Of course.
You know, so it's like, you know, I really feel like those perspectives, no matter where they come from, are very important for us to take. And I think being confident in your opinion, even if it disagrees with a lot of other people, I think can be valuable. Because, like, I'll say just like we were talking, I swear this was a couple of episodes ago, about you having to maintain immersion in your mind in order for your world to stay functional,
Yes.
right? Like that's how it has to work for me in order for me to DM, right? Like I have to be able to keep immersion in my mind. And same thing for like being a really good player. Like I gotta be able to maintain that immersion. And so like if you're a DM, which is genuinely the only reason I feel like I'm able to still do what I do, is because at the very least for the people that I do it for, they are able to work with it.
Yeah.
Like it's ghetto D&D. It's not official. It's nothing crazy, but like I'm confident in the elements that are valuable to me that I've seen. Like you will bring up a lot of different points than I'll bring up, and honestly, genuinely, I'll concede to those points a lot of the times, mostly because they're aspects that I haven't had to personally experience, and the articulation that you have is very accurate. But there'll be other points where I have had to run up against this wall and like hit my head up against this wall as a DM or as a player or whatever the case may be, and like it's something that I find very granted. Like the number of gaming sessions that you have had as a player, like just in your military time alone, it's got to be like skyrocketed. Anything,
Well, and that's the thing is I come
like,
from a very
but still,
like a privileged point of view because I didn't
experience gave you a lot.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean,
It
I
gave you
truly,
a lot of
I would honestly say I have probably thousands of hours. I mean, several hundred. I mean,
It's
again,
gotta be.
again, over the
It's
course of
gotta
a
be.
couple years, we were gaming, if not every week, like nearly every weekend for years. Like it was like at least 2 straight years. It was almost every weekend. More often than not, multiple times, like more than one day. So it was like I'd go there on a Friday night, not leave till Sunday night, and it would be all day. Like we would wake up at like 8 a.m. Coffee and what happened last night. Let's go. Yeah. And literally, they wouldn't be until like 10 p.m. that we'd all go to bed, and that was if we went to bed. And it was like I said, it was every weekend, sometimes during the week, sometimes via phone calls and texts. It was just all. I mean, I honestly do. I mean, you got to think in that 2-year period, and mostly with my main DM. I mean, I played nearly every edition, got introduced to most of the modules and like their backstories. I got introduced to most of the primary gods and goddesses of Forgotten Realms. You know what I mean? It's just like most people don't start with that. Like I started with such an enriched environment and put so many hours into it. It's to say that I just picked up DMing is really not fair, because I had so much to feed off of before I stepped into it.
So much to the value that you bring to the table outside of necessarily specifically your. And don't get me wrong, it is incredibly impressive, but it's only to say this to bring up the point that anyone who, like for myself, for example, because I will say I don't have anything close to that. I've maybe had 7 or 8 different gaming groups, you know, a lot of which were overlapping people, you know, so it's I don't have any solo gaming. I mean, I got close with like 2 players, but that's it's different. But like it's like, but what I do is again very different. It's with a different generation of people. Like
That's
the
true,
majority
yeah.
of the people that I'm DMing for are like Gen Z or below, you know what I mean? And so it's a very different perspective. And I love, and I feel like that's one of the biggest things that I love about what you and I do here, is that you have all of that and I get to learn from that on a regular basis. You have everything that you put together. You have like it inspires me to like want to like go back and look and like create a at least somewhat timeline. I know mine is almost intentionally chaotic. It's fractured, it is broken, it is
Timelines
all the
suck.
things. It is all the things, right? But like I want to go through, because everything that's happened, whether it's happened in a different time or not, has had an effect. That is something that I bring in. Like there was an entire half of a planet that was destroyed based upon history that had happened in the world, right? And so like there's so much that I want to make sure that, you know, you don't forget about.
Yeah.
Right? You don't just let it, like there's this, I swear somebody said it on TV, like don't show anything in a movie that doesn't matter.
Oh, Occam's razor.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's the, if you bring something up, like the idea of Occam's razor is if you show a loaded gun, it needs to go off. You cannot show a loaded gun on, you can't show someone pull out a gun and cock it and not have it go off. That's the idea of Occam's razor. Is that
why they always do the thing, like just pulling the trigger, like shooting it up in the sky just to make it go off?
Sometimes, yeah. But yeah, that's the idea, is you never want to drop something, you never want to put something in. Now granted, I think that while that is great for an entertainment based story, like a movie, a book, like, because it's really funny, I've seen so many like different examples of how to tell a good story, how to be a good narrator, how to be a good DM, how to, you know, and a lot of people talk about the traditional like storytelling devices, right? Like how to tell a story, how to develop a character. You need, you know, the call to action, you need this, you need that, you need a character to change, you need character to, like they tell, and I'm like, I 100% agree when we are talking about literary entertainment. And I mean literally as in books, movies, TV, anything you consume for pure entertainment. I agree, because it's fulfilling. You don't want to read a book and at the end of the book, nothing happens. But that's not real life. There are some people who just never stop being an asshole, no matter how many bad things happen to them. There are some people who never stop being good, kind, and warm-hearted, no matter how much bad happens to them. And then there are the other people in the middle that you hear about, right? But for me, I don't stick to literary devices, because for me, it's easier to play everything out more as based on what I've seen happen in the real world, and also what makes sense literary-wise, right? Like the idea that you have to have a call to action makes sense, but at the same time, I don't need to be the one that creates that for every character. Characters can, like, you have a journal. She found a pendant. Like, the call to action doesn't have to be from the narrator. It can be options, right? And the idea of character development makes sense when things change a character. But if the character, like, again, you put a king in a position and he's never challenged by his advisors, he never has to go to war, and basically no one ever tries to assassinate him, what's going to happen to him over 10 years? Absolutely fucking nothing. He's going to be the same tyrant he's always been, because he has no reason to change, and that happens in real life. But if I have players in the real world who force that change on him, I'm going to have him change that in a way that makes sense. You're not just going to have a conversation, a heart to heart, and he's going to suddenly change his mind. But after a couple iterations of you guys, you know, not stopping, it will eventually get to him in some way. But the idea of this literary device that you have to make these key points to make it interesting, I don't believe it. I just believe that you have to make it believable.
Right.
And there's a big difference.
I totally agree with what you're saying. I think my direction was more geared towards when it comes to the Occam's razor mentality, it's more like when I put something in your path, it's not for no reason.
Yes.
That's what I mean when I say you don't put something in there that has no purpose. Like, I'm not just gonna be like, hey, there was this robbery that happened. You solved it. Okay. End of that storyline. Like, end of that, like things. You
don't put an ominous dark tower in the distance and never let them go there. Like why is there a dark ominous tower? Oh, I just have it there for backdrop.
Even if they do go there, if it's just nothing, or if it doesn't lead anywhere, if it doesn't have a purpose, like, I want the things in the world to have purpose, to
exactly,
have life. And whereas a lot of your life comes from the background that you've created, the 90% of my life comes from what my characters touch.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you don't touch it, you know, then it doesn't really have purpose. But if you do touch it, then guess what? Now it's got purpose.
Yeah.
And I'll figure out whatever.
It's kind of like NPCs when your players ask for an NPC name. It's like, it wasn't meant to, but now it's created because you touched it. Now you went that direction. and now we're gonna fulfill it
Now, they're not
because
magically going to be something they weren't before, but like now they're going to have a reason for being what they are.
yeah, now there's gonna be an
Right.
enrichment to that story, right?
Exactly. So like that's the idea, is like you want to make sure that like what you are trying to do is not just be there for yourself, but be there for the table, be there for the game, be there for your players. Like it's and again, your players are there for you too, which I feel like too often people forget. People look at their DMs like, oh, throw you some money, or I'll bring snacks or whatever, but it's still the DM's job to entertain us. Like,
Yeah.
it's really not that. It's all of you together are coming to build this awesome story. And
I mean, I have a brilliant world and a setting and an environment, but it's nothing without my players. Like, it's a cool story, but my players, you guys have made the cool shit. You're the ones who are turning the prophecy, right? You're the ones making shit happen. And again, the world would just sit there unobtrused and only going based off of what I think should happen. But you guys come and throw all the monkey wrenches, right? You're the ones that change things around and are like, well, what happens if I fuck with this instead, right? And I love that. As a DM who's also a player in this, that's what I like, is instead of giving my players a linear story that is already planned out, I give them options, because those options are my version of them DMing towards me, right? I give them options and then they choose what happens, or they choose what they do, and then I have to figure out what the fallout is. Just like when I give them an encounter, they have to figure out how to deal with it.
yeah,
I have to figure out what to deal with what they're doing. We have a question from Hecate. Do you ever host events in your campaign that are based on our calendar, or did you make your own for High Point? So I'm assuming this is specific more to things like holidays and specific, like events like that. I don't take that as like real world events, like situations that have happened, like one-offs,
like
like tragedies or whatever. I'm thinking this seems more like, holidays, Christmas, stuff like that. So direct one-to-one, no. I've known a lot of like things to do that. I've known a lot of like settings to do that. And I took the much harder route. This is definitely not tooting my own horn. It's just what I did. It was easier to take ideas of what we do and then figure out how best to implement those into High Point. So different regions have different holidays, different festivals throughout the year, like Theron. We were talking about Theron earlier.
Yes.
Once a year, Theron holds the Championship of Champions, right? Like the ultimate, the championship of all of like the all of the kingdoms nearby. And that's just in a way that's kind of like, I guess more of like based on the Olympics, because it's literally every event under the sun that is.
Theragold is one of the furthest north places, right?
Yeah.
Would any of the nations show up? Any of the 4 nations?
Occasionally, yeah. Sometimes just to prove themselves and not even get into Theragold, but just to be like, we got this. But again, they're not as interested, so you usually get the nomads or those that are the representatives.
Potentially not the best, but the best that are willing to show up.
Yeah, and even then, even though it's not the best of your people, it's still better than most. Like, if you're gonna control fire, you don't need the best fire mate or the best, firebender to outdo
What
the
most
best
normal
fire
people-
mage,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, there's a difference between interact or innate skill and learned skill.
Curious how a firebender would go up against a fire mage once we use raw power.
It really depends, because again, mages are, or you mean a wizard, like the raw wizard.
Yes, the raw wizard. Like
Again, it depends on what they're trying to do, because just because the wizard can throw around the raw power means he still has to hit his target in order for that raw power to matter.
sure.
But when you have someone who can finesse flame the way a bender can, good luck hitting them with anything that's not strategic and pinpoint. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that idea of like, better to hit you with a water cannon than a wave. If you know how to surf, if you've ever been in the water, you can take a wave. But if I hit you with a water cannon,
Yeah.
that's still going to knock you on your ass. So while some people may flounder in a wave, and that may be fine, for the average kid, you could, topple them over with a 2-foot wave, an adult 6-foot wave, and you can topple them over. But someone who is really, really good, knows how to duck, knows how to, lean into it and let the water pass by them. That's like a waterbender. It's like, I could throw the hardest wave at you, but if you're a surfer, you're just going to ride that shit, right? That's like a waterbender, kind of concept. I'm just going to throw this at you and you're like, I'm going to ride it.
Are you just throwing it at me, or are you actually going to hit me with it?
Exactly. Versus you can't surf on a fire truck hose. You know what I mean? If someone points a fire truck hose at you and just full blasts you, you're going on your ass. That's more like, what a wizard would want to do with their water. Whereas a mage a mage is going to want to do like the water cannon. Whereas a wizard is just going to throw a giant tsunami at you, hoping you can't surf. But if you're a waterbender,
I got you, bro.
It's basically just like, I live on this shit. What are you doing? So yes, wizards still throw around more raw power than they do on a magical level, but also that's, again, another fundamental difference. We're now also talking about those dealing magical, those that work with magic and those that work with nature. There's a big difference there. Because again, while the fire mage, or like, let's say the water mage, could ride the wave of, the tsunami that a wizard throws at them, at the same time, it's still magical. It's a very magical and turbulent wave that is not natural and not normal. While the waterbender is still dealing with natural law. Like, all of their stuff deals with manipulation of nature, not of magic.
So it just depends on whatever.
So it's all about application.
This magic creating, is it going to apply to the traditional laws of physics with this magical creation, or does it operate based upon the laws of magic, so to speak? Is it responding to, I almost said a midi-chlorian. Is it responding to like the individual like magic cells, or is it responding to, how actual molecules inside water would work and how they would react if you were to
and you also have to think of like there is a difference between controlling normal fire and magical fire, right? I mean, there is magical fire damage versus normal fire damage.
Sure.
Fire Nation isn't great against magical fire. They're the higher ones are, but the average isn't. It's only natural fire. You throw a torch at them, they're not going to get burned, right? They'll just snuff it out. But you throw magic fire at them, like firebolt. That's just a pure magic fire, in my opinion. So that may not be as easy for a low level
I know this
firebender
is a high-level spell, but meteor shower, something like that.
Right.
Imagine an earthbender against something like that. Are those actual meteors? Is it like actual stone and rock, or?
I would think it's actual stone and rock, but it's also a difference because an earthbender utilizes the earth itself. And while there's some telekinetic ability, you're mostly dealing with the ground up,
sure,
not falling ground. So there is a little bit of a difference there. You
don't think they would?
The stronger ones probably could manipulate, but like a low level one, that's not technically earth until it melds with the earth. So from your perspective, even though you have like the telekinetic powers and can kind of like levitate, you're still kind of dealing with like what's connected to the earth in a symbiotic way. Meteors aren't really connected in a symbiotic way just yet. So while they are earthen in material, an earthbender doesn't really quite have the same connect at early stages, which is why later stages, yes, you will get, a broader range of materials, which would include things like that.
Right.
But again, good, definitely a good question. But that's why it's all about application.
Interesting.
Application is key. But yeah, going back to Hecate's question, yeah. So I don't have any one-to-one holidays or events. Everything, if it's like, I don't have anything like Easter because most of the religions don't have a connection like that to
it was something
an
like
individual.
Those like harvest festivals or something.
Oh yeah,
like that.
there's harvest festivals, there's equinoxes, there's something akin to Christmas in most regions. There's some usually like get together gift giving festival. There's things that are based around it. I mean, obviously there's tons of independence, festivals, that are akin to, everything from 4th of July, Cinco de Mayo, St. Patrick's Day, whatever you want to claim is your thing. There are references to ones that would be familiar, but they're only familiar in the sense of what they represent, not the actual like festival itself. I mean, maybe somewhere there's a story that people would like meme about it, but yeah, not quite not quite ready for, not quite what High Point would have. But good question. Yeah. So I do like, having holidays and stuff like that. It's just, again, it was kind of like, it was what I said to somebody on TikTok earlier, because again, it's so funny. I'm getting much more, not aggressive, but I'm definitely getting much more like firm on social media. I think it's just like not really a New Year's resolution, but something that I wanted to do this year, along with the stream and just along with just everything else going on in my life. I've just kind of gotten to that point to where it's like this year I'm making it a point to just like, if I have a New Year's resolution, a goal, whatever. One of the things that I'm like trying to accomplish this year is I really want to be more unapologetic.
For sure.
Like there are so many aspects about me that I still 100%. To this day just still hold back on, pull my punches on, and not in a I have anger issues and I'm just going to get in everyone's face, but there are just times where I just don't care enough to keep pushing my point, or I just don't see like.
But I would say you want to choose wisely who you even bother trying to talk to, because there's some people.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to give dumb people like walls. The time of day, but it's more like if someone's going to try to one up me on a phrase, like again, if they're going to try to like act like they're smarter than me in an area that I know I'm good at, I'm going to stand like I'm not just going to let it go and just be like, yeah, whatever. I'm going to put them in their place. Now again, I'm not going to start dumb fights, but I'm just going to kind of like I have pet peeves. I have things that bug me.
I think we all do.
I'm not going to let them, I'm not just going to tolerate them anymore. I'm going to let people know I got a pet peeve. I'm going to let again, you whistle into my house, I'm going to let you know. I'm just like, usually I can just be like, I can ignore it, but I'm like, no, I have a problem with that. There's no problem with me being like, you shouldn't whistle indoors. It's kind of inappropriate for people around you, right? Like, and again, if they want to press it, be like, I have an actual fucking problem with high pitched noises. I was trying to be nice, but if you want to push it, you're causing me physical pain and I can make that a problem for you too. But that's what I mean by like, I just kind of want to like, so on TikTok, so like it was, we just had a short go out about the magical storm idea. Like imagine someone homebrewing a magical storm that had different effects for their game.
Oh, right.
And again, I get one of those like sassy comments that I normally just ignore, but it was like, or you could just go to this particular book and use this roll table. And I hate comments like that because it's like, you're listening to respond, you're not actually thinking about what we're talking about. You're also not realizing it's 30 seconds of a much bigger thing, so you're trying to dole it down as if you know better, and that pisses me off too. People who say things in a way of, well, if you knew what I knew, you'd be better. Be like, well, first off, that's not a part of what we do, because we're not all about knowing every little resource, and B, we've talked about how we don't like roll tables, right? So it's like all of those things go through my head when I read that comment, and usually I just move on. But like, I'm tired of just like, not that I feel like, oh, if I let that comment go, like they're going to win or whatever, but it's just more of a, why am I not going to say anything? Like in this particular case, I find that to be an asshole comment. Well, if you should just do this instead, or you could have just done this instead of, so I'm just like, if you think it's too much work, that's whatever. So I just, simple comment back was, he was just like, well, you could just use these roll tables from this book. And I was like, I'd much rather it fit the narrative and setting. Smiley face.
Right.
Just pointed back in their face of, guess what, that's nice and all, but roll tables are boring and not equivalent to the game.
Truly, like you teach people how to treat you, and a lot of people like that genuinely, I feel like they're just there for specific reactions.
Oh yeah.
And when you don't give it to them, like
that's why,
but like that's what it is. Like if you like clam up or don't say anything, a lot of the times they feel like they have free reign to come in and say whatever it is they want or whatever it is they feel. But like if they realize that they're getting like shut down on the regular, like they're not gonna and it kind of sets the stage for you being like, hey, here's what's welcome here.
Yeah.
Right? Here's the attitude, here's the energy,
I mean, I try to be very responsive to most comments, like in a very positive way.
Yeah, and that even was like, regardless of how you feel, like you don't need to say you just do me and then all your life will, that's not real. Like that's not the attitude. That's not what we want the people who read our comments to feel like.
Exactly. So yeah, when you read a comment of, you could have just used a roll table, I don't mind you seeing my comment being like, I'd rather it be more specific to my story. As in, you just want it to be random and not actually have purpose and narrative. Like, again, I just kind of treated them like they treated me of, you want to treat me like I'm stupid. you just want some random effect that makes no sense to the situation. Okay, fine. You can have a roll table. You can be boring. If you're not, I'm sorry, DM, if you're not creative enough to think of how a storm could work and you need a roll table, ooh, I'm so like, that's the kind of thing I think of is like, I want to be that petty, but I don't want to be that petty. Like, I don't want to actively do that, but my mind wants to just go off on that tangent of, how fucking dare you tell me what I should have done when you don't know the full context of this? Sure. So I'm just like, what I mean by like, just, I want to be unapologetically me is like, I'm just going to like put people in their place. Like, again, not everybody, and I'm not going to start fights, but if you want to be toxic and negative, or you want to act like you're better, I'm going to put you in your place and let you know that you're not. And you like, it's just not going to happen here. Like, anyone who wants to, like, in my comments, it's like, if they argue, if they're like, oh, well, that's blah, 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 my only comment is going to be okay. And, or just a thumbs up, just probably just a thumbs up emoji. Just sure. Anytime they're just like, this is dumb. Like, you didn't even think of this, or you could have done it with this, thumbs up. Like, you got a response. Thanks for the engagement. But I don't even have the time for you. Kind of like Hoylepa said, some people aren't even worth it. Like, there are some times where like I do the reactions, right? Where someone says, hey, could this be done? And I'm like, here's the bare minimum way. And people are like, you didn't do this or this or this or this. And I'm like, I want to tell them all, is that what they fucking said? Did you look at the fucking video? Like the one where it was the Hexblade, assassin Hexblade Paladin, right? And I'm like, it starts with the guy saying, I'm an assassin Hexblade Paladin. And I go, he's an assassin Hexblade Paladin. Here's what an assassin Hexblade Paladin needs to do this. And everyone's like, well, if you added this subclass, and if you had actually just done these two subclasses, and if you just had this ability, and I'm like, you are all fucking moronic, because the whole point was to get what they said and prove it was done. But then people want to be like, there's a different way to do it. And I'm like, but that's not what we're talking about, you fucking moron. Like, people listen to respond, they don't listen to understand. And that's just kind of why I'm just like, I am kind of irritated with those, but I'm like, I'm tired of just ignoring them. So I'm like, I'm going to have fun with it. I'm going to not care that people disagree with me. And I don't care if I start a fight online. Because again, if that person doesn't like my comment and they leave, I didn't want you here anyway.
I think that's truly the whole point. Is it's like the thing we're most against is not your choice, but it's your attitude, right? Because there's going to be plenty of people out there that like using roll tables or want a random effect or whatever. And like, that's not bad, but that's your choice. And ours to want something that's more specific and more tailored to our story, that's 100% ours. So you don't get to come this way and look it down and be like, hey, you guys are stupid for not choosing the choice I chose. I'm like, you didn't choose the choice we chose, so are you stupid? Like it's just not how it works. Like, let's all just allow individuals the desire to like, yes, you could do that, but you could also do what we're talking about, and that's kind of why we're talking about it.
Or right? People could just listen for context. I'm just saying, you could just actually pay attention to what you're listening to, and I don't know, just put 2 seconds of thought into it instead of needing to say why you think. Because I again, these comments that come in, you read them and you're just like, you weren't really paying attention. You heard something, you're like, I gotta say, I don't agree. Like, you were literally waiting to fight something. You didn't listen to like the idea. And especially these people that come into the comments where I'm like, I already have like 200 comments all like building on this idea, and then someone comes in with a negative comment of just like, this is dumb, and I'm like, yeah, it says the 10,000 likes and 200 comments. Yeah, I'm the dumb one, thank you. Those are the comments I definitely ignore, because it's just more of that's an instigation and an argument I don't need. But I just love it where someone will come into an episode that has like our viral one. I still have people coming into it, be like, this isn't a good idea, and I'm just like, says the 200,000 people who liked it, the 700 people who saved it, the 2,000 people who shared it. Like, yes,
people,
we're all wrong.
often think that like when things either get big or like, they feel like they're gonna get their moment from their disagreement. Or from their
they want their ratio. Like, you know what I mean?
Bro, just saying something contrary that potentially could make sense, but when you really look at it, how many holes are in your boat? Like, you're sinking quick, my dude, yeah. You know?
And I also just find it funny that you're trying to come after us, the same people who are literally promoting the idea that no idea is wrong and no gaming session's wrong if you're having fun. Like, the very people who our whole thing is think beyond the book. Like I like going beyond the book is
people that don't know who we are.
and that's the point. Is like it's more hilarious and ironic that they're arguing to us about why we're wrong when we're literally the people who are like there is no wrong, you know, and we're just literally talking about opinion, and we're not here to tell people that they're stupid. I don't know what's going on, Marty. Yes, late night tonight. We've just been going off. We've been chilling. I didn't realize actually how late it was. Funny enough. But yeah, had some fun talking about High Point. Been answering some chat questions about High Point histories. Talked about all of the gaming campaigns that I've done in High Point. All of the people. We went through all of the characters and some of the players that I've had in my world. Yeah, just it's been pretty fun. We're probably coming to a close here soon, I would say. I know Kage probably has to get home. It's 2 a.m. for Seoul. Try to keep your eyes open long enough, but you're following your con checks. You're failing your con checks. That's cool. Go head to bed. We're probably gonna be wrapping up here in the next like 10-15 minutes, so you won't miss much. So oh, before you go, Soul, I will make a more broad announcement, but keep the 26th, Sunday the 26th on your calendar. We're probably gonna do an extra stream this month for something that we want to do, kind of like a bonus community stream. So I'll post more in Discord, but just keep that open for you. And have a good night. But yeah, this has been fun. We'll probably start to lock up, unless chat has any other final questions about High Point, either High Point histories, High Point lore, or how I work it in the background. Let us know now. We'll close this up here in the next like 10 minutes or so. But yeah, it's been fun. I've really been liking talking about High Point. Now that I'm starting to game again, now that I have all my, you know, these 4 gaming sessions kind of rekindling, more new players coming in. I want to do more High Point talks on in chat. It's just yeah, it's until we start actually doing games live, I really just want to be able to stack more information. Plus, because I'm building the database off of these live streams, it's just going to be so nice to get as much as I can out and on, you know, on film, because then I can get it on, you know, audio, which turns into a transcript, which turns into more information for the database. So that's what I'm really hoping for. Hold up, but what did I say? The other stream again, need to apologize you for being higher intelligence. I should have used a word you should understand. That's a good way to talk to people. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Did I not use words you could understand?
Do you not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me take let me half the literacy rate, and let's go down to a 4th level. Grade. Yeah, exactly. Right. Let me bring it down to a room temperature IQ so you can understand. That's always been one of my favorite ones. Room temperature IQ. It's just such a great insult. And you know what the best part about it is? Usually the people who deserve that insult don't understand it. It's even just icing on the cake.
100%.
All right, chat. Submit your final questions about High Point. We'll rapid fire these last ones, and if we don't get any, we'll close it down here. It's been fun. I've really enjoyed talking about High Point. Need to do it more. Need to get more, just more on record, so I have more for the database. But sure. Other than that, while we're waiting for questions, Monday, we have a new item for Monday, correct?
We do. Let me take a gander.
What we got for Monday's review?
That is going to be our Race by Desmar Sama. The Golem.
Gotcha. Golem. So we will have Desmar's Golems on Monday. I know we have one of these streams that we have to do the side-by-side with the competitive subclass that happens.
Yes. Yeah, we got to figure out how to do that.
Still don't know how to do that yet. Still tinkering with how we're gonna to properly do that and make it actually work, make it flow, make it entertaining.
On the stream that got cut short, I was showing Soul how I a little bit into the process of how I put their stuff into the Goblin Notebook.
Oh, nice.
And but apparently it was getting really laggy.
You know why? It's because you're giving secrets away, and it knew, and they were like, "No, cut him loose. He can't talk about High Point secrets."
Talking about this.
I called Twitch, and I was like, "Hey, you got to cut him off. Like he's giving secrets. He's giving admin stuff. Like he signed an NDA.
Quit that.
Like
quit that."
Yeah, and you're still doing those on Tuesdays. You're still
Yes,
doing your game.
yes.
Yeah, so you're still streaming. For those of you who want to follow him, you can follow him in our Discord, and he has his own channel, so he'll post in there when he goes live.
And to answer your question, was that Hecate? Yes, Hecate asked me a little while back about my samurai class.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
I will have to say, I'm actually debating, and I don't know, especially because I don't think you watch my streams as much because you're trying not to see a lot of the background stuff. I might actually one of these days work on my samurai class on stream.
Do it.
And actually show you guys kind of like at least the foundation of where I'm at.
I'm gonna put it down
where
right
I'm
now.
trying to go.
If you put that as your title that you're working on a samurai class, I'm gonna put money. I'd put money down that will be your to date most popular stream. You will get the most viewers on that stream. That's gonna be my prediction.
That's you might be right.
Like lightweight, that's what gets people's attention. Is
It'll actually
if you ever
be
go
in
to the
D&D
D&D, I'm just saying, if you
category.
ever go in the D&D category and look at the titles, people's titles fucking suck. Like, honestly, I don't know who's doing this, but stop putting your campaign title in the name because no one fucking knows. Like, if you were brand new, right, and you're just like, you know, the Red Ribbon Division Army goes to the mountain, it's like, no one knows if this is
What even is that?
like I because you see all these ones, and more often than not, the titles are just like the ongoing campaign name or the group name, and that doesn't tell anybody anything interesting. No one on, like, if I just put up like if I, it's almost like if I put up, you know, a live stream and I said Old Gods Second Island, that's what you see,
Right.
or you see like the Faction 5. What are they doing today? Is that really that enticing? You know, versus like, you know, title it like Awakening the Tarrasque or Dueling of the Wizards. Like, I don't understand.
Interesting. No, I like that. I like that.
I also can't understand the most current popular D&D streamer right now. It's kind of irritating. I try to watch him. I have tried to watch him on 6 different occasions. 6 different times I've clicked onto this individual stream.
Is this just a D&D streamer, or like are they actually playing a game?
Well, that's the thing, is based on their title and everything that they see, they're like running an MMO D&D with chat based on Naruto.
What? How have I never heard of this?
But I swear to you, I have clicked onto this stream 6 individual different times on 6 individual different days and waited anywhere between like 2 to 10 minutes. And never once in all of those times I've clicked on it have I ever even seen him do anything game related. Every time that it's either silence or he's kind of just gibbering with chat, like talking about a note or like a side thing. I have never once seen the game actually progress. I've never.
Are there more than one people on the call, or is it just
It's
one
just
person?
him with chat, and he has like 1,400 viewers every single fucking time he's on. And I'm sorry, I get it. You've probably been doing this a long time. You probably have a great niche. I'm sure that MMO game with chat's probably really interesting. But it's one of those things
Is
for the
chat
life
like
of
going off when you go in there?
not that much. That's what I'm just like, I'm not saying it's fake. It's just I go on there and I'm just like,
What is happening?
why? I'm not saying I'm an amazing streamer. I'm not saying that after 2 years we've had this on lock and we're like the best, but I try to go to these other people that have viewers and I sit down and I try to pull like what, you know, I just try to do the whole thing of what's entertaining. What are people get? And I'm just, sometimes I get it. Sometimes I am just like, ooh, yes, I get it. You know, you're like Mind's Eye. You're just like, oh, that's great narrative voice, great, great storyline. Like I could see why people just get, you know, involved. Big Dungeon, you know what I mean? Like a great narrative sessions, amazing gaming group, good interactions with everybody. But then you go to other people and it's like their voices, their audio quality, just too much silent. And it's like most of these have 10 or fewer viewers. And I'm like, totally makes sense. You know, just like us, you know, some days we're not doing that great, but we still have 10 viewers because we got a following. But when I see this dude over 1,000 people and I click in and I'm just like, you're not entertaining. You're not well-spoken. It must be the thing that you're doing. And then I don't get to see it in action. And I'm just like, how do you have 1,400 people? Is it Is it simply because it's interactive? Or is it just one of those things? And then sometimes I wonder, are you a skit writer? Are you like on TikTok and YouTube and you just do skits? And so you're like, because I've seen that where you have these amazing skit actors where they do skits, but then you watch their live stream and they're just fucking trash.
Nothing happens.
But it's because they're better with this. Or were you famous at one point? Did you like do something else that was really, really popular for a long time and now you're not that great, but you still have a following from that? Like, I don't want to say, I don't want to make it seem like this person doesn't deserve their following, but my brain just has a hard time when I click in and I'm just like, nothing is going on. How are this many people just sitting here in this chat right now?
It's hypnotism. It's freaking hypnotism.
I don't think it was all chat bots. I honestly do believe that it's a legit streamer. I believe, you know what I mean? Because it doesn't seem cringe at all. It doesn't seem like they're doing something that nobody would watch. I don't. Again, I'm not saying that they are a bad streamer. I'm not saying that they don't deserve it. I just don't understand it. I've clicked in half a dozen times trying to just, because again, I like to understand what people do, right? I can't change my voice. Some streamers, they just have that voice where you're just like, oh, that's why everyone's listening. Like, I don't have that amazing, radio voice. I have to hope that it's my content that people pull. It's either my personality or the content, right? Like, it's not my voice. I'm not that great at speaking. I'm getting better. I don't do scripts. I'm really hoping that it's the content and the vibe that people are here for. But it is hard sometimes when you go somewhere else and you're just like, I see nothing of value here. Why? And yeah, there's a little bit of like, just jealousy. How the hell? I mean, I guarantee you 1,400 people, I'm like, that's got to be making a couple bucks. You know what I mean? Like that's got to be making a decent.
Especially because a good number of them are probably subscribers.
And that's what I'm saying. Is like when you break it down, it's like you don't need a lot. You just need consistency. And it bugs me because yes, I want to be that good, but then I look at that and I'm like, I don't know if I could be this bad. You know what I mean? And again, maybe it's just that thing. Maybe it's just that particular MMO that they run just gets a lot of people involved. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. And that's what bugs me about it.
Fair enough.
You know what I mean? Again, if it were something simple as, oh yeah, I just do skits on YouTube and I got most of my fans from there, I would just be like, oh, okay, cool. I don't have a problem with them being popular. I have a problem not knowing why they're popular. And even more of a problem if I can't figure.
To not understand sometimes. It's like, what is happening? What's going on? Like, how do you get from point A to point B type deal?
Rocket League damage. It's fine. Rocket League has that effect on everyone, including me. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Again, I'm not trying to like demean that streamer. If you guys know if you guys have seen him, I'm sure it's a great stream. If you ever go watch it and find out what kicks it off, please let me know. But you know what I mean? Because like I see so many different people gaming. He's just 1,400. He is literally like the one day, I think the highest day that I saw him, there was like only like 2,200 people watching the category, and he had 1,400. The next nearest person had like 120, and then everybody else had 70 or less, and then most people had like under 10. So it's like he held the vast majority of the entire channel. And I clicked in and it was fucking dead. Like, just nothing fucking happening. And I'm so confused. I want 1,000 followers. I want 1,000 people listening to us. Do I just gotta do a Naruto MMO? Is that what you all want? Is that what you want? Naruto MMOs? I don't know.
They want Star Wars.
I don't know. So you just took a peek at it. Oh, so you found him. Is he? So what's his view count at right now, chat? If you guys are looking at this guy, like right now, we got 5 people in chat. This dude probably has like a couple hundred right now. And Hecate's even saying it was quiet, and then there was yelling, but that was it. And it's like, that's what I mean. And maybe there's more going on. Maybe there's like a 1.7 fucking K. Right fucking now, this dude is just at 1,000 fucking, almost 2. How many people are watching Dungeons and Dragons channel right now? How many active viewers are even in this category I because it's probably under 4K. There's probably under 4K active viewers, and he has almost half of them. 2K. There are 2K followers, and he has 80%.
That's fucking wild.
So again, is it fucking bots? Or is
That's
it
a lot
just
of bots, dude?
Is it
That's
like
a lot of fucking bots?
But how? How do you lock down an entire category like that? There's only 300 people not watching his shit.
I'll say
I don't understand. That is insane numbers.
Like I'd literally have to go check out like their TikTok and stuff and just be like
I think that's I didn't do any research, but
it depends on like the time. Like what's the most active time for this category? Because if right now is like one of the lowest active times and like the majority of the people here are just going to him, then the majority of the people here might be here for him. I get that. Yeah, he could definitely bring the crowd, but that's like, so yeah, maybe he has a bigger channel. Maybe his actual channel does so much more, and these are just, idle watchers that don't actually interact with him. I don't know. It's just, I see that, and it's just, that is absolute insanity to think that someone nearly has every single viewer in this one category. That's, again, I'm not saying they don't deserve it unless they're bots, and then he's just scamming the system. But if he does, if these are real legitimate viewers, then what are they doing, and how do I get in on it? You know what I mean? Hook it the fuck up, bro.
Took a peek again. He's just reading an automated gameplay system on a table, and is like an announcer just announcing who's fighting and losing. That's it. But it shows on the bottom. So is it just chat makes a character and then it's all automated? Because I just remember the title was like Naruto MMO. That was all it was. It was like,
I feel like it's probably only that popular specifically because it's interactive. Like people that jump into chat can actually like control something or do something, and they'll like
I'm wondering if it's like one of those just automated things where as long as you're in chat, maybe the idea is like you can create a character, and then as long as you're there, it wins stuff for you. You know what I mean? Like, like again, it's all. It just, yeah, I'm very curious. I might watch him a little bit more to, again, like I said, every time I've done it, I have no idea what's going on because he's not fucking talking. There's nothing happening. Shit's happening. I'm glad you guys are knowing what I'm talking about here because it's just fucking mind-boggling. It's just, at least if his chat's pinging at a regular consistency, I can understand. But 1,700 people, if his chat's just dead, I gotta believe they're bots. You know what I mean? Because you always gotta understand, like, there's always a ratio that you can understand, right? With that many people, there has to be at least 50 active chatters. With 1,700 people, bare minimum, 50 to 100 active chatters. And I would definitely like to know what his like sub rate is. Because if he only has like 50 subs, if he has less than 50 subs, but he has almost 2,000 viewers, I question that shit, right? Those are the kind of numbers you question. Like chatters should be around the 5%. And subs should be around 10%.
But what if like I was saying, like they're literally all only there. None of them want to pay any money. They just want to mooch off of whatever experience is happening here.
That is true too, but you would still expect him to have a decent high rate of followers too. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's always a ratio of, if you have that many viewers, there should be a certain ratio of chatters, followers, and subs. So it's like if his chat's dead, like I'm talking about like just not moving, I would believe that they're more like bots. Because even streamers who have background people, if you have that many people, someone's chatting. Someone's talking to you or other people. What about how's it going, Arctic Wolf? You are new to D&D. Well, we might be the place for you. Unfortunately, we're coming to the end of our stream, and we'll be ending here probably within the next 5 minutes. But if you do like D&D, we are here every Monday and Friday. On Mondays, we do homebrew review, so we have submissions from chat. They submit us through our Discord. If you'd like to join the Discord in the community, chat. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Our Discord is in chat if you'd like to join. We have, you made your first character for the first time. Awesome. Well,
slay. Very
good
cool.
luck. Definitely enjoy the game. What we like to
tell us about it too.
Yeah, you can always chat about it here or in Discord. Basically, what we do here is chat will submit stuff, like homebrew stuff that they've made, and we review those on Mondays. Fridays, we usually do a dedicated topic. So we'll do like history ofs, where we'll look at a particular topic throughout all of the editions of D&D. We'll talk about our own settings and our own gaming points of view, or we'll just talk about topics and situations and experiences we've had with certain things. And yeah, I did say that we would end 5 minutes ago, but we keep talking. That's how it happens here. And so those are our two primary days. I will sometimes do gaming streams on the weekends or throughout the week. My co-host Kage also has a behind the scenes like development and coding stream that he does on Tuesdays. An artificer class. That's gonna be fun. And you're from Taiwan. Wow, we are getting people from everywhere. Fantastic.
Let's go.
But yeah, if you want to join us, we are here every Monday and Friday. Our kind of whole motto is thinking beyond the book, allowing people to realize that there are a multitude of ways to play D&D. There is no wrong way as long as you're having fun. That's kind of our whole
100%.
vibe here. We just like to talk
100%.
about the various ways that we play, the various experiences we've had, and how we like to interpret things. But it comes from a place of hoping to inspire, not to inform or tell people what to think. I like, for instance, I play in my realm is primarily second edition focused, so I have aspects from all the editions, like different rules and things from various editions, but it's primarily based in second edition and Forgotten Realms, whereas Kage has his own setting that's primarily based in fifth edition.
Yeah.
And we have constant disagreements and discussions about that. But again, it's more about, are you enjoying the game with the people that you're playing with? There's no wrong way to play. It's just more about being open-minded about opportunities. So
For sure.
yeah, if that sounds interesting, we would love to have you. Hope to see you again. You have no idea what you're doing. That's totally fine. It's collaborative storytelling. Like, just remind yourself that at the end of the day, it's collaborative storytelling more than anything else, and you'll be good. It's a lot of fun. D&D can be a lot of fun. I hope you're with the proper gaming group. That's the biggest thing that I think
really all
people
that
struggle
matters,
with
truly.
is being with the right gaming group. Don't feel bad if it's not the vibe you want. Sometimes it can take a gaming group or two. If you only have access to one, it can be unfortunate.
I'll say if you really want it, the gaming group for you does exist. You just have to find it. Like,
yeah,
for sure. Like, it will take a while. Like, over COVID and stuff, like, I did a lot of like online gaming and just like searching for places, and a lot of the places like did not fit my vibe.
Yeah.
You know. And so I found out that not only do I have to like find people like Vortex that, you know, portray the right vibe, but I also can create my own vibe, which is what being a DM basically is.
yeah. Can you make sure they get into the Discord? Okay.
Yeah, most definitely.
Thank you for joining. We'll definitely we're gonna get you set up right now. Our onboarding's kind of broken, but we'll get you hooked up with all of the channels. So keep an eye out for that, and you should see a lot more channels pop up here in just a second. What is homebrew? So homebrew is essentially when anybody takes a rule set, a creature, a spell, or even just an idea from D&D, and they modify it or create a new version of it to fit either their setting, their narrative, or the situation. So, you know, for instance, you have the classic spell Fireball, and it does a certain amount of damage, it has a certain range, and it works in a very certain way. But let's say someone wants to do the same thing, but with lightning damage. And someone creates a very, very similar spell, has most of the same features, but it does lightning damage and slightly reacts a little bit differently. And they create that. That's what you would call a homebrewed spell. It doesn't exist in any book. It's not official content, but someone created it with the intent of utilizing it in D&D and used, you know, built it with all of the same rules and parameters. So homebrew can be anything from the setting that you're in, because D&D has modules and has stories. But if you create your own, that's what people call homebrew. If you create your own race or class inside the game or spell, it could be a magical item. All of these things that if you didn't get it from one of the official books and it's your creation for the purpose of the game, that's basically the definition of homebrew. I think I got that right. Yeah?
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Captain Jules, do you think D&D would be more popular if it were marketed as animated storytelling?
Like animated, like anime?
I think just more animated storytelling, as in like you being animated, right? Like instead of just drab telling a story. I read that more as like animated, as in like actionable, like energetic storytelling.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, you could very easily portray it as that. I mean, it's definitely we've gone through a couple different history ofs about D&D. It's gone through so many different variations and changes that there's a lot of different ways to put it. I mean, I feel like just the concept of TTRPG has changed a lot over the years. So it's really hard to say. Animated storytelling, I think you could sell some people on that. I mean, one of our favorite ways to say it is it's collaborative storytelling.
Yes, very much so.
It's both players and DMs working to build a great story. I think this is actually quoting you and the short that I posted because I've heard it so much. But it's players and DMs coming together to build a great story. And everything else in that is semantics. You know what I mean? The rules you follow, the addition, all of it's semantics, and all of it takes a back seat to making sure that everyone's enjoying the story that's being told.
For sure.
Make an amulet with enchanted ice that never melts. See, that's perfect. That would be a perfect homebrew idea. An enchanted thing with ice that never melts. Why the fuck not? That sounds dope. And again, that right there, that if you could work with your future DM and say, I want to make this amulet, and you two work it out and your character has it, you just had a homebrew. You just homebrewed your own item. That's basically what homebrew is having an idea like that, wanting an enchanted amulet with ice that never melts. That is the definition of homebrew. Unless you could go read it in a D&D book and say, oh, they already have the amulet of no melting ice. If it doesn't exist and you created it, boom, that's home. So if this is all cool to you, we would love to have you. We'll definitely be doing a lot more talks. If you are interested in more about what we do have a VODs channel on YouTube. So I'm going to post a link in chat right now. This is our link tree. It has all of our socials on it. We post all of our shorts on YouTube and TikTok. But we have a main YouTube channel with the shorts, and then we have a VODs channel on YouTube. It's basically just we live stream to there, and then all of our stuff is there forever. So if you have any interest in any of our previous live streams, you can catch them all there. If you have any specific topics that you want to learn about, I definitely suggest kind of giving it a search. We do, like I said, a lot of history ofs, and those history ofs always go through every single edition. So we actually look at the evolution of something through D&D to kind of see how it's changed, why it's changed, what problems it was solving at the time. Really like to go in depth on those ones. Those are some of the more fun ones.
They're very cool. And it really brings me up to speed on a lot of stuff. Because again, my ghetto D&D doesn't involve a whole lot of lore, except for the lore that comes from directly what's happening in game.
I think Arctic Wolf is going to be very, very, very okay. Because this enchanted amulet contains a fragment of the soul of the first character they thought of when they were 7. That sounds fucking badass. Like,
that's cool.
That right there, Arctic, is the thing you always want to keep a hold of. Like just that level of creativity enriches the story so much, right? Having an amulet that doesn't melt because of a reason for your character is one thing, but when you layer in lore and backstory like that, it's so much more enriching and able to bring everybody into that story. Instead of just saying, I have this cool magic item, to just have that, like, but it contains the soul of like this, and I mean, you can even go one step further and say that character that you thought of when you were 7 is like the great grandfather of this character that you built.
Wild.
And their soul is in the amulet just because it can tie your new character in, right? That's the stuff that I absolutely love about D&D, is like getting people to make these unique stories and enrich them themselves. You know what I mean? I love being a DM, but I want people to work with me on what makes their story great, not just expect me to just come up with everything and stuff like that.
For sure.
You're going to be fine. If that's already what you're thinking of and you haven't even started yet, you're going to be fine.
Let's freaking go.
Please share some of your artwork, even if it's not D&D related, that's all right. If you have artwork, we are totally fine having people share their stuff. And maybe somebody will pick you up as an artist. Who knows? If you need some commission work. As a beginner, do you recommend to go through the starter kits first before reading through the core rule books 2024 version? So this is actually a great question. Actually, we're going to continue streaming a little bit here. So as a beginner, recommending starter kits before core rule books. So I would say, like everything, it depends. And the reason why I say that is these starter kits, right? They are absolutely amazing if you have never even heard of D&D. You've never touched it. You have no idea what you're getting into. Especially if you're a group of friends who no one's touched it and someone's going to have to pick up the mantle of DM. Starter kits are the way to go, right? No one has to have any lick of experience. The starter kits have everything. They have the characters, they have the rules, they have a story, they have the module. It's a start to finish. Everyone's going to have a great time, and the DM's going to have all the resources that they need, right? It's going to be slow. It's not going to have a lot of great narrative in terms of like story building, but it's going to have everything you need, right? So right off the bat, if you are brand new in a brand new group and no one has any idea what D&D is about, starter kits, 100%. If you are in a gaming group and some people have experience, I feel like the starter kits can be more cumbersome than getting into the rule books, especially if someone already kind of knows what they're doing and getting everybody up to speed. Because at least with the rule books, there's a lot more going on. If you're more comfortable and at least somewhat knowledgeable of D&D, the core rule books are not as scary, and you kind of already understand a little bit of what you're looking for, you know, race, class, weapons. Like, you can kind of navigate the rule books as long as you have an understanding of D&D. I don't normally suggest diving right into the rule books, like the core rule books deeply, unless you want to be a DM. Like, unless you truly say, I want to take this to the next level, and I don't want to just work on modules. I would say leave the core rulebooks to the DM, and that's mainly just because there's so much. There's so much. It's easier to look for what you want than read everything and figure out what you can, right? Mm-hmm. If you say, I want to be a monk who's a monkey man that wields a spear, it's easier to come up with that idea and go figure out if you can make it by going to say, is there a monkey man humanoid? Mm-hmm. Is there a monk race? Is there a spear weapon? That is 10 times easier than being like, so you could be a monk, druid, cleric, fighter, wizard. You can also be a monkey, a human, an elf. Like, if you give everyone 19 different lists of 19 different options, think about how much choice there is in that versus someone asking, can I do this, this, and this? And you're like, yes. Or yes, yes, and yes. But that last thing, if it's this, we can make it work. That's why I say, if you're going to dive into the actual core rule books, better for DMs. The only exception to that is if you are the min-maxer type. If you are the type who you want to know all the rules so you know exactly what to expect, and you want to pre-plan your moves, you want to pre-plan your build. If you want to go from that, what we like to call top-down kind of gameplay where you know the end and then you just wait to get there, it's fine to know the core rulebooks. That's where you're going to get all your best ideas, all your best combos, your min-maxing. But if you're there for the narrative and the gameplay, it's not, to me, I'm the kind of DM, I don't expect my players to know all of the rules. Some DMs, especially in 5th edition, expect everyone to know the rules, so no one has to like look at, you know, a rule book. But I find that having everybody know the core rule books takes away from the narrative because everyone's fighting over what should have happened instead of what makes sense for the story, right? Instead of just accepting that door just blew open, someone being like, but wait a minute, no spell does damage to this type of door, and the door wouldn't have done that. You know what I mean? Like, it ruins the gameplay when too many rules are being applied instead of just experiencing the story. So yeah, I love the starter kits if you know nothing. Otherwise, the core rule books, reference them, skim them, but I just would caution against trying to memorize them unless you're going to be the DM side.
My personal perspective is just that it really, kind of like you said, it depends. But for me, it depends on what your purpose is. Like, no matter what, as a player, I care about my character, not about the rule book. Like, and I will look into the rule book as much as my character needs me to, right? So if like Vortex was saying, if you're trying to build something, if you want to create a monkey monk character, then like, again, like, I'm gonna go look to see, does a monkey exist? Can I flavor a tabaxi as a monkey? Can I make something do the thing that I wanted to do? Because do I want to be a monkey just because I want to look like one, or do I want to be a monkey because I want to be able to climb really well?
Exactly. Do you want the abilities, or do you want the visuals?
The idea that when you are starting out, like, what is your goal? Is your goal to make the coolest, best character, or is your goal to just play the game and have some fun?
Yeah.
Is your goal to create a really in-depth character and idea of what you want to be, or is your goal to have the strongest, most powerful thing that's going to smack everything down in 2 hits?
Or you have no plan and you're just like, this sounds cool, let's see where it goes.
And you want to
then
explore. You're literally just there to explore the DM's world and play around. So, you know, the books can be helpful, but the people at your table will always be more helpful.
Yeah.
Right. And you figure out what works for you guys. Like, I'm telling you, I am still truly, genuinely shocked at the fact that my players still have fun every time they show up. Like
you shouldn't
truly.
be. You're good with them.
It's and we have a lot of fun. But I have this one character, like, I don't even know really what her powers do or like how they truly function. Like, we're just kind of figuring it out as we play, you know?
That's some of the greatest stuff. I mean, it's what we did with Dobbed.
It's ghetto, but it works, man.
Right.
It works.
So yeah, Arctic was giving us a little bit of backstory on the pendant. Apparently it was made from the corpse of a frost dragon.
Oh, wow.
And then during that process, it made the entire mountain permanently like a blizzard. I kind of like that, the knock-on effect.
Oh,
of that. That's really interesting.
I wonder if it'll stop when the ring's removed.
A monk Arctic is a type of class. It is a martial arts type of class. You typically see them weaponless, like usually unarmed. They can use weapons,
Sure.
but unlike a fighter, they're typically there for unarmed combat. And also, unlike a fighter, instead of having more prowess with extra attacks and abilities with weapons, they have a different ability to them where they get key points. So they get to use their inner energy essentially to do special maneuvers and stun targets and everything. So they're another type of fighter, but they have different specialties, much more akin to like a martial artist versus a soldier or a knight. Because yeah, you would think of a fighter more like a knight, or a fighter is more like a soldier, a paladin's more like a knight, a monk is more like a martial artist.
Yeah.
Like that's
I feel that
kind of how you would imagine how their fighting styles and how they approach situations. So could I, in theory, be a professional boxer aiming to be a world champion? Absolutely. I do believe actually 5th edition might have boxer as a subtype, I think.
I don't think so. I know I would imagine they might have it as a background by now.
Or background.
I don't think they have like an actual monk subclass.
But I mean,
boxer,
honestly, you could just say being a monk class, but call yourself a boxer. I mean, monk is just the classification to tell you what feats you get.
Yeah.
But you don't have to be you don't have to be
Bruce Lee.
You don't have to be Bruce Lee or a shaven head, monk from a monastery that prays all the time and meditates all the time. You could just be a boxer with the monk features. I mean, imagine a boxer with fury of blows. That's just basically a shit ton of fast punches. Yep. Boxers do that shit.
Yep.
I mean, think about it. Boxers can stun their opponent with one hit with the right punch. So everything a monk can do can easily fit the boxer lifestyle. So
100%.
Yes, you could 100% say I'm a monk with all the monk features, but my character is a boxer. There's no reason why you can't, because again, you're just using the monk aspects, the monk features, but those don't change just because you say you're a boxer. It's still the same type of hits. You can still. Oh, thank you very much, Daryl, for the follow. Appreciate that.
Welcome.
But you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like there would be no reason why you couldn't play a monk, and just because you're classified as a monk doesn't mean you can't call yourself a boxer, right?
Yeah.
I think that's another thing that most people do is like, a lot of people have this, like, again, what we call metagame, right? Where people will say, oh, I want to play a rogue character, and everyone assumes you're a thief. Because their mind says, well, I know you're a rogue. It's like, that's one of those things that kind of bug me about modern games is people introducing themselves almost in game as their class. And it's like, just because you have a sword doesn't automatically make you a fighter. Just because he's in plate armor doesn't automatically make him a paladin.
Right.
But so many people go the stereotypical route. Like, so many monks are built to wear loose clothes, have a shaved head, like most people build the monk from a very traditional monk standpoint, right? Like what we in the real world think of monk. But I love this idea of saying that you're a boxer, but you still get flurry of blows. You still get stunning strike. All of these things make absolute sense. if you just say that you look like Dalzine, or not Dalzine, but look, the other dude from Street Fighter, the big boxer from Street Fighter.
Oh yeah,
I
forget his name too.
But you know what I'm saying? Like there's nothing saying that the monk can't be a boxer. The features still work. It's just, I think too many people stereotypically think when you choose that, like how many people choose rogue and then have a cowl over their head, right? Like it just, it's this idea that you have to fully represent the archetype instead of realizing that it's just a set of abilities. You know what I mean? It's just how your character functions, not what your character actually is. So that's what a monk is. Let's see. I had another question up here. They're also a 2D artist as well. They're in school right now for 2D animation. So
that's sick.
I'd be really curious to see what your art looks like. Definitely post some in the Discord for us.
They did post 2 pictures of, I don't know if these are like eagle folk or something like that. He says a hightail swallow rough sketch. That does not look like a rough sketch to me.
All right, so we have another question. So any tips in retaining most of the information from the core rule books? There's more to this question, but tips on maintaining it. My 2 tips are focus on the things that are the most common and most relevant to you first. And if you don't have a way, like, if I physically write something down, I'm more likely to remember it. Like, if you don't have a way to do that, making just small notations, like cue cards are great. And I don't mean like flashcards to test yourself. I mean, just literally having a cue card with bullet points of how something works is always a great way, so you don't have to reference the entire book. But yeah, when it comes to ingesting all of the rules, it's a time thing. It's just over time. Once you use it, you kind of get it.
I'm gonna say patience is a huge aspect. You're just going to have to be okay with asking questions. Like, that's one of the biggest things that I'm always having to do is I ask questions. I make sure things, sometimes I try to be confident in what I know, but sometimes I'm wrong. So it's totally fine. You will make it work. But, like Vortex was saying, you want to find the things that are the most important to you / your character.
Yeah,
right?
like things like health, how health works, how combat works, like the most obvious things, and then the more advanced terms and rule sets will be over time. The second part of the question was the biggest confusion I had reading the first chapter was proficiency. It seemed to give bonuses everywhere and didn't seem to be its own thing. Any clarity? So I'm assuming this is 5th edition. I think you said 2014. So
Yes.
Kage can correct me, because again, I'm more of a 2nd edition player. But from what I understand in terms of 5th edition, what proficiency is you have a series of skills that you can have, right? So you can, because proficiencies aren't about your skills. It's actually, is it proficiencies only skills, or is it only the toolkits?
So proficiencies are used in a wide variety of places in 5th edition, but I will say that 5th edition ties your proficiency bonus specifically to your level.
Okay,
so as your
bonus is
player
probably what
level.
they're talking about.
Yes, and so this proficiency bonus will get added onto any attacks that you're proficient with. It'll be added onto skills that you're proficient with. It'll be added onto a lot of different.
So let's break this down. So when you create a character, you start out at a low level with depending on what you've chosen, you start off with a base proficiency bonus. You have a proficiency bonus as part of your character build. That number will go up as you level up, right? So it'll start as low as 1, and it can go as high as 6. So throughout your entire gaming session or your gaming campaign with this character, you can go from
as low as 2.
Oh, as low as 2. So you always start with 2, and it can go as high as 6. So you'll start out with 2 proficiency bonuses, and you can get up to a proficiency bonus of 6.
Now, I will say, don't quote me on this, but I believe that your proficiency bonus does not change even if you multi-class.
Correct.
So once
you only get it
level 5, it will be a 3.
Correct. Yeah, it's character level, not class level.
Right.
So with the proficiency bonus, multiple things like you had mentioned play off of this proficiency bonus. So things like attack rolls. If you are proficient in a weapon, right? If your character build specifically states this character, like if you choose something that specifically states you are proficient in short sword. When your character uses a short sword, they are going to be able to add their proficiency bonus to things like attack and damage, which means that when you roll the dice to hit that enemy, if you are proficient in the weapon and your current proficiency bonus is 3, you add 3 to the die roll.
On
to
top of
hit that
anything else you would already add.
Yeah. So if you know whatever bonuses you already have, but in plain language, it's like I swing my sword, I rolled a 6, but I have a proficiency bonus of 3, and I'm proficient in sword, so I rolled a 9 instead. That's what my number actually is. And if that's what allows you to hit, that's what allows you to hit. So there's tons of things. There's magic. There's attacks. There's feats, like skills that you can use. And anytime it says you can add your proficiency bonus, that one locked in number is what you're going to add. So you're absolutely right. It is its own thing, but a lot of things feed off of that number.
Yes, and almost anything that is going to have your proficiency bonus attached to it will usually also have a skill attached to it. So what I mean is by skill is like you have 6 base skills: your strength, your dexterity, your constitution,
an ability check,
your abilities, right? So like one of those 6 blocks is going to be associated with whatever you're adding your proficiency bonus to. So if it's a weapon, it can be a strength-based weapon, like a hammer, right? I'm going to add my strength and my proficiency. If it's a skill set like perception, that's wisdom-based, so I'm going to add my wisdom and my proficiency. So no matter what you're looking at, like there is something that's enhancing you more than everybody else. And I genuinely think the reason why they attach this to your level is so as you get stronger, you feel stronger. So when you're fighting against a level 1, they only get a measly +2. But me, as a level 17, I get a +6. So like I'm way stronger than somebody who's potentially not been around long as me.
One other thing that you'll also see too is more times than not, you are taking the proficiency bonus that you have and adding it to something that you're doing. One other thing that I have seen that we actually like to see sometimes is some things will have a limit to how often you can do them, and that limit will be based off your proficiency bonus.
Yes.
So again, whereas you may do an attack and then add that number to the damage that you do to the enemy, in another situation, you might have the ability to say, know what direction is north, times per day equal to your proficiency bonus. So if you have a proficiency bonus of 3, you can do that skill 3 times that day. When you level up and your proficiency bonus becomes 4, you'll be able to do it 4 times a day. So that's the only exception, is more often than not, you add your proficiency bonus, but occasionally your proficiency bonus is a set number of times you'd be able to do something. Because that's rare, but we do like to see as a... And the reason why we like to do that is especially when you realize that the proficiency bonus goes up when you level up, as you level up. It's nice when you have an ability that you can do so many times equal to that, because as you level up, it shows off more often that you can use it. So, you go from being able to do it twice, per long rest to 6 times per long rest.
Which is huge depending on what your ability is.
Yeah, whether it's a heal ability or, doing extra damage or being able to, solve a problem, like those kind of things are always fun. So that's kind of proficiency in a nutshell. Hopefully that makes more sense than what the book is, but essentially, it's a static number that goes up per your character, and a lot of different things will ask you to add it or only use it that many times.
For sure.
That's the biggest summary I can. Let's see, what else do we get? Learning 2D animation. So Arctic is learning 2D animation, can make a 2D animated film of the stories of... we've been talking about that. We've been talking about that.
Oh, yeah?
Like just, maybe just doing some animated shorts. Animated shorts.
Yeah.
What? Maybe. Arctic, if you're down for that, honestly, actually, that would be phenomenal. One of the things that we want to do this year is work with some editors and anybody else who's interested in upping their skills, because we're not monetized right now, but we want to get some editors that are new and want to build a portfolio. I haven't asked yet, but I was going to maybe in a couple months ask for any artists out there who again are looking to build their portfolio and work with us. We've actually joked so many times about how funny it would be to have an animated series of our conversations.
100%.
Like that's actually a legit thing we want. So if you're interested in that, let's talk offline and let's get something set up over time.
Glad you're joining us in the Discord.
Especially once we get edited content. I think it would be a lot easier to do it with edited content, not this, live
Raw
stuff.
footage.
But once we start getting editing done, that would be the best combo to do. Hell, we even have shorts we could start off with if you're actually that interested in. We would definitely be willing to work with you with some shorts to start out with. So that's cool. Thank you. Yeah, let's talk. There's also the decision not to use your abilities for roleplay. I mean, that's true too. There's some people who will and will not use them for certain situations, whether it benefits roleplay or, not. Some people, again, min-maxer versus, character player.
Are you talking about like choosing to not use a persuasion check in the conversation and just having the conversation?
Could be that, or just, I mean, yeah, I guess that would be more or less it, is like if you had certain abilities that could benefit you, but roleplay wise, you're like, I'm only going to use that like when there's combat or something. I'm sure people have, challenged themselves for that. I don't see why, could easily challenge themselves to get through a conversation instead of charm them, or,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
instead of deceive, just try to see if you can convince them without deception. Just, there's ways that you could challenge yourself without forcing those.
Sure, but I also feel like, I mean, you're probably trained in these things for a reason. So, like, I mean, unless it's a scenario where it's like, I'm not going to use Arcana because I'm not a magic dude, and like that's just not something that I would do.
True.
If you're like a mage and there's like an Arcana check that needs to be done, you're like, yeah, I'm just not going to roll it. Like, that feels odd. But
Yeah. Inspiration. What is inspiration? Saw that on the character sheet. So inspiration is kind of has a weird history. So inspiration has kind of evolved into two different things at this point. So I would say the traditional inspiration that you're on the character sheet is more or less a mechanic that has evolved for DMs to reward players out of game. So the idea, essentially boiling it down, the idea of an inspiration point is DMs are encouraged to reward players for doing things, right? You're playing a cleric, worldly cleric, like a healer, good, lawful, has a nice god, all of this other stuff, right? You could just play that part. You could just cast heal on people who need healing, and you could just provide health potions, outside of combat. Like, you could just play the character. But let's say you want to go that full extra route. Let's say you want to, while you're in town, help an orphanage or build an orphanage, or, when you go heal someone in game, you role play actually giving them a prayer or being like, doing something above and beyond in character. These are the things that DMs are encouraged to reward you with. Now, rewards they used to be things like extra XP. But now that most of 5th edition is everyone levels up at the same time, you can't really reward with extra XP. And it's hard to reward with money in the moment to a player playing their character very well. So in order for DMs to have something to reward their players with, D&D has an inspiration point. And this is to be given out if, you've done something above and beyond per your character and your DM wants to highlight that. So they'll give you an inspiration point. Just like there, you get one for that. There you go. Now, at any point later down the road, you're allowed to use that inspiration point at your leisure. And the goal of that inspiration point is to, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe the essential point of it is to adjust a die.
So I believe in standard 5th edition, it's if you don't like a die roll, you can spend your inspiration to reroll.
Okay, so it's just a full reroll, not an adjustment.
Reroll. Yeah.
So
there was a time like
where,
I have an augmented version, and I think
and my version works differently. Where because I have something that I have implemented called DM points, and those can be racked up, and you can use those full on to adjust. But you only, in my realm, you adjust your die roll by that many you spent. So if you spend 3, you adjust it by 3. So in 5th edition, if you've gotten an inspiration point at any point in the future after your DM gave that to you, if you rolled the dice on anything, attack roll, a spell, an ability check, and you don't like it, you fail miserably, and this is not the time you want to fail, or you barely just missed and you're like, right now would be like just so good if I didn't miss, you're allowed to basically cash that inspiration point in and say, I don't like this roll, I'm using my inspiration point. So you remove it from your character sheet and you just get a free reroll. That's what 5th edition intends it to be. Now, there is a secondary evolution where there is an in-game version of this. Mostly you'll get it in the form of bardic inspiration.
Yes.
This is a little bit different because in-game bardic inspiration is different. And this gives you, at any point that you want to enhance a roll,
yes,
you get a 1d4 roll, right? And
it changes per the bardic that gave it to you. So as they level up, that die will get bigger. So
gotcha.
It'll start off like a D4.
So the highest,
D6,
so the better the bard, the better the skill that they'll give. Clerics have something similar called guidance, and all of these things are in game is just to give you a bonus die roll to the ability that you're doing, right? So if you're rolling a d20 and you roll a 10, bardic inspiration and guidance will give you a 1d4. You'll roll a different die, and let's say you roll a 3, you'll add 3 to that roll, right? So you rolled a 10, then you rolled your inspiration, your bardic inspiration, so you get to roll an extra 3, so you got 13, right? That's the in-game version. But the inspiration, like we talked about on your character sheet that your DM gave you, that just re-rolls the entire dice from scratch. No add-on, just full-on re-roll. So that's the two different versions that you're going to run into with inspiration. Hopefully that makes sense. Looks like Captain Jules did like our proficiency bonus explanation, so I'm glad that cleared things up there.
Awesome.
Still learning the yep, and everybody is worth money to some degree. And Arctic, definitely, keep in mind as you get better at your animation, if you enjoy something, don't do it for free.
Yeah.
Or I guess if you enjoy something that you're good at, don't do it for free.
Find a way to make money with it.
Yeah.
Like, because you got value to bring to everybody else. I think that's
yeah. I like how we were supposed to get off like 45 minutes ago.
It'd be like that. I knew.
But we had some questions. No, this is what the whole point of this stream today is to answer questions and get out there. So I'm actually really happy that we're actually able to do more education. I always hope that High Point History, or not High Point Histories, I always hope that history of episodes and series, I always hope that those help enlighten people and help give people more. But I love them. I think they're cool. I think more people find them novel than they find them inspirational. I think it's cool to hear what another edition did, but I don't think people find it as enriching as we do to see and understand the evolution, because we pick and choose which part of the evolution makes the most sense to us. But I think most people are just like, oh, so that's how they used to do it in second edition. I'll never play it like that, but that's cool. And that's where it's like the unfortunate part, where I'd love to be more informational, but because we don't do the scripts, because we don't do like YouTube episodes where we're like, we're going to just talk about how this works. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little bit harder to really take like the things that interest us and also make them educational or informational and not just educational. I guess if that makes sense. Or vice. I don't know how you would put that. It's don't worry about posting too much. Honestly, Arctic, the absolute worst case scenario is if you start posting too much art in that particular channel, I'm just going to make a new channel for you. like literally, if it becomes so much that it takes away from the purpose of that one channel, I'll just make a channel just for like pro artists, and I'll just be like, here, anybody who's an actual artist, here's your channel. So don't worry, there's never going to be you're posting too much. The worst case is that you just get a dedicated channel to just, info dump. Because we've done that. We've added channels when we've realized that like I started playing games more on the weekends, and I realized that most of the Discord is built around D&D and this series. So I built a whole channel just when I want to talk to people about video games that I play, because it didn't make sense to do that in the main channel where everyone's talking about D&D.
Sure.
So again, if we need to, we'll make a channel that makes sense. Don't you worry, you keep posting. Do you ever think the newest D&D 2024 will open up new content on YouTube? Well, yes, 100%. As more, we've already seen it. There's so much going on with 2024 updates right now on YouTube. Just generally most people are going over the rules, going over the changes. Some people have gotten their hands on some modules that I've seen them do some playthroughs. But in terms of opening new content, 100%. I think the biggest problem with content in 5th edition right now is that it's clunky. I think with all of the changes that we've heard of with 2024, how they're streamlining it more so than they ever have, how they're improving certain aspects. While I don't think it's going to be a major disruption, I don't think we're going to see a big shift. You're going to see all the same D&D people out there, but I do think that the content is going to shift a little bit, and I do think that it's going to open up for more people to want to try and uh, basically do what we're doing, right? I think it's going to bring more people to the streaming industry because right now, again, it's already oversaturated, but 2024 is going to bring a new type of game. It's going to bring a new type of narrative. And I think it's going to shift things up enough to where there's going to be a new rekindled interest in streaming. So I think we will see more interesting content. I hope that as we get into it, we'll have more stuff to talk about. Right now, it's just very scarce to get the information. But yeah, the rest of this year, I'm hoping that it's not just, new rules, same stream. You know what I mean?
Right.
I really do hope that a lot of people take this adjustment to elevate to the next level of gaming and not just treat it as another supplemental. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really feel like campaigns should shift in a good way to accommodate all of these changes. Let's see. Since 5th edition 2014 version is essentially completed, do you think this opens new doors for players to join in on a completed edition? So it's weird to call 14 completed. I don't really know if any edition is considered complete, but in terms of the fact that it's probably no longer gonna see direct updates, I don't know if this is going to necessarily open the door for new players. Yes, 2020, like the new 2024 will open up doors because it's streamlining rules and it's making it more accessible to more people. Like that's what 5th edition is all about. It's making it the most accessible thing to as many people. So will it do that? Yes. Will that open up the door for new people to go to 2024? I don't think so. And the reason why is we saw the same thing happen 10 years ago when 2014 launched. 2014 came out, rekindled the popularity because 4th edition wasn't doing anything for us. 2020 or 5th edition really in 2014 rekindled a lot of the popularity, but not for the old gaming, right? 2014 didn't come out and push people to 3rd edition. It didn't push people to 4th edition. It massively brought in new people to this brand new edition, the more accessible. So what I think is going to happen is 2024 is going to make it even more accessible. So anyone that was still out on the fringe is now going to make it a lot easier to come in on. But I don't necessarily think that's going to push that many people back to 2014, right? I think just like with what happened with 2014 when it first launched, the new people it brings in are going to be brought in with it. I don't think this is really going to kindle interest.
Although
in the last version,
I will say I definitely think that there will be factions. Like,
there'll still be people who believe in
there's
it.
There's definitely going to be people who are like hardcore 2014ists and other people who are going to be like, no,
or just stubborn and don't want to like learn new rules. But the reason why I don't also believe it's going to necessarily flock people to the completed version of 2014 is because if you really look at how expansive 2014 is, I don't find it enticing that it's like let's assume that it is complete, right? Like under that mentality, I don't think that makes it any more appealing. You know what I mean? It's like being told by your, like it's like the Dresden Files series. I love the Dresden Files series. Sure. Like it's part of like how magic works in my realm. Like it's an amazing series. I would highly suggest anyone to watch it, right? Or to go and listen to it, or read it, however you do books. However, do I believe that after a couple books, was it way easier to get someone interested? Sure. When there was 4 books, well-established characters and a good storyline, so easy to get someone to pick it up. Now that he's on book 20 and practically done with the story, yes, it's complete, but that's 20 books now I have to sell someone on in order to get the full picture. So think about 2024. When it first came out, it was really popular because it was different, it was more accessible, it was new, and people were picking it up. Now that it's complete after 10 years, it has hundreds of books, dozens of supplementals. It probably has 24 core rule books, right? So while it seems more fulfilled, it's so much that why would someone want to dive into that with all of those books that they have to go into versus keeping up with what's actively being coming out, right?
Which is why I feel like too few people actually look at the rules of D&D as something to eat like an elephant, one bite at a time. And those bites aren't just like, all right, one book and then the next book and then the next book. It's like, what do I need? Like as you start playing, you start looking into the things like, hey, I would love to be able to do that. Well, is there a way to do that? Let's look on the internet. Let's look around and let's see if that exists. 2014, 2024, wherever. Like,
Yeah, you find the rules that make sense for
what makes
you.
sense, and then you use it. Like,
But a lot of people do look at it as a replacement. Some people say no, you don't play fourth edition anymore because we have fifth edition. Like some people believe that they're not games anymore.
I will say I don't feel like fourth edition or fifth edition was made compatible with fourth edition. So blending those two rules, although I do like the idea of like daily powers and encounter powers and stuff. Like I kind of like that idea for certain abilities.
They had some good concepts.
And I might steal that concept like for like a piece of something. But like that's all it is. It's
Pieces
like
of
I'm
D&D.
gonna use a piece to build the thing that I want to build that's gonna work for me. And then I go take that bite and I go take that bite. And,
we treat D&D much more like owning 1,000 sets of Legos and intertwining the pieces.
Yep.
Some people believe that no, I bought that Lego, I put it together. Now I bought this new Lego, I put that on the shelf, and that's over.
Gluing
and
the
now
Lego sets together. I'm like, bro, y'all are wild.
And once you put it together, they're just like, I'm done with that, and they want to move on to the next one. Whereas with us, we're like, hey, I put that together, that was cool, but I want that piece from it because that was cool. So I'm gonna go put that on this thing I built over here. And then that thing had a really cool thing, so I'm just gonna take that piece. Like that's how we treat D&D, right? So, like I said, I think 2024 will open the door up for a lot more people, but I do not believe it's going to push people to a more complete version, mainly because that complete version is so vast and so overwhelming, and the vast majority of the community is going to be pushing anyone new to 2024. Like it's just going to be a general shift of the community to adopt 2024. So anyone coming in being like, oh, I want to learn everything about 2014, it's going to be kind of an uphill battle just with how much they have to learn. So many people wanting to shift to 2024.
Fortunately, a lot of the stuff in 2024 is the same as 2014. So it's whatever it is that you learn, like it will at the very least to some extent overlap from the other stuff if there are ever any transitions to be made or people desire to make, one way or the other.
Yeah.
So
but like Kage said earlier, there will be still factions. There will still be diehard people who are like, I don't care about 2024. I'm sticking with the core rule books that I own. Or you have people like me who you find the edition that resonates with you, but you also cannibalize from every other edition because I have the belief that D&D and every edition is just an additive. It's just an expansion, not a replacement. So that's kind of my hot take on that one. All right, a couple more questions. We got to get out of here. It's midnight, guys. We got to get out of here. Found a website called 4E, called 2014 5e Tools. Wondering if you know anything about it. Yes, 5e Tools is an amazing resource. We use 5e Tools. We use 5e Wikidot, D&D Beyond occasionally. They're pretty good for a free resource.
Well, when the content's actually free, because a lot of the stuff is locked behind paywalls.
Yeah, but a lot of the core stuff isn't. Like your basic rule book, at least if you have no physical rule books, they will give you the core rule books
for 2014. I don't know about
they'll come out with the core rule books for 2024 for sure. They've already mentioned that those will be part of it. So yeah, but no, honestly, I would honestly say the 5e Tools is probably our number one resource whenever we look something up. Like when you see us look something up on stream, I would say 9 times out of 10 that's the first thing we're checking is 5e Tools. So 100% use that. 5e Wikidot's a good backup. Especially for more older stuff, because they do a lot of the lore backgrounds. And then D&D Beyond is also good.
Do we have that?
The resources? No, we got rid of that. Remember, because it was too difficult to maintain. We can also share it individually, but yeah, we got rid of the channel for it. Let's see. 2014 and 2014, like the alternate universe. Yes.
I accidentally wrote 2014 twice instead of 2014.
Yeah. They have 2014.
Because they do have both. I just don't know what specific URL. I sent it to somebody. I forgot who I sent it to.
Oh, well, Arctic, happy birthday. Well, happy belated birthday by a couple days, but congratulations.
Oh, yeah? Right on.
We have cool hairstyles? Well, thank you. We've worked on them for quite a bit.
My lady works on them.
I grew it myself. Yeah, no, you've been having a lot of work. I mean, she does some excellent work with those rows.
do for another?
The rule of cool is definitely something that you shouldn't shy away from, but don't overuse it. You know what I mean? Rule of cool is great, but don't let it run the game.
The rule of cool without the rule of make sense is pointless.
Yeah.
Right? Because then you're just doing stupid anime stuff sometimes. Which again can be cool, but breaks the immersion and a lot of the purpose of what you're trying to do, depending upon if that's what you're trying to do at your table. But, you know, rule of cool, I'm a huge fan of it. Huge fan of it. It's what I use with my players, you know.
It's always beneficial that they have fun and enjoy what happened versus being like snooty about the rules. But I digress. Well, Arctic, have a great rest of your day. Go enjoy class. Calligraphy class actually sounds kind of fun. I wish I was taking something like calligraphy. I always loved calligraphy. I just never got trained on it.
Fair.
All right. Well, it is 5 hours into the stream. It is past midnight, y'all. We're going to cut it here. Thank you so much for all the questions. I'm really glad that we had those questions at the end, though. Honestly, I do not mind this last hour. We were supposed to cut it an hour ago, and I'm fine. But we are going to cut it there so we don't run too much into it. Kage still has to get his ass home.
Yep.
So we're going to cut it here. We will be back on Monday. We have a race.
Yes.
We have a race, a golem race to review on Monday. And then next Friday, I don't know if I want to continue the tangent talking like this. This was kind of a good episode. Or if we'll go back to another history of. I don't have a history of planned right now, so we'll figure that out. Oh, and another big announcement. I will be posting this in Discord, so if you're not part of the Discord, link is again in chat. But not this Sunday, so not 2 days from now, not the 19th, but a week from Sunday, on the 26th of January, we are going to do a pop-up stream, basically a free community stream for y'all. And we are going to be doing it in the tavern. And we will be doing a critical cocktails episode. So we will be doing a whiskey tasting, something I did not get to do. I didn't get to host it officially at my New Year's Eve party because people were too busy having fun and gambling.
With that game that you brought up.
But hey, you know what? That's cool. We get to do it. So we'll do official whiskey tasting. I'll walk you through the history of whiskey. Kage and I will be there to taste it. I will post the list of alcohols this weekend. So anybody who wants to join us can go and try to get a couple of the bottles at least. I'm not suggesting anybody go and buy all of the bottles that we're going to try. Because I didn't buy all the bottles we're going to try. But you know, I'll post the list of what we're going to try in the order that we'll try them, and we'll if you guys want to join us for any of those, we will. We'll go through the history. We'll go through the whiskey tasting, and then we'll probably make some D&D cocktails at the end based on the whiskey, and we'll have a lot of fun with it. We'll probably have some D&D conversations along the way. So that'll be on the last Sunday of this month. Otherwise, we will be back on Monday and next Friday, normally scheduled. And honestly, I will probably be streaming some more games this weekend. So if you see me, come say hi, drop an emo, keep me company. But otherwise, that's going to be us. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. There was way too many people to even count at this point. So many new people. But thank everybody for showing up. It was awesome. Thank you for the new followers. We hope to see you guys again soon. Again, we're here every Monday and Friday, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Mondays, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Fridays. And one more time, drop in the link to all of our socials in the chat if you want to follow us anywhere. We have a shorts channel on YouTube. We are on TikTok. We have our live VOD channel on YouTube as well if you want to see any of our other stuff. So thank you all again for showing up. That is going to be us. I hope you guys had a great week, and I hope you have a fantastic weekend ahead of you. And we will see you guys on Monday. Cheers.
Deuces.